No time to waste, let's jump right in. The story kicks off with massive drama inside an emergency room, where you can hear a panicked nurse yelling in the background. Right then the guy warns that the patient is struggling hard to breathe, while in the OR, the doctor is screaming for a ventilator like yesterday. Barely able to handle all that pressure, the poor dude's heart is about to clock out early. Growing up completely alone, Jim lost his parents as a baby in a tragic car crash, living with no family, no friends, and totally abandoned in an orphanage. After graduating, the guy spent 2 decades grinding at a company that drained his last drop of energy and hope, getting paid peanuts on top of it. Enduring this cycle of pure humiliation, you could say he was the ultimate overworked corporate slave. All this time, he stayed completely single, never knowing what it's like to have a girlfriend or even hold a girl's hand. Back in the operating room, the doc is shouting in Jilin Shan's ears, desperately trying to see if he can still hear anything. Facing the very end, Jilin Shan can only reflect on what was the real point of such a miserable existence like his. With his vision slowly fading as the doctor demands the defib, the man feels extremely exhausted and decides to just close his eyes to rest, not knowing this end is actually the start of a new journey. And just like that, everything changed, shifting the scene entirely to reveal a jaw-dropping, massive mansion. Inside this place, Jilin is shown lying comfortably on a bed fit for a king. Waking up suddenly and looking around, the guy is completely confused, only thinking about how much this hospital bill is gonna hurt, clueless that he's already in another world. But right before he starts freaking out over the costs, a glowing screen pops up, floating right in front of his eyes. It's our good old system, wasting no time to welcome him to the magical continent of Eldera. Confused about what the heck is going on, Jilin tries to touch the floating screen, but his hand phases right through the hologram. So, he gives up trying and decides to just take a look around the room. Glancing at the nearest mirror, he gets a huge jump scare, seeing his face changed entirely, rocking a brand new look. The dude went from a basic wage worker skin straight to a legendary noble skin. After a week goes by, Jilin manages to adapt perfectly to his fancy new routine. Now, we see him chilling in his private office, which, let's be real, is a super luxurious room. Suddenly, soft knocks echo on the door and it opens up super smoothly. Stepping inside is a girl who looks like she walked straight out of a fairy tale, bringing pure elegance to the place. This beauty is none other than Leah, his personal maid, coming in to tell the MC that afternoon tea is ready. During these past few days, the MC reveals that a week of adjusting was more than enough to figure out exactly where he ended up. It's obvious his past life is history, and now he's reincarnated as a young noble named Ren Edgar, born as a third son of Grand Duke Ardillion. Edgar, the guy knows he isn't helpless, since he's backed by 2 much older brothers in this new journey. Right then, a flashback shows the real Ren's childhood, revealing how he was always spoiled and treated like a little king by his older siblings. Smiling warmly, his older brother kept urging him to eat a lot to grow strong, even making him drink a super expensive tonic that cost a fortune, promising it would boost his magic energy. Cut to the present. Ren Edgar's mom shows up holding a brand new outfit, sweetly asking her son to try it on and see if it fits well. Because of all this, the story makes it clear that being the youngest of an influential family meant Ren was always everyone's protected little favorite. Back to Jim, now controlling Ren's body. He finds himself deep in thought in his chair, wondering if all this easy living is fate's way of paying him back for his previous life being a hardcore survival test. At this point, we get introduced to the Kingdom of Eldera, a fantasy universe where pretty much all infrastructure and facilities rely purely on magic to run. The Caledorial Empire really stands out as the biggest human powerhouse inside this massive territory, sharing the continent with other fascinating races, including elves and dwarves. Under the wing of this nation, House Edgar rules over a colossal area of 300,000 square kilometers, which is basically the size of all of Japan. To top it off, the MC's family has over 1 million loyal subjects under their command. Living like a true high-class young noble, the MC enjoys super fancy clothes and the exclusive service of his beautiful personal assistant. So much pampering makes Ren conclude that this easy life has to be a divine reward for grinding so hard in his past incarnation. Interrupting his thoughts, Leah calls him with her soft, delicate voice to let him know the patriarch wants to have a serious chat in his office. Without delay, the young man heads straight to the Grand Duke's quarters. Inside, the butler announces the young master's arrival, getting a firm command from his dad to let him in. Standing face to face with the patriarch, Ren drops a respectful bow, showing off his perfect noble etiquette. Then Ardallion Edgar stares at his son with that imposing look, asking if he has any clue why he was summoned. Being super honest since he's still adapting to this new reality, Ren admits straight up that he doesn't have the slightest idea. The patriarch then clarifies that the boy has finally reached the age to inherit and run his own lands, asking right after which region he'd like to take over. Caught off guard by this sudden news, Ren is surprised and a bit lost about this whole ruling lands thing. Noticing the kid's hesitation, the dad already figured the youngest wouldn't have any preference in mind. Therefore, the leader steps up and decides himself that Ren's assigned territory is located in the far northwest. Even though it's a zone free from big immediate threats, the lack of mages and a chronic food production crisis make running that place a total nightmare. To make things crystal clear, Ardalian emphasizes that while the borders look calm today, the Caledoriel Empire's future is super uncertain and worrying. Thinking about it, Ren agrees with his dad, knowing the Empire's crisis is actually alarming. It's pretty obvious the country is heading straight into decay while political corruption runs wild behind the scenes. Worse still, the ego battles and internal wars between noble families seem like they never end. Despite all these issues, the MC reflects that this reincarnation brought him family love and care he never knew existed in his old life. Overwhelmed with deep gratitude, he swears to himself that he'll do whatever it takes to protect this new family from any danger. Realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, Ardalian tries to lighten the mood, telling the MC he doesn't have to carry the world on his shoulders alone, since his family will be there to help. But before his dad can even finish speaking, Ren interrupts him full of attitude, promising he'll fix the food shortage, the security, and the infrastructure of his new lands. Stunned by such audacity, Ardalian decides to give the MC a reality check, warning him that supply issues aren't solved by just yelling, and that he needs to play it safe. Secretly, the Grand Duke thinks his son is still a naive kid for believing a massive problem like this has a simple fix. What the patriarch doesn't know, however, is that Ren isn't just relying on luck or passion, but on the entire scientific baggage of centuries of Earth's industrial revolution. Overflowing with confidence, the guy thumps his chest and assures his dad he can leave the mission to him, cause the territory's success is guaranteed. Next up, we get introduced to the city of Aislinn, a province located way out in the far west of Eldera that's part of House Edgar's domain. This strategic region borders rival Grand Duke Sorin's lands to the north, the Elf Kingdom to the west, and is washed by an endless ocean to the south. Because of this tricky geographic spot squeezed between three different forces, poor Aislinn is always suffering from constant invasions and border clashes. Those frequent fights turned once productive areas into an actual barren wasteland, driving away most of the peasants who were just trying to survive out there. In the next scene, we follow a carriage cruising down the dirt roads. Riding inside are the loyal Leah and our fearless MC. Meanwhile, the MC starts brewing his development plans, remembering that the starting point of any solid industrial revolution is having plenty of manpower. Keeping that in mind, his first big mission is going to be cooking up a genius strategy to draw more residents to the region. That's when he remembers a huge advantage that just awakened in his system. Suddenly, the system interface pops up showing the progress of his new stat scanning skill, revealing he's already used it 6 out of 10 times. Based on what the MC explains, this crack tool lets him uncover the loyalty, potential, and full status of anyone who crosses his path. Having calibrated the scan by checking his own relatives, the guy managed to grab valuable data to better understand the forces running this world. Now, it's way easier to predict the moves of allies and potential enemies with this info. Focused on his schemes, the guy pushes his nerves aside and decides his top priority upon stepping into the territory will be recruiting top-tier talent for his workshop. Watching Ren's silence, Leah can't help feeling a bit worried about the trouble waiting for them. Her mind drifts back to the Grand Duke's final orders, expressly telling her to keep an eye on Ren and stop him from doing anything stupid in the province. Looking at the guy now, Leah really hopes he doesn't stir up any unnecessary headaches, cause she's the one who'll have to clean up the mess at the end of the day. Meanwhile, right at the gates of Aislinn, the scene shifts over to the local lord's imposing mansion. Inside the estate's office, the administrator is talking super submissively to a mysterious hooded figure, reporting that the Grand Duke's youngest son is about to arrive in town today. Super anxious about the news, the guy asks if it wouldn't be smarter to take a preventative measure to get rid of the danger early on. Making things worse, rumors say the Grand Duke is obsessed with his youngest, not to mention the kid's older brothers adore him and could come hunting for revenge. However, the masked guy orders them to sit tight and wait for their real boss's orders before making any false moves. Restless, the Lord questions the chance of the young heir auditing the books and uncovering the crazy tax fraud schemes they've been running. The conspirator then calms his ally, claiming a spoiled brat from the capital would never know how to read financial reports, suggesting they just shove a messy pile pile of papers at him to leave him completely lost. Judging by the time, the kid should already be crossing the gates, meaning the Lord needs to hurry and welcome him with a fake smile. With no other choice, the administrator agrees and quickly leaves the room. Left alone, the masked man thinks about Adrian's fate, telling himself that the time for payback with the corrupt noble is getting closer and closer. Back to the MC. The young guy hops out of the ride to get a good look at the current state of his new lands. Seeing the obvious, he realizes the lack of people turned huge fertile pastures into abandoned, desolate fields, asking Leah right after to show him the county's geographical map. Quick and efficient as always, she instantly rolls out the map in front of him. With the document in hand, the master starts mapping out brilliant strategies, picturing the chance to channel the Western River to connect it to a strategic southern port. His train of thought, though, gets rudely interrupted by some yelling coming from just up ahead. Turning his eyes to the commotion, he spots a desperate little girl begging her own dad to stop gambling, while she fights tooth and nail to protect the family's coin pouch. Frantic, little Lillian screams that those savings are meant to pay for her sick mom's treatment, and he can't blow it all on the betting table. Man, the guy loses his mind and tells the girl to let go of the bag right now, swearing his luck is turning around this time. Pushing harder, he forces the girl to drop the coins while the little one keeps resisting, saying she won't let her mom kick the bucket without treatment. Blinded by his gambling rage, the dude raises his arm to hit his own daughter. She doesn't cooperate. But right before the coward can even lay a finger on the kid, and this is where it gets good, the MC pops up out of nowhere and lands a punch so clean it sends the scumbag flying. Right after the hit, the MC starts complaining about the pain, shaking his hand that's already red and swollen, while Leah rushes over to check how bad the injury is. Worried, his assistant advises him to give a heads up next time he wants to teach someone a lesson, so she can prep some protective gloves. Let's be real, that's not being spoiled, that's just having a lead staff. Because of that, Ren asks Leah to help the girl out while he goes to finish handling things with that trashy dude. Wasting no time, the MC walks slowly and stands right in front of the downed gambler. Then he harshly questions him for trying to burn his wife's treatment funds and even raising a hand against his own kid, asking if he's completely lost his mind. Shaking with fear, the crook tries to act tough on the ground, demanding to know who the busybody is that dared to hit him. Staring him down, the MC claps back, saying his identity is the least of his problems right now. The warning is crystal clear. If the MC finds out this guy went back to the betting tables, he'll personally send his guards to pack him off to the lobby for good. Feeling the weight of the threat, the dude wets himself in fear and bails out of there running, swearing up and down he'll never touch gambling again. After that, the MC approaches the girl and offers a friendly ride, since he's heading to the city too and she needs to find a doctor for her mom. Super awkward, the girl hesitates, saying she's filthy and is gonna ruin his whole fancy carriage. Unbothered, our young master replies that it's just a bunch of wood glued together for transport, so cleaning it later will be a breeze. Plus, he takes the chance to drop a strategic little question for her. His curiosity about the local scene makes the MC ask how there's such a packed casino nearby when the region's poverty is off the charts. That's when the girl reveals that last fall, troops from Soren, the neighboring country's Grand Duke, invaded the city and sent a bunch of local soldiers straight to the upper room. To make things worse, this spring, a historic flood wiped out almost all the farmable land and ruined everyone's crops. All this disaster turned the people's daily life into a total nightmare, to the point where getting a single plate of food became a near impossible mission. Hearing the sad story, Ren starts thinking he urgently needs to run a census, just to properly calculate how much workforce he actually has on his lands. Before anything else, his plan is to swing by the Lord's estate, since he needs to check how much cash is sitting in the vault to fund this industrial revolution. So, he asks Lillian, the girl with the sick mom, if she knows the way to the Lord's mansion. But right before she can even open her mouth to answer, suddenly, some clueless jerk comes galloping like a maniac on a horse, screaming his lungs out for everyone to get out of the way if they don't want to get trampled. Zero regard for traffic, the rider keeps charging full speed, shoving people aside without caring at all, humiliating everyone in sight. The guy throws out free insults, calling the crowd insolent peasants, worms, and way worse names. Panicking as the danger gets closer, Lillian lets out a warning scream for the MC to watch out for the horse. With a quick reflex, she literally yanks our hero by the arm and throws him out of the horse's path. Consumed by hate, the girl is foaming with rage, glaring at the back of that arrogant rich kid on horseback. The funny part is, she got so caught up in the protective hub that she forgot to let go of the MC, who's already almost going to the lobby from lack of air, complaining about being smothered, kinda like suffering from success, if you catch my drift, given his position. Embarrassed, the girl lets the guy go and asks if he got hurt or is in any pain. Catching his breath with that classic near-choking cough, the MC says he's in one piece. He assures her everything is under control and it was just a minor scare. Taking advantage of the dust settling, he asks if she happens to know who that horse-riding maniac was that almost ran them over. Quickly, she explains it's the daddy's boy who leads the younger generation of the Edwin family. From the looks of it, this clan is the absolute owner of every single betting house and casino spread across Isling City. Deep in thought, the MC asks if they really run all the spots in Isling, guessing the guys must be swimming in cash, which Lillian confirms with absolute certainty. Right then, a smirk pops up on the MC's face, cause that's music to his ears. After all, he was racking his brain trying to figure out where to pull funds from to start his development projects. Wasting zero time, our leader tells Lillian to play GPS and guide him straight to the biggest casino in the area. Anxious about the guy's wallet, the young girl begs him to turn round, warning him that stepping in there is basically asking to get robbed blind by the table hustlers. Flashing that cocky vibe of someone who knows what they're doing, the MC tells her to chill, promising there isn't a house in the world that can hustle him. Her eyes glued to that stance of pure confidence. Watching the MC march with purpose, the girl is puzzled trying to guess the real power of this young dude, and between us, Lillian, even we don't know this guy's limit. After a short walk, our boy Ren finally arrives at the doors of the massive gambling temple. Admiring that colossal structure from the outside, he mentally notes that this den of sin will be ground zero for his big reform, and the owners have zero clue about the shakeup his future production line is gonna cause in there. Dead set on his plan, the guy crosses the main doors and steps into the joint. Right off the bat, the scene in front of him is the pure definition of chaos, packed with junkies screaming and begging on their knees for just a tiny bit more credit to keep betting. On one side, some crazy guy is celebrating a dumb luck win, while on the other, a grown man is crying his eyes out because he lost his way back home. Scanning that massive mess, Ren realizes that as long as this public money drain keeps running, the local workforce is never gonna want an honest job. Right then, Lillian sneaks up close to the MC's ear and whispers that the guards have already set up a perfect perimeter around the building, asking if it's time to strike. Practical as ever, the master whispers back that it's not the time yet, since the goal is to wait for the boss of the scheme to show up, and keeps walking through the hall with super calculated steps. Seconds later, an employee with that fake course seller smile approaches the MC, offering to show him the hottest games in the house. Playing dumb, the MC says he's just browsing to kill time and fishes for info, asking if there's any table with super simple rules for newbies. The clueless employee takes the bait and politely leads him straight to one of the main betting tables. In that corner, a bunch of other gamblers are already glued to their cards, completely lost in the game's adrenaline. Hiding his real motives, the scammer offers 2 shiny chips to the guy, swearing it's a completely free special welcome bonus. Around the table, the regulars stretch their necks, dying to see the rookie test his luck. Those people's faces look like starving hyenas staring at a fresh piece of meat ready to be devoured. Without hesitating, the MC drops his 2 chips on the table, giving the green light for the round to start. Moving fast, the dealer shakes the cup, rolls the dice, and loudly announces the result. Open. 4, 6, and 6. High value. Sarcastically faking sympathy, the shady employee mourns the guy's loss, saying he barely missed taking home the jackpot. Wearing a priceless bored expression, the MC asks if the game is just that nonsense and mentions he found it pretty lame. He then turns his back to the table, signals Leia, and tells her he's out of there cause he's getting hungry. In a flash, the little gremlin steps in front to block his path and tells the young dude to freeze right there. Flashing that gross smirk of someone about to pull a fast one, the hustler warns that leaving is only allowed after he clears his gambling debt. Completely unfazed, the MC calmly asks at what exact moment in his life he started owing anything to this guy. With absolute nerve, the troll claims those first 2 chips were a loan and demands immediate payment, making the MC clap back instantly, reminding him the deal was that the chips were on the house. Mocking the guy's face, the scumbag replies he must be joking, since nobody gets a free lunch in this joint. Super confidently waving his arms around like a leaping gazelle, the crook makes up that each chip costs 100 gold coins, and adding his crazy fees and made-up interest, the MC's bill comes out to a whopping 250 gold coins. Thinking he's winning the blackmail game, the scammer suggests that if the guy doesn't have straight cash, he can totally leave that pretty servant of his right there as collateral. Lillian snaps watching this clown show and screams for the hustler to cut the crap and stop spitting insane lies. So she warns Leah and the master not to fall for the crook's cheap talk, because in reality, each of those chips is only worth a single measly silver coin. Furious about the interruption, the troll loses it and yells, asking where this street rat came from to ruin his hustle, screaming for the bouncers to come teach her a lesson with their fists. And no one saw that coming. The MC, already completely out of patience for this garbage, ignores the talk and lands a punch right in the scammer's face, sending the dude flying away. Thanks to the power of the hit, the hustler lands flat on his back right in the middle of a gaming table, sending chips and cards flying everywhere. Fixing his collar and flexing that mob boss energy, the MC coldly asks who gave that worm permission to speak near him. Amidst this chaos, the other junkies around don't even care about the fight and start crawling on the floor, fighting over every single chip that dropped during the mess. Witnessing this pathetic scene, the MC just mentally pities how degrading this situation is, realizing those poor souls have already lost every drop of dignity and hope in life. Moments later, the big boss he was waiting for was actually just a tiny fish compared to our hero. Finally decides to show his face in the joint. Walking in full of swagger with his nose in the air, the arrogant rich boy demands to know who the loser is that has the nerve to start trouble in his business. The MC senses his target's presence, glances over, giving that cynical smile of someone who already planned it all, secretly celebrating that the perfect prey finally fell into the trap. Ignoring our hero's presence, the spoiled noble stops right in front of those poor dudes still picking up chips from the floor, and without second thoughts, orders his goons to go crazy and beat them up as an example for the whole room. Immediately, the casino's meatheads charge at the defenseless crowd and start throwing punches without a single drop of mercy, with zero care about who's right. The goons block their ears to the cries for help and keep beating down anyone who's nearby. From the peak of his arrogance, the insolent heir raises his voice in the room to make sure everyone hears him loud and clear. He declares that this beatdown serves as a general warning, and that if anyone dares to cause a ruckus on his turf again, they'll end up worse than those losers. Watching all that savagery, Lillian starts getting eaten alive by guilt, hammering in her head that if she hadn't brought the MC there, none of this brawl would have happened and they wouldn't risk getting scammed. I mean, the MC isn't dumb enough to get robbed, but that was the villain's goal. Her sadness fades as she focuses on all the good things the guy did for her family, remembering he not only joined her hunt for medical help, but also paid her mom's whole treatment out of his own pocket, firing up her determination to pay back this debt of gratitude right now. Mustering courage from out of nowhere, the girl takes a heroic step forward, chest puffed out and eyes shining with determination. She lets out a scream loud enough to paralyze the whole room, yelling she won't let this bunch of scumbags cheat or gang up on her big brother. And look how cute, the girl actually adopted the MC into her family. Instantly, everyone's attention turns to the girl, with gamblers whispering to each other she's gone totally insane because picking a fight with the owners of that place is asking for some heavy trouble. Slowly turning his neck, the disgusting rich kid chuckles at the peasant's guts and asks in a mocking tone if the lady has some important message for him. Without backing down a single inch, she shouts that this cursed casino is nothing but a life-crushing machine, feeding off ripping every last penny from innocent people and destroying whole families in the area. Consumed by deep hatred for that disrespect, the playboy completely loses his cool and charges furiously at Lillian, yelling that whoever defies his name deserves a one-way ticket to the lobby. Feeling the pressure of the villain's rage, the girl freezes in terror, squeezing her eyes shut and bracing herself for the worst hit of her life. After a few seconds of silence, she cracks her eyes open and realizes in shock that the promised hit simply never happened. Her big brother actually moved like lightning and grabbed the spoiled noble's arm mid-swing, saving her skin. Using the close range, the MC instantly triggers his system skill and finds out this clown's stats are a total joke, with his loyalty level sitting at a ridiculous 5 points, meaning the guy is such a snake he doesn't even trust his own shadow. Scanning this alarming data, he immediately realizes the threat this Eldrin family poses, figuring out that this powerful and scummy clan could try to stage a coup any minute. The young Eldrin heir grinds his teeth in anger and rants with all his arrogance, demanding to know if the MC is also bothered by his actions and why he decided to step in. Giving him that cold stare of someone who already won the game, the MC confirms he actually finds his behavior pathetic, but points out that since this cruel world's rule is survival of the fittest, whoever gets the last laugh is the one coming out on top in the end, hysterically laughing like a maniac. The playboy asks if he really has the guts to clash with his clan, and wonders if this insolent fool has any idea who he's messing with. Without breaking character, the MC replies that this trash's identity doesn't matter to him at all, warning that the noble is the one who needs to learn a basic little lesson right now. Right after that, the MC claps twice really firmly, with the sharp sound echoing through all the walls of that game room. The heavy front doors blast open in the blink of an eye, and an army of heavily armored guards with swords drawn storms the casino, surrounding everyone. Looking down on the cornered villain, the MC declares the victory is his and the final laugh will be his too, telling the rich boy to get it through his head once and for all that, starting today, his calls are the only law around here. Right after, our story jumps ahead and takes us to a totally different vibe, a fancy ballroom lit by crystal chandeliers. Inside, the cream of the crop of the aristocracy is mingling with gossip and political schemes, with pure greed running wild among the guests, including a kiss-ass hoping the young master falls for his daughter. Nearby, another noble puffs his chest out to brag about how his family's finances skyrocketed after they got the favor and backing of the region's big boss. Watching this ridiculous bootlicking scene, a sharp-looking old man starts cooking up his own plans, realizing the competition is trying to use their own heirs as bait to hook the Grand Duke's son. Through a quick flashback, we find out this same big shot was secretly talking with the guy who seemed to run the town but who, in reality, is just a puppet who bows down and takes orders from others. In this shady chat, the influential noble tells his lackey to give the Grand Duke's son a good scare during the party, an order the underling accepts without a single peep of protest. Back in the present at the ballroom, the mysterious conspirator shows up with a full glass, happily toasting with the guests while savoring his evil plot. Faking friendliness, he scans the room looking for the MC, thinking that if the kid was there, it'd be the perfect shot to force a friendly bond, and use that influence to get his hands on House Edgar's prestige. Another thought crossing the conspirator's mind is that he can't bet his chips on that useless city lord and, yeah, guys, that wimp from earlier is actually the official ruler here, even though the poor dude only exists to take orders and be treated like a doormat by the higher-ups. Suddenly, the event's MC bangs his staff and formally announces that the Grand Duke's heir just walked into the main hall. The second the MC steps into the room, all eyes lock onto him. Without missing a beat, a bunch of nobles start their shameless kissing up, with the Raven family head rushing over to offer a gift, while the halter leader tries to push his own daughter for the MC to meet, begging for just a sliver of attention. Flexing all his top-tier charisma, the MC simply points out that since the table is full, it's time to get down to business. Right then, the vibe gets dead serious when the MC orders him to bring a massive board to the middle of the room, covered in weird markings. That panel catches the curious eyes of the rich folks, who start whispering, trying to guess if it's the blueprint for some mansion. Skipping the small talk, the MC reveals he drew up a dam project and needs to lock in full support to get the construction off the ground ASAP, smoothing out every step of the process. Because of this, confusion takes over the place, with the nobles scratching their heads cluelessly and whispering if this damn thing is some kind of fishing toy. Calming the crowd, Ren tells everyone not to stress because he's gonna break it all down, right after asking Leah to bring the regional map. Armed with the geo document, the MC explains he spent the whole afternoon carefully analyzing the terrain and waterways around Iceland. Knowing the northern river floods and causes a mess every year, Ren promises that building this barrier will control the floods during high seasons and, as a bonus, store water to save the crops during droughts. To his surprise, one of the elites actually thinks the idea is pure genius, realizing the city of Aslan would skyrocket in development, and even bites his tongue noticing the Grand Duke's son isn't some clueless spoiled brat. Then another rich dude decides to open his mouth to ask what the heck this whole engineering scheme has to do with them. With zero shame, the MC keeps it real and says he needs cash, cause no miracle project comes to life without solid financial backing. As usual, another background noble starts crying broke, claiming their vaults are empty and they're basically broke peasants themselves. The smartest aristocrat of the bunch thinks the MC actually has a brain, but is being insanely naive to think these leeches are gonna open their wallets willingly. Changing his mind fast, that same rich guy starts seeing the MC as a massive fool for poking the bear, deciding that since Ren started this fight publicly, the only way out is to politically destroy him. He steps directly to the MC, bluntly telling Ren that his armed raid on the casino was completely illegal, going against the Caledoriel Empire's active laws. Cueing off that, the whole nobility in the room starts throwing a fit, yelling that a newcomer lord has no right to stomp all over imperial laws. In this uproar, the noble in blue stands out by backing up the speech, screaming that Master Adrian is totally right and the MC's move was a massive violation. The yelling goes wild, as everyone claims the betting house is a perfectly legal business and the new ruler can't just do whatever he wants. Feeling victorious in his head, Adrian sneers at the young master, thinking how green he still is, and completely completely incapable of playing high society's game of interests. Unfazed, the MC mocks the situation, pointing out that when it's time to help the city, everyone cries broke, but they get real sharp when it's about defending their own perks. Dropping the hints, the MC warned he knows all about their dirty hands in that gambling ring, but out of pure kindness, he'll give them one last shot at redemption. He finishes the warning by ordering them to surrender immediately, giving a low-key signal for his soldiers to take strategic spots around the hall. Putting his foot down, Adrian threatens that if Grand Duke Gardelian hears about this abuse of power, he won't go easy on his son, firing up the other nobles to tell Ren to back off and stop starting trouble. Ren just laughs sarcastically at their audacity, mentioning that since they love debating laws so much, he's gonna love playing this little game. With a sharp look, he decrees that tonight's main agenda will in fact be the strict delivery of justice. Always 10 steps ahead, our MC orders the guards to drag in 2 pretty badly beaten prisoners who will serve as the perfect witnesses for this whole setup. Instantly, a chill runs down Adrian's spine the moment he recognizes the guys who just walked in. Freaking out internally, he asks himself how the heck those dudes ended up alive in the enemy's hands. Without breaking eye contact, Ren casually asks if Adrian happens to be buddy-buddy with this duo of thugs. Trying to keep up his innocent act, Adrian swears up and down he's never seen those faces in his life, harshly questioning the reason for this little theater. Calmly downplaying the whole thing, the MC tells him not to panic, mentioning that the 2 guys just tried to send him to the lobby earlier that same day. He then reveals that the goon duo confess they work under the orders of a massive big shot, someone capable of sweeping any crime in the region under the rug. Because of that, the MC suggests temporarily cutting the 2 prisoners loose right in the middle of the party. All of this just to see if they can point a finger and spot their real master among all the VIP guests here. Meanwhile, the other vassals start shaking in their boots, shocked that someone actually had the guts to plan an attack on House Edgar's young heir. Sweating bullets, Adrian realizes that if those 2 spill the beans and expose the truth, his entire bloodline goes straight down the drain. To hide his panic, Adrian fakes an unstoppable rage, grabs a sharp blade from the table, and lunges full force at the 2 tied-up criminals. Screaming that he's outraged by such disrespect toward the Lord, he uses this dramatic excuse to act fast. Giving 0 time for anyone to react, he slices both their necks, sending them straight to the lobby under the guise of justice, when in reality, he was just executing a perfect cover-up to save his own skin. This desperate move leaves the whole room in absolute shock, since nobody there figured the old man was capable of such brutality in front of everyone. Wiping his hands clean, Adrian bows to Ren and offers a sincere apology, claiming he acted purely out of anger over such an unacceptable crime. With that cynical smirk we all know too well, the MC just watches the guy's desperation. Mocking the noble's supposed heroism, the MC praises the speed of his improvised justice, making the old man say thanks in relief, fully believing he tricked the kid. To everyone's horror, the MC decides it's time to bring out the main prisoner of the day, saying he's curious if there are any other super loyal and helpful nobles in the room. Then, the new captive walks into the hall screaming his lungs out, demanding the mere peasants get their hands off him right now. Shocking absolutely no one, the prisoner is Versailles himself, the casino's golden boy, still barking loud and promising his dad will send everyone to the upper room the second he's free. Right then, Adrian's legs give out, seeing his precious boy tied up, finally realizing why his heir was missing without a trace all day. The arrogant brat yells and puffs his chest without even noticing his dad standing right behind him, looking panicked, glaring at the MC and demanding to know how he had the nerve to arrest his goons. Totally clueless, Verzellu calls the MC insolent and swears that once he's free, he'll lock up and torture our hero. Honestly, we can only laugh here, because the kid's dad is right behind him watching the stupidity show, proving that common sense completely skipped that family. Facing so much audacity, the MC decides to poke the bear and asks if he doesn't just want to send him to the lobby, but actually have fun torturing him too. Full of attitude, Verzellu confirms it all, and even brags that nobody in Aslan has the power to stop him. Laughing arrogantly, the playboy looks the MC dead in the eye and declares his fate is going straight to the upper room. In response, the MC bursts out laughing and starts ironically clapping, saying bravo, bravo. With total mockery, he mentions he's never met someone so brave and yet so clueless about danger. Glancing right after at the oldest man in the room, the MC tosses the question out. Don't you agree, Mr. Adrian? That's when Verzellu finally decides to look back and comes face to face with his own dad. Convinced the cavalry arrived, the spoiled kid starts laughing even louder, mocking that the MC is completely screwed now. In that empty head of his, he thinks the MC has no idea who the big shot that just arrived is, and the playboy gets ready to puff his chest and drop his dad's name. Cutting off the second-hand embarrassment, Adrian lets out an ear-piercing scream, telling his son to shut his mouth immediately. Completely lost, Frozelu doesn't get it at all and asks his dad why he's reacting so stressed out. Panic instantly hits the dad, who rushes at his son, grabs his head, and shoves it straight into the floor, demanding he kneel on the spot. With a shaking voice and pure terror in his eyes, Adrian begs, "Master Rain, please, hear my plea. My son is just a foolish, naive boy. Spare his life." Trying to guarantee his bloodline's survival, the guy swears he's ready to hand over his entire fortune and all his assets. Only then does a single gear turn in Versalu's brain, finally remembering a recent conversation. His own dad had warned him that Master Rain, the Grand Duke's third son, was coming to town to take charge, and the plan was to buddy up to him for prestige. Connecting the dots on the massive mess he's in, the guy looks at the MC in shock and asks if he's really the Grand Duke's heir. The MC keeps up his absolute boss energy and claps back super calmly, asking why else he would have an entire squad of elite soldiers escorting him. Seeing that it's officially game over, Versalu faceplants into the floor and starts desperately begging for the young lord's forgiveness. Even more terrified knowing the sheer stupidity could cost everyone's head, Adrian pleads for Master Rain to give his family a second chance. Together, father and son swear unconditional loyalty, placing their own lives and the fate of their clan completely in the MC's hands. Jumping on the chance, the MC lays down the rules of the game and warns that if they really want redemption, they gotta hand over every single gold coin they illegally made recently. Relieved by the apparent mercy, Adrian thanks him non-stop and promises he'll get it done ASAP, finally feeling safe from the worst-case scenario. However, glancing over and spotting City Lord Eldrick, an idea pops into Adrian's head. To lock in his total redemption, he needs to expose the massive secret that traitor is hiding under the rug. Turning to the young master, the noble drops a bombshell about Lord Eldrick, claiming the guy is actively plotting against the Grand Duke and even reached out to foreign allies to pull off the treason. Faced with such a direct accusation, Eldrick feels the floor drop from under him and almost loses his cool from sheer shock. With a cold stare, the MC just turns to Adrian and mentions he meant to spare him, but since he dared to spread lies about the esteemed city lord, this verbal treason won't slide. Without hesitating, our hero orders his guards to send them all to the lobby, officially ending Adrian's whole family line. Watching this wild twist from the front row, Eldrick has to hold back from laughing out loud in pure satisfaction. In his head, everything is going exactly as planned, proving that the Edgar family's young heir is nothing but a foolish, impulsive kid who's super easy to play. Eldrick soaks up his moment of glory, walking up to the MC to heavily praise his quick judgment and solid actions. Flexing his best poker face, the villain goes out of his way to swear up and down that his loyalty to the MC and the Grand Duke is unbreakable, promising he'd never even dream of staging any kind of revolt. With a friendly smile, Rain replies that he completely trusts his word and he shouldn't stress over this nonsense. Our protagonist, behind that friendly mask, already triggered his system's features and is thoroughly scanning Eldrick's real intentions. Even though the MC pretends to buy it, he actually knows full well that every single word is just a cheap act. A few hours later, we find the MC properly settled in his office, leaning over a massive stack of tax papers. Out of nowhere, one specific file grabs his attention, revealing that the local nobles literally blew through about 100,000 gold coins, an amount equal to 2 whole years of Aislin's taxes. All this exhausting reading gets interrupted by Leah's arrival, walking in with some hot black tea to refresh her boss. Taking a sip of the drink, the MC sparks up a chat and asks if his assistant has any clue how much that local nobility lives blowing cash on luxury and eating the absolute best at the people's expense. Instead of focusing on the rich guy's feast, Leah shows she's worried about more serious stuff and asks what he plans to do about Adrian's heavy accusations. She knows that if the rumors about Lord Eldrick's treason are legit, the MC's physical safety is at massive risk. Cracking a chill smile, our hero tells Leah to relax and points out the secret isn't panicking, but acting fast. Knowing perfectly well the corrupt lord is plotting a coup, the MC makes it clear he can't burn himself by getting his hands dirty right now. Intrigued by the mystery, his loyal sidekick asks why they can't make a more aggressive move against the traitor. The MC stands up, does a basic stretch, and explains he still doesn't know who the mastermind behind Eldrick's moves in Aslan is. Being in the danger zone while the real enemies hide in the shadows means any rushed move would make things genuinely ugly. Because of that, the perfect plan is to keep letting the rivals think he's just a spoiled, dumb, and gullible heir, buying precious time to investigate everything quietly. Cutting to the next scene, the story drops us right inside a massive, lavish mansion. Inside, we find a legit discount Gandalf throwing a fit and screaming that this whole situation is an unacceptable insult. Showing the behind the scenes, we see Eldrick meeting with Malcolm, the Mage Guild master. Playing the nice diplomat, the city lord asks the grumpy master to chill, making excuses that young Rain is just trying to show off for his dad, even if it's a bit clumsy. Completely ignoring the excuses, Malcolm warns that the administrator doesn't need to take sides, let alone bow to the kid's tantrums. Wrapping it up perfectly, the proud mage claims even the Grand Duke himself owes their guild respect, since they aren't mere peasants to take disrespect. Listening to the arrogant speech, Eldrick mentally savors the moment, celebrating the success of his plan to drag the powerful Mage Guild right into the middle of this clash. The villain mocks his eyes on the MC's damn labor recruitment notice, pointing to that paper as the root cause of all the region's drama. Fired up by the venom, Malcolm stomps his foot, claiming that attitude is absolute insolence, and promises he'll sort this mess out with Rain personally. As the trap snaps shut, Eldrick celebrates inside, predicting that by picking a fight with the OP mages, the young heir will end up totally isolated with zero political backing in the region. Our hero, meanwhile, stays focused on his own business inside his office while the snakes plot. With a slight wave of nostalgia, he thinks about how much he misses the good old days, when his only worry was drafting formulas and sketching crazy mechanical engineering projects. Ruining his brief moment of peace, Leah rushes into the office to announce the Magic Guild leader's VIP visit, who's demanding an immediate meeting for super urgent matters. Surprised by the random visit, the MC tries to remember exactly who runs that guild before giving the green light for the guest to come in. The second the old man steps through the door, things get heated with a harsh, direct demand about what all this audacity means. Totally confused, our hero asks what he's talking about, making Malcolm lose his temper and demand answers on why the MC purposely insulted the proud mages. Not understanding a single thing the old guy is saying, Ren asks what this supposed insult is, since he has zero clue when he allegedly offended the Wizard Guild. Because of that, the grumpy boomer tells the kid to stop playing dumb, reminding him he's the one who signed that recruitment letter. Ren doesn't even flinch and confirms he did, in fact, put out that document. The catch is, according to Malcolm himself foaming with rage, the paper made it crystal clear that applicants from the Wizard Guild would be instantly rejected, sounding like a direct slap in the face to their class. Hearing this, the MC starts silently wondering if even the wizards around here stoop so low as to take exhausting manual labor jobs. Completely furious, the grumpy old man threatens that if the MC doesn't give a damn good excuse, every single guild member will boycott the territory's services from now on. The MC acts fast and boots up his system to do a basic scan on the old man's profile and skills. Looking at the stats, he notices Malcolm's loyalty actually isn't that low, meaning the old dude was only acting up because someone got inside his head. Ren tries to cool things down, explaining it's all just a massive misunderstanding, cause he never meant to disrespect the guild, but he had 3 solid reasons to skip hiring wizards this time. For starters, the energy needed for the build would drain all their mana daily, causing a massive risk of delaying the project out of pure magic exhaustion. Secondly, the cash factor hits hard, since with the salary demanded by just 1 mage, they could easily hire 10 super experienced civilian workers. The third and final reason is that most wizards already live an easy, cozy life just by being in the guild, while regular civilians rely on every single gig just to avoid starving. Far from moved by the speech, Malcolm feels even more insulted and claps back, saying the young leader still doesn't get how the world works, since magic is the absolute law, and anyone without the talent is destined to live under the boots of sorcerers. Even agreeing that magic dictates the rules and power in this place, Ren makes it clear he refuses to accept this unfair reality. Because of that, he swears he's going to prove to everyone that wizards aren't any better or worse than any regular citizen. That statement makes Malcolm furious, demanding the kid take back what he said immediately, or else he'll turn the guild into his absolute worst enemy from now on. Keeping his cool, the MC warns Master Malcolm to be very careful with his tone, otherwise his own blood will be spilled to wash the nobility's honor. To prove he wasn't joking, the loyal Leah appears in the blink of an eye, already pressing a sharp blade against the terrified old man's throat. Gulping hard from the scare and completely changing his stance, Malcolm stutters, asking what this nonsense is, claiming there's no need for such hostility. Ren flashes a cynical smile, asking if this really looks like nonsense, and dares the old guy to test his luck, stating he could have his head chopped right there to see which noble core would dare punish the local lord. Shaking in terror, the guild leader realizes he's out of his depth, swallows his pride, and drops to his knees, begging the MC to forgive his massive insolence. Scanning the system data, Ren notes that even under heavy threat, Malcolm's loyalty didn't tank, proving the old man was just being played like a puppet by some mastermind behind the curtains. With that in mind, the MC orders Leah to back off with the blade, but gets interrupted by the sudden pop-up of a system notification. Then, the virtual message chimes in that the beginner's quest was completed successfully, maxing out his investigation skill and unlocking a chest full of rewards. Relieved, Ren mentally celebrates finishing this boring core and can barely hold back his hype over the sweet loot. Right as there's a monster's notation pops on screen, the MC must now recruit 5 allies with cracked combat or intelligence stats, while new interface features get unlocked. Outside the mansion, the terrified guildmaster is walking away, still shaking from the scare he just went through. That's when he gets stopped by the region's corrupt lord, as Eldrick pops up out of nowhere, super curious to know if the plan to pressure the MC worked. Super frustrated, Malcolm reveals the reception was garbage, cause the young lord not only shrugged off his demands but almost sent him to the lobby right then and there. Thinking on his feet, Eldrick swears he's got a perfect plan in mind, something that'll force the young heir to come crawling back, begging for Malcolm's help. The villain whispers his intentions, explaining that the local peasants are definitely gonna boycott Ren's construction sites, leaving the young noble with no choice but to hire the guild's mages. Not getting the logic, Malcolm asks why the civilians would pass on the job since the MC's cash offer is insanely generous for the region's standards. Eldrick just laughs at his ally's innocence, arguing that those people are naturally lazy and settled, and Master Ren is gonna get a reality check when he realizes nobody there wants to do heavy lifting. Skeptical, Malcolm pushes back, saying that theory makes zero practical sense. At the end of the day, civilians gotta eat, and even though he's pissed at the MC, Malcolm doesn't see any solid reasons to sabotage his own city's development. Pushing his manipulation, Eldrick tells the old man to open his eyes, claiming the poor stay in the mud out of pure laziness and zero drive to plant or hunt for their own survival. Because of that, he asks why on earth these people would help Ren build a structure as complex as a dam if they don't even try hard enough to get their daily bread. Faced with those points, Malcolm ends up going quiet, lowers his head, and agrees to join in on the dirty scheme pitched by the shady noble. Meanwhile, over at the Central Plaza, a huge crowd forms around the notice board to check out the new decree posted by the MC. Chatter instantly takes over the spot as the peasants review the job offer, which promises 3 huge meals a day and a daily wage of 10 copper coins for whoever helps build the dam. Doubting everything, one of the peasants warns the group it's too good to be true, claiming nobles are always running this scam, and if they slip up, they'll end up kicking the bucket without seeing a single penny. Right then, a firm voice echoes across the plaza demanding nobody dare drag Mr. Ren's name through the mud. With serious guts, Lillian steps up and yells to the crowd, swearing the boss spoke directly to her and is genuinely dedicated to bringing a better life to everyone in the village. But instead of taking the girl seriously, the locals just start mocking and laughing right in her face. Completely unbothered by the jokes, the girl walks with determination straight to the sign-up table, while her dad tags along closely, whispering if she might have a crush on the young lord. Playing dumb to dodge her dad's questions, the girl greets the guard at the table and asks to sign them both up for the construction job. The soldier checks out the 2 candidates and confirms the dad meets the requirements, but warns that unfortunately she can't join. Feeling robbed, Lillian asks why she's getting rejected, promising she has more than enough energy to carry whatever weight is needed. In response to her protest, the guard explains that Master Ren strictly banned anyone under 18 from working, and if he disobeys, his own neck will be on the chopping block. Shifting his focus to the girl's dad, the soldier confirms he's approved and lays out the rules: an 8-hour daily shift, guaranteed food, and 10 copper coins paid every day at quitting time, just needing a thumbprint to start tomorrow. With everything settled, Lillian begs her dad to do his best and not throw the shot away, getting a promise back that he'd never step foot near a betting table again. Right after, he also asks his daughter to head home soon to take care of her sick mom, who can barely get out of bed for her daily chores. Moved by hearing about the family's rough situation, the officer calls them back before they can walk away. So, the soldier asks if he heard right about his wife being sick, getting a sad nod from the worker, who is totally confused by the sudden curiosity. That's when the guard explains that Master Ren decreed that workers' families get free housing in the new dorms at the construction site, making the guy's eyes go wide in pure shock. To make it clear, the guard explains this setup will act as a temporary home with all the necessary support as long as the dam construction lasts. Deeply moved, the worker can barely hold back his happiness, remembering the daily nightmare it would have been to carry his weak wife back and forth. The guy is so overwhelmed with gratitude that he drops to his knees to say thanks, but the guard quickly tells him to get up and promises to send a wagon to move their stuff to the new place. Witnessing that touching scene, the rest of the crowd finally realizes the new lord's offer wasn't just cheap talk. Because of that, a massive line quickly starts forming in front of the board to lock in those applications. Next up, we're taken back to the MC's office, where he's locked in trying to decode the new alerts floating on his holoscreen. The system unexpectedly congratulates him on the win, revealing his special prize is a detailed blueprint for a modern lithium iron phosphate battery. Super confused by this random drop, the guy mutters, asking if this is a joke. He gets so furious that he starts yelling at the system, asking what the hell this high-tech gear is good for without a compatible electric generator, sarcastically wondering if he's supposed to wait for a lightning strike to charge it. Ignoring the user's meltdown, the panel just updates the new quest objectives, focusing on recruiting 5 local prodigies for his personal army. His eyes on the closest options, the MC considers investing first in leveling up his loyal assistant Leah, but checking her stack sheet closely, he realizes the girl has already hit the max ceiling of her physical limits, leaving zero room for immediate upgrades. Faced with this cap, he figures the only real play is to take a tour around the village to sniff out some hidden gems. However, his train of thought gets brutally cut off by urgent knocking on his office door. It's Leah announcing Lillian's visit, who rushes in bringing the news that a weird vibe took over the construction site, leaving all the workers completely sluggish and spaced out. This sudden drop of info leaves the MC super intrigued and on high alert. Cutting over to the build site, Lillian is seen giving her dad a massive scolding for dropping his tools yet again. With a slurred voice, the old man swears up and down he isn't slacking, explaining that some unexplained fatigue took over his body since dawn, hitting almost every other worker in the sector. Losing patience, the girl starts chewing out the whole group, accusing them of trashing the golden opportunity the young lord handed them. One of the guys yawns from sleepiness and tries to defend himself, saying it's not on purpose but a bizarre weakness just drained everyone's energy without warning. Also, an older dude suggests their bodies felt a sudden shock from being inactive for so long, while another worker thinks a good night's sleep would fix it all. Annoyed by the excuses, Lillian demands they cut the crap, insisting the so-called fatigue epidemic is nothing but collective laziness. Right at that moment, the MC pops up on the horizon to check out exactly what the heck is actually going on there. Walking closer, his eyes lock straight onto the girl's dad, who has already collapsed on the ground in a deep sleep. Once he boots up his diagnostic scan, the young lord spots an active magical anomaly, confirming it's a nasty fatigue curse. Turning to the panicked girl, he clarifies that this sleepiness has nothing to do with physical exhaustion or some common illness. In reality, everyone there got hit by some dark magic. And just like that, everything changed, taking the whole situation into a way more tense and alarming direction. Suddenly, it all makes perfect sense, since Eldrick was trying to convince Master Malcolm to use his shadow powers to sabotage the workers with this plague. This also explains why the old man was so reluctant at first, because he fully knew that pulling this move was straight-up criminal cheating. Faced with this chaos, the MC decides to keep a cool head and take a deep breath. At that moment, he decides to pull out his secret geological mapping tool, which he originally planned to save only for the later stages of the project. This was his ace in the hole, kept exactly for when the dam's foundation was totally solid. Instantly, the system interface starts breaking down how this terrain scanning feature actually works. Thanks to this upgrade, the user can scan the soil's hardness, rare ore deposits, water flow, and rock formations of any selected area. Wasting zero time, the MC gives the green light to start the deep scan all around the site. While the virtual radar sweeps a 10-kilometer radius, the kid mentally mourns the lack of iron or crude oil deposits until a weird glow on the map catches his eye, making him order everyone to stop digging. He tells one of the guys to dig in that exact specific spot, and the worker, even completely drained, pushes through for one last effort to obey. Actually, what they pull to the surface is a mysterious ore that glows with some crazy energy, sparking fear among the peasants that they just woke up some ancient underground force. Checking out the loot, Leah is blown away by her master's magic sensitivity, since the crystal's glow was so faint it slipped right past even her own sharp senses. So, the MC tells them to finish digging up the mystery crystal and lock the artifact up super carefully in a secure chest. Right after he turns to his assistant and asks what the standard local procedure is to break this kind of hex. In response, the girl explains that tradition says you gotta seek purification at the nearest chapel or, in worse cases, drop a fortune on a famous local sorcerer. The MC, on the flip side, clearly gets annoyed just hearing about relying on mages, making his preference for the local clergy super obvious. Having that settled, he tells Lillian to tag along immediately, carrying her knocked-out dad toward the parish, leaving the girl on edge after getting confirmation that her old man really walked into a magic trap. Ren assures her there's no reason to worry, cause the guys responsible are gonna pay for what they did. Shortly after, he arrives at the church and runs into a nun, known around town as a saint. The woman greets him with a warm smile, welcoming him in. Always cautious, the MC immediately asks his system to scan the woman to check her stats. His goal is to get solid confirmation on her loyalty. Checking the data provided by the system, he figures out she isn't human but actually an elf saint. With a soft and gentle voice, the elf introduces herself. She says her name is Yuria, the saint of that church, and asks how she can help the young man. Ren points at Lillian's dad and explains he got hit by a curse, asking if she could help. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that, according to the system, her loyalty seems solid, making it worth letting her examine the guy. Stepping closer, Yuria gets ready to analyze the situation with the MC's permission. She triggers her magic, the Holy Gaze, exposing the traces of the curse's energy. Activating her power, a bright glow shines from her eyes. This light expands, brightening up the whole room around them. After a detailed scan, Yuria confirms Ren's suspicion. The man is actually cursed. Because of that, Ren asks if she can purify or remove that curse. Without hesitation, Yuria raises her hands to focus her magic energy. A glowing sphere starts forming right in front of Lillian's dad, looking like a tiny sun because of its brightness. With a quick motion, she shoots the sphere at the guy, instantly wiping out the curse. The man feels immediate relief and claims he feels brand new, ready to tackle all that piled up work. Giving him a heads up, Ren tells him not to rush, since there'll be time to start over now that the issue is fixed. Then, he turns to Yuria. He shows her the box holding the crystal found at the construction site and asks if she recognizes the item. After examining the thing, Yuria explains it's a dark magic crystal, a common type, but it gathered a massive amount of mana to keep the curse running non-stop. She points out that, despite everything, it isn't a deadly curse, just a super annoying one. Yuria notes the crystal's creator has enough power to make it lethal, but chose to only cause extreme exhaustion, showing the goal was just to delay the build. Intrigued, Ren asks if crafting an item like this is complicated. The saint replies that for a high-level mage, the process is easy, allowing them to craft these crystals daily to hide on site without drawing eyes. Ren asks her how she even knows about the construction project. Explaining herself, Yuria says that since the project helps the civilians, it was only natural she'd know. She adds that thanks to Ren creating jobs, the demand for church aid dropped, cause more people are working now. In silence, Ren thinks to himself he'll need to deal with whoever is behind this sabotage. Getting back to the chat, he asks Yuria if there's a way to clear these crystals out of the whole site all at once. Yuria replies that it's tough, since finding the current crystal was pure luck that might not happen twice. Plus, focusing only on the search would ruin the construction's progress. Ren figures the only real option left is to confront Malcolm face to face. She adds that she knows someone who can fix this mess, though she warns the person has a pretty weird temper and asks if he wants to pay her a visit. Right after Range and Leia show up outside this person's house, which looks a whole lot like a huge mansion. Checking out the place, Ren realizes it's the home of Lady Celine, the former head of the Wizard Guild. He acknowledges he needs her cooperation while scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Leia spots danger coming from above right before Ren gets hit. Moving fast, Leia shoves him out of the way, keeping both of them safe. They realize the whole thing was actually an explosion. At first, they can't figure out what caused the blast. A voice echoes from inside, demanding to know why the experiment failed. And that's where it gets crazy. A super powerful figure steps out of the shadows. She declares she won't accept failure and will keep trying, even if it puts the whole city of Iceland at risk. Upon introducing themselves to Celine, Ren lays out what he needs, but the witch shuts him down right away. She claims to be busy with research research involving a magic device. Curious, Ren asks about what kind of research it is and if this device is something like a magic wand. Celine scoffs at him, telling him not to show off his lack of knowledge with such shallow guesses. Annoyed by the disrespectful tone, Leah steps between them and warns Celine to watch her mouth. Celine stares closely at Leah and notices she's hiding a cracked amount of magic power, projecting her magic aura aggressively. Celine acts like she's testing Leah's resistance. Calling her an assistant, she states she'll only help her master after successfully finishing her research. Leah doesn't back down and, flaring up her own mana, claps back defiantly, suggesting she can teach Celine some manners if needed. The tension spikes as their magical forces clash heavily in the room. Sensing how serious things are getting, Ren steps in to chill Leah out, reminding her the goal here is getting help, not starting a brawl. With that, both of them soften up their stances. In an attempt to change the subject, Ren points at a table full of weird objects and asks if they are part of the magic device experiments. Celine sighs, admitting Ren at least recognized the items. She confirms their failed attempts at making the device. Sparking electricity magic in her hand, Celine explains she's trying to build a gadget to store electric energy, but still hasn't figured out how to make it stable. Ren shows genuine surprise at that reveal. He asks if her goal is really a device capable of storing electricity. Celine nods, explaining that the flaws cause those explosions they saw earlier. Looking tired, she asks them to leave so she can rest and get back to work. Stubborn, Ren doesn't budge an inch. He offers a deal. If he teaches her how to build an efficient device to store electricity, she agrees to help them with the Wizard Guild. Celine glares at him dead serious and tells him not to joke about important stuff. He doubles down, swearing he's dead serious, and lays out the deal officially. Celine stands tall and accepts the terms. She adds that if he pulls this off, she won't just fix the Malcolm problem, but will also guarantee the whole guild backs the young master. Flexing her power to show she means business, she warns that if he fails, she won't be held responsible for what happens to his safety. The scene cuts to the outside area, where Ren already gathered all the materials, having built what looks like a battery prototype. In his mind, he thinks about how viable the plan is. Without any immediate mechanical or hydraulic generators, the wizards could temporarily act as electric power sources. Ren turns to Celine, letting her know the prototype is done exactly to spec. Celine shows some skepticism, claiming that regular magic stones wouldn't handle the charge and would just blow up under her magic, telling her to stay calm. Ren mentions the device's estimated capacity is around 180 kilovolts. He suggests she run a field test to check out the battery's resistance. Still doubting him, Celine decides to test the gear out. She channels her electric magic straight into the battery. Seeing the device stay perfectly intact while storing the energy, she looks super surprised by how stable it is. With a chill tone, Ren mentions that amount of energy isn't even half of the battery's total capacity. Annoyed by the teasing, Celine decides to pump a massive charge of her magic to test the gadget's limits. After a few seconds of non-stop effort, she steps back, feeling totally wiped out. She asks, completely shocked, how the device managed to absorb such a cracked amount of power. Calmly, Ren checks the system indicators right next to the battery. The system shows the charge hit 87%. Ren figures the stored energy would be enough to power an electric car for a solid distance, comparing Celine's output to a high-efficiency battery. He concludes she's a pretty badass source of usable energy. With total confidence, he messes with the connections to get the final readings. Celine watches him closely and with a lot of suspicion during the whole thing. She asks if the young master also has the ability to manipulate electric energy. Ren replies that, besides using it, he plans to bring electric power access to the entire city of Iceland. Celine looks completely stunned at the idea of making this kind of energy available to everyone so easily. Flexing a bit, Ren claims to have even more advanced tech than the battery he just showed off. He offers to show her a world where energy is in everyone's hands if she decides to team up with him. Celine thinks it over, blown away by the vision of a world with those kinds of possibilities. Later on, the scene shifts over to the old wizard's fancy mansion. Sitting there, Malcolm figures Ren is gonna come crawling to him for help real soon. But then he gets cut off by a familiar voice, and looking up, he comes face to face with Celine. Celine walks into the room and calls out Malcolm's audacity for plotting against the young master. Intimidated, Malcolm stutters while trying to put together an answer. She aggressively demands he explain exactly what tricks he used to sabotage the construction site. Warning him that her patience is running thin, she tells him not to drag out the explanation. Terrified, Malcolm decides to spill the beans on what happened. He admits he led the Mage Association by claiming Lord Ren was looking down on them, firing up the group's anger. Spilling everything, he reveals he ordered the cursed crystal to be made and used teleportation magic to bury it right under the site. The The wizard claims his only goal was to force Ren to apologize and beg for the mage's help, swearing he didn't have any darker motives. Pissed off, Celine calls him a fool and points out he didn't even realize he was being played like a puppet by someone else. Clueless, Malcolm asks who exactly is pulling his strings. Running completely out of patience for this clown show, Celine decides to end it and orders Malcolm to gather the rest of the mages right now. The guy, all clumsy and scared to death, just runs out of there saying he got the message loud and clear. Right after our mage gets her cool back and pulls out a magic communication card. Basically that classic medieval smartphone of fantasy worlds. At the exact moment she triggers the item, the MC's projection pops up floating, and she takes the chance to say she already cleaned house and fixed the drama with the Mage Association. The MC wastes no time and drops a solid thank you for having his back. Riding that wave, Celine asks if he wants her to take care of that scumbag Eldrick too, making it clear she can wipe the guy off the map without leaving a single trace. Laughing at the offer, the MC says he doesn't need anything that extreme, since the little villain is just a small fish. Actually, he plans to use the corrupt lord as the perfect bait to hook an even bigger shark. Because of that, the mage respects his call and lets him know that since her mission is done, she's already heading back. Right before hanging up, she drops a hint and asks when they're gonna kick off that project he mentioned, insisting he better not forget her when the time comes, assuring her she's definitely in. The MC promises to keep her in the loop, but takes the moment to remind Celine to get her squad of mages to charge that runic battery to the max. Dripping with confidence, she tells him he can already consider it done. Cutting over to the scumbag city Lord Eldrick's room, we see him still whispering with that same mysterious hooded guy. All tense, Eldrick mentions young Lord Rain just took full control of the Mage Association and asks what the next move is, but the hooded dude tells him to chill, saying that besides the old witch Celine, the rest of that guild is just a bunch of useless mid-tiers. Always keeping his eyes on the prize, the mystery guy tells the Lord to forget the mages, warning that their real headache is that sketchy dam project they barely know anything about. With a worried tone, the guy explains that if this dam actually works and the young lord manages to give the locals a decent life, things are gonna go south real fast for them. Because of that, they need to sabotage the plan at all costs. But Eldrick flashes a cynical smile and guarantees he's already set the perfect trap to blindside the young lord. Flexing pure arrogance, the corrupt lord reveals he pulled some strings behind the scenes and pressured the nobles running the grain stash to skyrocket the prices, exactly like he wanted. Curious about the play, the hooded man asks if the lord is really that sure these nobles will stick with him till the end. Eldrick confidently explains that even though young Lord Rain made those rich folks lose a ton of cash at the banquet, he's now handing them the perfect chance to make it all back with heavy interest. To him, that rotten nobility might backstab an ally for convenience, but they'd never in a million years pass up a chance to line their own pockets. Laughing at the whole thing, Eldrick bets heavy that the young lord doesn't have enough funds in the vault to cover the insane costs of the dam until it's finished. So, the odds are the project's gonna tank and he'll fall flat on his face before even seeing the build done. Taking a quick jump in the story, we're thrown right into the crowded city market where an ugly, overweight merchant running the grain stall is screaming his lungs out, telling anyone broke to get the hell out of there. Right after we spot our fearless Lillian knocked down on the dirt, always a fighter and never holding back, she clashes with the merchant, calling out this massive price hike as pure robbery, since yesterday 2 bags of food cost a single coin, and today the guy wants 2 gold coins for just 1 bag. Completely out of patience and sick of the lecture, the stall owner tells her to shut her mouth, making it clear the goods are his and he sets whatever price he wants, so if she's broke, she better go cry somewhere else. A quick flashback hits the girl about her chat with Rain, where she super excitedly asked to be in charge of buying supplies, promising to haggle hard to save every single penny for the MC, who trusted her word and gave her the green light. Snapping back to the present chaos with the poor girl still sitting in the dirt, Lillian yells and calls the merchant a greedy crook, asking if he isn't even a little scared that Rain will find out about this whole circus. With a sarcastic smirk, the merchant mocks her by asking if she's talking about the so-called young master, scoffing at what some kid could possibly do against supposedly honest workers like them. To wrap up his mockery perfectly, the guy whispers that this price spike is their once-in-a-lifetime chance to get filthy rich, and no merchant around here is gonna let that slide. Leaving the market drama behind, the camera now shifts over to the local church's massive temple. Inside, Saint Uria is seen chatting with one of her subordinates, complaining how human greed is just crossing every acceptable line. It's crazy that the price of food literally tripled in just a 3-day span, which is total nonsense. crossing her arms looking super worried. The disguised elf vents that their current food stash won't last long at all, and the people are gonna starve, with zero chance of surviving the harsh winter coming up. Faced with this crisis, she hands a heavy coin pouch to her loyal follower and tells her to rush out and secure as many supplies as possible while she tries to dig into who's pulling the strings on this boycott. Shocked by the bag's weight, the young assistant points out the amount is insanely high and normally they wouldn't even need a third of that to stock the pantry. Keeping her authority, the saint tells her not to question it and just get the job done, trying to haggle for the fairest price, which makes the girl nod right away. But right when she was about to turn around and handle her orders, an unexpected movement brutally cuts their chat short. The one walking into the room is the super cute Leah, making her presence known as always. Right at her heels, our boy the MC steps in, already calling out for the religious leader with a real suspicious smirk on his face. Skipping the small talk, the guy gets straight to the point. With that look of someone who has a foolproof plan up his sleeve, he asks if our dear saint would be down to lock in a highly profitable business partnership. Catching a whiff of trouble, the saint immediately gets suspicious and asks what kind of business he wants to talk about. He flashes that smile of someone holding all the cards, telling her to relax, mentioning there's no need to be so tense during negotiations, and casually ends his pitch by calling her Miss Elf. Quickly, the saint's expression drops and her glare gets even more guarded, claiming that's complete nonsense, since they're deep in human territory and there aren't any elves around here. With complete calm, the MC tries to chill the saint out, explaining she doesn't need to keep her guard up, cause he already knows she's an elf and has zero evil plans against her people. Reading the room, but wanting to dodge that topic like the plague, she changes the subject fast and asks once and for all what young Master Rain wants to deal. Locking his eyes on the bags of food, our protagonist keeps it real and says his focus right now is supplies. Apologizing right after, she warns him he'll have to forgive her, but this whole supply thing might be completely out of her hands. Intrigued by the answer, Rain asks why she'd say something like that. Because of that, the saint explains that all the food in Iceland is hoarded by the four main noble families, who've run the region for over a century and built a hardcore monopoly on the grain trade, dictating prices however they please. With a somewhat defeated tone, the saint adds that his massive flex at the banquet a few days ago ended up spooking some real heavy hitters. Feeling a bit curious, the MC asks if she really knows the city that well. Confirming it, the saint reveals she's lived around there for about 120 years, so she knows every alley and detail of the area, but drops a warning. If he hadn't destroyed the Edwin family at that dinner, they might have still been able to negotiate, but now things have totally gone sour. To make things worse, she explains the war and storms made food super scarce this year, and even with normal prices, her people would barely have enough for winter, meaning right now they're seriously screwed. Cutting over to another scene, the camera focuses on the front of a massive, luxurious mansion, right at the head of a giant table. The one calling the shots is Augustus Klein, the big boss of the Klein family. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, Augustus brags that thanks to the mayor's help, the big four families are stuffing their pockets with gold. Gathered around the table, the reps from the other three noble families nod instantly, saying the play was flawless. Soaking in the victorious vibe, Augustus raises his glass and calls for a triumphant toast. He celebrates in style, toasting to the mayor and wishing their deals keep bringing in rivers of cash. Suddenly, the door swings open, and a lackey rushes in to tell Augustus that young Master Rain sent a formal invite summoning the four bosses for a banquet. Spooked by the news, one of the nobles goes wide-eyed and asks if young Master Rain is actually inviting them for a free meal. Right after, he wonders if this is just a welcome dinner or if the Lord is coming to make them pay the piper. Worried about his own skin, he asks Augustus what the game plan is, since the goal is to get rich, not get sent to the lobby. Keeping up his slick vibe with a smirk, Augustus assures them there's no need to panic, reminding everyone the mayor gave the green light that hiking grain prices is totally legal, and as long as nobody provokes the young master, nobody's getting hurt. Oozing absolute confidence, Augustus explains that as long as the four families play together on the same team, young Master Rain won't be able to lay a finger on them. With massive swagger, he states that grain prices are set by the sellers, and not even the emperor himself has the power to stick his nose in it, let alone a duke's youngest kid. Feeling like the boss of the room, Augustus stands up to deliver that final speech, saying if they play their cards right now, their families will be set for life and filthy rich for the next 100 years. Meanwhile, he mentions the grain bag is going for 2 gold coins. But if young Master Rain tries to play tough, they can tank the price to a measly 5 copper coins just to break his legs if the kid pushes too hard. But Augustus drops a dead serious final warning, making it clear that if any of them chickens out and tries to jump ship, the payback is gonna be brutal. Faced with a threat, the nobles exchange tense looks and one steps up, swearing the group will stick together till the end. Right after, Augustus suggests they all go put on some formal wear, something real classy to impress the young master at dinner. Totally lost in the chat, one of the nobles is clueless and wonders why they need all this fuss just to change clothes. Over at Master Rain's mansion, the vibe is nothing but peace and quiet. We find the MC super relaxed right next to his loyal Leah. At that moment, one of his staff walks up and drops the tea that Lord Augustus and his whole squad of nobles just pulled up to the gate. Wasting no time, Rain orders them to bring the guests in and tells the kitchen crew to start rolling out the food. Seconds later, the noble quartet steps into the main hall, faking a humility they've never had in their lives. The suits pull off an etiquette-heavy bow to the host. Spotting their cheap act of playing simple from a mile away, Rain laughs on the inside, cause he knows their game and realizes these crooks still have a lot to learn from him. He brushes those thoughts aside and greets them cool as a cucumber, dropping that classic tease, asking why the city's wheat kings are looking so down. Like an old pro at deals, Lord Augustus changes the subject, saying he heard about young Master Rain's social project and they really want to help, with another noble chiming in that, under the boss's orders, they'll drop a massive load of grain from their stash for the lowest price, just to back the cause. Watching everything quietly from her corner, Leah smells the fake vibes from a mile away, but she knows she's got to hold back and not do anything stupid. Keeping up his calm face, Rain flashes that mocking smirk and replies that the support and kindness of these gentlemen truly touches his heart. He expresses his gratitude, thanking them for the volunteer help and everyone's patience. Diving into the main topic, he reveals the real reason for the dinner is cutting a grain deal, making Augustus quickly reply that he knows all about the headaches the young master's been having with food inflation. Faking a super dramatic cry, the noble swears up and down that charging 2 gold coins per bag is already a huge loss and a massive sacrifice for them. No one saw that coming. Rain flashes a slightly evil look and tells them they got it all wrong, cause starting tomorrow the order is to be ruthless and jack up grain prices to 4 gold coins a bag. With the whole room falling dead silent, disbelief hits the nobles hard, and Augustus stutters, asking if the young master's actually ordering them to charge 4 gold coins for wheat. Confirming the crazy move, Rain says that's exactly it, but with one tiny catch. He wants a 30% cut straight into his pocket, asking if the gents are down for the deal. In total shock, Augustus tries using the excuse that he's old and his hearing is bad, asking again if he heard right and if Rain really wants them to hike prices to 4 gold coins. Assuring the old guy his hearing is perfect, the MC confirms everything and tells him not to forget to split his 30% cut from that jackpot. Hearing that, Augustus starts frying his brain, since he always thought Rain was just a naive kid he could play however he wanted. However, reality was completely different, cause the young master was proving to be a top-tier strategist and his firm stance made the deal look like a walk in the park. Thinking to himself, the old guy figures if he knew the young lord was this greedy and open for business, he would have come over for a chat way sooner. Still, he spots a major bump in the road, since raising prices without an official government decree could spark a peasant riot, and they'd be the ones getting sent to the upper room. Deciding to risk it anyway, he thanks him for the partnership and asks when the MC plans to drop the announcement for the city. Rain drops the bomb that the papers are already signed and stamped with his family crest, and the second the banquet is over, the official notice hits the streets. But before wrapping up the chat, Rain hits them with a basic checkmate, warning that anyone who tries to pull a fast one starting tomorrow will meet the exact same tragic end the Edwin family did. Completely ignoring the threat of getting wiped out, the greedy elites are laughing it up and accept the deal, promising they'll follow orders perfectly and won't waste this golden shot handed by the MC. After the feast, the tycoons rush to an isolated corner to talk without anybody snooping around. Feeling the weight of the call, one of the nobles gets a bit nervous and asks if it wouldn't be smart to warn the mayor, cause after all, tripling grain prices instead of lowering them is a super crazy move. With zero patience for dumb questions, Augustus shuts his buddy down instantly. Shooing out his ally, he explains the more people know about the hustle, the smaller their slice of the pie gets, insisting this whole thing has to stay top secret so they can hoard all the cash. He makes his point crystal clear, blurting out that anyone who lets a chance like this slide is a total idiot and deserves to stay broke in the mud. Then, the suited noble confesses he's got butterflies in his stomach, admitting he's never seen such an easy mountain of cash, and it brings a bit of fear that things might backfire. Even scared, he ends up getting swayed by Augustus's smooth talk and swears he'll hold the line alongside the rest of the crew. Satisfied with the answer, Augustus flashes that confident smile and declares that from here on out, the squad is marching to the top together. However, they need to race against the clock before the small smaller outside merchants catch on to the play and decide to crash the party for profit too, since the upcoming mountain of cash is enough to drive anyone crazy. Meanwhile, over in young Rain's quarters, the vibe gets totally tense and heavy. Absolutely pissed, the Saint goes off on Rain, accusing the kid of being a massive traitor. Stepping right up to his face, she throws the promise he made about easing the people's hunger by lowering food prices right back at him. She demands to know what's going on, asking why the hell he's now teaming up with these scummy shop owners. Trying to put out the fire, Lillian jumps in and tells the Saint not to jump to conclusions, promising Rain is still gonna tank the prices like he said. But the elf isn't buying the excuses and questions how prices will drop if the Lord is in bed with the competition. Lillian keeps defending him, begging her to give him the benefit of the doubt, cause the master has an ace up his sleeve to fix this. Still suspicious down to her bones, the Saint decides to chill out for a second, even though she's still got major doubts in the back of her mind. Looking Rain dead in the eyes again, she asks if his actual plan is leading food prices through the roof. With a smirk on his face, the MC claims all this panic is nonsense, cause the inflation won't last long at all, and in under 2 weeks, the city's entire grain market is gonna crash in an epic way. Glaring at him, the Saint mocks Rain's youth and lack of street smarts, doubting he knows how the market works, and sneers that in her 200 years of living she's never seen bread prices drop after going up. He keeps his cool and throws a question back, asking Miss Saint if she thinks holding a knife to the noble's throats would drop the bag's price even 10 measly copper coins. Pushing back, the Saint says that even charging 2 gold, families still chipped in together just to eat crumbs, but hiking it to 4 gold, folks simply won't be able to pay and will end up heading back to the lobby early. He cuts her off, explaining the tragedy would be exactly the same. Charging 2 or 4 gold, the poor folks would still go hungry either way. Because of that, for Aslan's slum residents, 4 or 2 gold makes 0 difference, since their cruel fate would end up exactly the same. Spilling his real motives, the MC plans to sweep the legs out from under the idiot merchants and make prices collapse right on their heads, forcing the squad to eat the massive loss. With this, his endgame promises to be something way more devastating for those crooks. Actually, the goal is to make these nobles lose every last penny, their fancy mansions, and watch their entire lives crumble to dust. After 7 days of this financial game, the MC used his downtime to school Celine on how lithium iron phosphate batteries work, breaking down the whole charging process and ion movement, explaining that they sprint through the circuit to the negative pole, where they end up fusing with the carbon plates. He points out that electrons fly from the positive side to the outer circuit to the negative, keeping the chemical reaction perfectly balanced. Wrapping up the science lesson, he shows that during discharge, ions trace their path back through the electrolyte, sparking electricity, which leaves Celine totally shocked, commenting that this whole setup feels like wildly insane magic with how complex it is. Leah interrupts the science class, walking in serving a cup of tea, and lets him know Saint Yuria decided to show her face around there again. Muttering under his breath, the MC wonders if the elf doesn't have some weeds to pull back home, while Celine looks worried and warns that Aslan's wheat just hit a crazy 7 gold per bag, leaving the peasant's situation completely broken. Without giving the hero a second to breathe, Saint Yuria's voice echoes in the room demanding he follow through on lowering prices, explaining even the lower nobles are struggling to buy bread, and asks if he has any idea how much a basic bag of grain costs now. Ignoring the drama for a sec, the MC just turns to Liette and asks how many days ago the rate started climbing, getting confirmation that it's been exactly 1 week. He puts on a serious face and declares it's time for checkmate, sending those scammer shop owners packing. Sick of the mysteries, the Saint stomps her foot and demands he spill the plan once and for all, threatening to cut all ties between the elf clan and his lands if he keeps playing secrets. Pressured by the elf, Rain comes clean and reveals he kept it quiet so her panic would look legit and wouldn't tip off the nobles. But the grand finale is finally here. Starting the breakdown, Rain notes the rumor about wheat hitting 4 gold a bag was gonna spread no matter what, and asks Saint Yuria what else Islan is missing right now. Super confused by the question, she thinks for a bit, since in her head the city doesn't seem to be hurting for anything that specific. Clearing up the mystery, Rain drops the truth. What the city lacks isn't food itself, but actual competitors willing to sell those goods. Stunned by the massive reveal, Yuria goes wide-eyed. Slowly, the pieces start clicking, and her face shows she finally gets the sheer genius of his plan. With that, it all finally clicked for her. Right after Ren keeps up his hustle lesson, explaining that greed is humanity's weakest and most predictable trait, and no hungry merchant would ever pass up a golden ticket to line their pockets. Knowing the grain price had skyrocketed to an insane 4 gold coins per bag, Obviously, nearby merchants would swarm to Aslan like flies, dragging caravans packed with inventory. Upon stepping foot in town, these outsiders would have guaranteed buyers, the four filthy rich families themselves, who, driven by pure greed to control everything, would buy up every last bag. But Ren's masterstroke didn't stop there. At that point, he signals Leah, ordering her to scatter flyers packed with hot gossip through every alley in Iceland. It didn't hurt that the tea had to be super specific, claiming Saint Nuria herself, sick of seeing her people suffer under tyrant Ren, decided to bust open the church's secret stash. At the end of the day, this genius plan of ruining his own rep served a greater good, since the flyer guaranteed the church would sell a bag for just 1 gold coin. All they had to do was let the rumor spread like wildfire, and boom guys, the four noble family's grave was officially dug. Hearing that, Yuria is completely left speechless. The issue is, her stash is running on fumes and can't feed a whole crowd, especially because she needs to hoard those precious leftovers to save the elves during the brutal winter. Seeing all that panic, Celine loses it and starts laughing in the elf's face, thinking her vibe is purely naive, because in her mind, if she were the saint, she'd have flipped everything following Ren's plan, since whoever stalls when it's time to cash in ends up with empty pockets. Obviously, Yuria gets annoyed by Celine's mockery and tries to act detached, swearing up and down her people don't care about cash, just survival. But that's a problem, right, Saint? Without cash, how do you buy more food later? Looks like the crew still hasn't learned this basic rule of economics. Faced with this roadblock, our beloved MC steps in and promises the elf that if she trusts his play, she'll end up with triple the grain in her hands. Right as there's Citaline and tells her that locking down all the city exits so nobody bails is totally on her. Full of swagger, Celine thumps her chest and guarantees not even a slick merchant or a sewer rat is getting past her. A short while later, the scene shifts, and we find the MC locked in, carefully scanning some mystery paperwork. At the same time, Leah was pacing back and forth, biting her nails, seriously doubting if all this madness would actually work. She questions what the odds are of the rich elites holding the line and the elf saint ending up empty-handed with 0 grain bags to her name. Never breaking character, the MC stays totally chill with that smirk of someone holding the world in his palms. And then he drops the real breakdown, saying there are 2 kinds of hustles in this world: the under-the-table schemes and the blatant plays everyone sees coming. Knowing you can dodge a hidden strike, Ren explains that nobody escapes a blatant play, especially with heavy cash on the table, and he's dead sure that the second merchants see prices tanking, they'll trample each other to sell out before everything blows up. After all, in the business world, you snooze, you lose, and your wallet takes the hit. Skipping ahead in the scene. In this part, we stumble onto the elite circle of the 4 families gathered in a rush, debating the massive headache that popped up after one of them slapped the church flyer on the table, explicitly saying the saint decided to play charity and burn her stash for just 1 gold coin a bag. Obviously, this bombshell spread total panic in the room, making one of the nobles beg powerful Lord Augustus for a way out. It only just clicked for these airheads that they completely forgot to factor the church's power into their price control equation. Despite the desperate stares aimed at him, Augustus fakes it and stays calm, saying there's no need to panic, since in his logic, a little slum church's stash shouldn't last more than 3 days against the hungry crowd. With that genius idea, he orders his goons to rush over and buy up everything the church puts out, wiping their shelves clean in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, right at the temple gates, the crowd was already forming a mile-long line, everybody dying to secure lunch for a dirt-cheap price. The chatter was insane, and you could hear the yelling from a mile away, with folks shoving and begging for grain bags like there was no tomorrow. Naturally, the pushing only got worse and the chaos was almost spinning out of control. Then the soldiers step in on some keep it orderly people vibe, trying to hold back the hyped-up crowd. Amidst the chaos, one of the guards yells that all this charity came straight from the Pope, and this was just the first batch of many more to come. And hearing that promise, the crowd breathes a sigh of relief and chills out. But behind the curtains, our disguised elf was about to have a heart attack, thinking this whole theater was a limitless clown show, and her biggest fear was this lie blowing up so big that the gossip would cross the continent and reach the actual Pope. During her meltdown, more carts packed with grain kept rolling up, keeping the people fully stocked and relaxed, seeing food wouldn't run out, proving at the end of the day, our MC's trap was working flawlessly. As for the competition, things completely blew up and the merchants saw it was getting ugly, realizing in minutes that the little church just destroyed their monopoly and the losses would be legendary. Because of that, the panic hit hard and their reaction was instant. Then, one of the sellers already sweating bullets starts screaming in the plaza offering his bags for 95 silver coins, which for guys who were charging an insane 4 gold before, was a crazy fire sale. Faced with that, this inventory dump caught everyone off guard, making the crowd switch directions and run like crazy after the dude. Watching that stampede, the other merchants realize the jig is up and they gotta dance to the music, with one of them even screaming in panic, warning that the domino effect had started and they were all gonna have to drop their prices together. In a matter of minutes, the price war kicked off. One offered a bag for 88 silver, the other matched at 85, and this wild bidding war sent the grain value tumbling downhill with 0 breaks. Watching from the VIP seats up top, Ren just enjoys the perfect rollout of his play. Deep down, he already knew it all, cause it's the classic human greed playing against itself, since whoever slips up and hoards their stash will end up broke, and the panic of being stuck with dead inventory forces everyone to burn their stock at once. Looking at that mess, Leah does the math and realizes that, at this pace, the bag will drop back to 50 silver, which would give them the perfect budget to finish the dam on time. But Ren thinks way bigger and, giving his assistant a sweet pinch on the cheek with a mocking smirk, he tells her those calculations are way too modest. With that, he predicts that the second Augustus and his little squad of suits start panicking and dumping their stashes, wheat in this city is gonna be worth less than dirt on the floor. Still a bit doubtful, Leah asks if those rich guys would really have the guts to sell everything dirt cheap like the outsiders, since they bought the bags for 2 gold coins and taking that massive hit to the wallet would be way too painful. It's hard to believe a clique of nobles who always held hands would be capable of backstabbing each other that easily. Because of this, Ren decides it's the perfect moment to lock in the final terms with the elf, and calls Leia to go on that business stroll. Meanwhile, Augustus's mansion looked like a smoked-out anthill, with rich dudes pacing back and forth pulling their hair out while one of them frantically warns that outside competition is crushing prices without mercy. Others tried to convince themselves it was a lie, thinking it was impossible, since the whole city's grain stash was under their control. But what they didn't know is there was a heavy hitter pulling the strings behind the scenes. At that moment, a lackey runs in and confirms to Roland, Augustus's right-hand man, that the tea is real and things just got genuinely ugly. It finally clicked for Augustus then, realizing he got cornered in a surgical checkmate. To him, that move went way beyond business. It was a declaration of war designed exclusively to wipe his family's name off the map. While Roland demanded some reaction, Augustus went into a trance, trying to retrace Ren's brilliant step-by-step play in his head. First off, the young master artificially inflated prices in the Island region, sparking a wave of panic and sending wheat values straight to the roof. Right after using that insane profit as bait, he lured in outside merchants who came sprinting for a slice of the pie. Then, the second the competition stepped into town with full carts, the church dropped the low-price nuke under Ren's orders, spreading despair and forcing anyone holding inventory to scramble and burn prices before losing it all. The hit was so clean and ruthless that it left Augustus in shock at the size of the trap, while Roland wondered how someone could be so cold and calculated. Cutting through the chatter, Augustus tells everyone to shut up and announces he still has one last card up his sleeve to fight back. With that, the audience of elites leans forward, thirsty to hear the magic formula for salvation. He explains the church's stash won't last forever and will run dry soon, so the play would be to hold the line, keep the bags in the warehouse, and when the market dries up, go back to charging whatever price they want. Faced with this, he pitches a blood pact for nobody to sell anything right now to lock in profit later, but drops a heavy warning that whoever backstabs the crew and tries to sell in secret will sign their own doom. But despite the pretty speech, the air in the room stayed tense and full of suspicion. Trying to clear the vibe, Roland pretends to back the idea blindly and announces he's rushing home to lock his warehouses down tight. However, on the inside, Roland's brain was already frying. He knew he had to dump his bags ASAP, cause whoever was last in this game would be holding a massive loss with open arms. The other rich guys aren't dumb though, and reading Roland's poker face, they instantly clocked the betrayal he was plotting, which made every single one decide to sprint and secure their own bag before the next guy did. Shortly after, Augustus finds himself alone in his office with his most trusted lackey. At this moment, the worker tries to act helpful and says he'll mobilize security to make sure nobody touches the stash before the agreed time. Augustus's reaction, though, is a solid kick to the shins and a flood of curses aimed at the poor dude. Without hesitating, he makes it clear those other idiots are gonna hustle them if they don't act fast, since his real intention was to be the first snake to sell everything everything behind the group's back, giving the order to pop his own family's stash and burn absolutely all of it. Next up, we jump back to our MC, who's already meeting with Saint Yuria, asking if that mountain of grub is enough to feed the elf clan until winter passes. Totally lost on this miracle of multiplication, the saint asks why so many carts keep unloading grain non-stop at her door. Then the MC gives that basic economics class, explaining that since she sold the bags when prices were high and is now rebuying everything at a historic low, she made a massive jackpot off those suckers, stacking tens of thousands of coins. But the chat gets cut short when Lillian bursts into the room screaming, dropping the news that wheat prices melted even more, and now, with just one little gold coin, you can take home 3 whole bags. With that, the MC lets out a victorious laugh and reminds the saint he called it, pointing out that if she jumps on this crazy sale now, she'll completely fill the elf community's bellies with food. Riding the victory wave, he plays his final card and asks if they can finally sign that contract he's been after. Curious about what's coming, the elf wants to know what kind of pitch he's got in mind. Without beating around the bush, he suggests that all the elves' survival logistics run through his hands for a fair price. We're talking about providing clothes, grub, safe housing, and even official transport for the clan's travels. The decision is way too heavy for the saint to carry alone, and she needs the green light from the top boss, the elf queen, making Ren understand the situation and just ask her to set up a business meeting with Her Majesty. So, the elf agrees and says her goodbyes, promising to take the message straight to her boss. With the dust settling, our MC finally gets to stretch his legs and taste the victory, knowing the local nobility is so broke after this massive hit, they won't be a pain for a good while. Meanwhile, the local church is practically in his pocket, securing some insane influence in the region. The only catch is he still had 2 giant thorns in his side, armed security and tax collection, both run by the area's current sheriff, Lord Eldrick, meaning sneaking spies into his troops is top priority. In the meantime, while he was lost in his strategies, Leah sneaks up with that sweet voice trying to grab his attention, insisting he take a break from his world domination schemes and rest up a bit. But he tries to play tough, saying his energy is totally full, except before he can finish making up the excuse, a piercing scream completely ruins the vibe. Suddenly, a pissed-off guy starts yelling that the official troops are embarrassing the imperial family, asking the saint if the big guy upstairs couldn't just drop a lightning bolt right on the heads of those abusive guards, while the elf simply answers that the creator is too kind to do that. Turning to the MC, the furious old man starts venting that he's had his ups and downs with city finances, but on his way back home he was openly mugged by the actual guards, totally clueless as to why they'd pull something so cowardly. Completely unhinged, the old-timer keeps spitting fire at the saint, even pointing a finger right in her face in the heat of the moment. Before things got any worse, the MC steps in, pulling the old man aside to get a better read on the tea. With a hot head, the old man snaps back, asking who the hell he's even talking to. He just hits him with that hustler smile, replying he's a potential partner super interested in what the guy has to offer. Right the next day, we find Lillian on the road, leading a major cargo caravan. But the trip gets cut off when a blockade of cocky soldiers steps in front, demanding to know where she's from and what she's carrying in those carts. Keeping her cool, she explains without skipping a beat that she's coming straight from Aslan and the goods belong to the local city hall, heading out for a strategic deal with the elf tribe. The patrol leader doesn't buy the excuse though, and playing sheriff of the block, he starts doubting her merchant story, ordering his squad to do a heavy search on everything in the carriage. At first, the inspection starts off pretty standard, with the soldiers knocking on the barrels to do a quick check. But then, out of nowhere, the guys decide to cross the line and start stabbing the barrels like crazy, spilling grain everywhere and smashing the jars. Seeing that mess, Lillian freaks out and tries to put a stop to it, but sadly, her screaming doesn't even faze the destructive guards. In the meantime, the search goes on until one of the soldiers tells the boss he didn't find anything sketchy in the goods, making the commander just shrug and move on to charging that heavy toll according to their protocol. Then, stopping right in front of Lillian, the guy announces she's free to pass as long as she pays the required fees. Because of this, Lillian's blood boils, since besides having her stuff wrecked, she's forced to cough up cash out of pure malice, making her complain that this is straight-up robbery. The problem is the patrol leader, not being in the mood for talk, lays it out straight. She either opens her wallet or turns around right then and there. Right as the vibe gets super heated and things threaten to get ugly between the two, suddenly a really imposing voice cuts the air, and yep, it's our beloved MC, calmly telling Lillian to pay up without making a scene. even glaring and super pissed. Lillian decides to listen to the boss and pays up so the drama doesn't drag on. But these cocky guards aren't satisfied, and the patrol leader pulls a fast one saying Master Ren raised taxes, now charging 5 silver coins instead of just 1. With this clown show, Lillian gets absolutely furious, since her whole cargo is worth 3 silver, and the crook wants to charge 5. But remembering Master Ren's orders, she bites the bullet and pays the crazy fee to keep moving while the strict soldier makes it clear he won't back down. Handing over the coins, the girl rides on quietly lost in thought, actually finding the audacity of that guard funny for using Ren's name with zero clue. The guy himself was hiding right in the back, totally unaware that when the Lord's plan pops off and he takes over, this idiot is going to be the first one sent to the lobby. After safely pocketing the toll, the guards finally open the way. Right after, Lillian whips the horses and keeps driving the carriage down the road. Back in the rear, where the MC, the old merchant, and Leah are sitting, our hero decides to play smart and drops a joke that this Master Ren guy must be a massive tyrant lord. All this because the merchant still has zero clue that the mystery guy sitting next to him is actually the Grand Duke's own son. Keeping the chat going, the MC fishes for info, saying this lord is always dropping crazy taxes to screw over the local people. The merchant refuses to hear trash talk about his hero though, and instantly jumps to defend Ren, explaining the guy is a true lifesaver who rescued Aslan by breaking the grain monopoly, even burning his own cash to do it. Getting emotional, the old man swears that if he ever came face to face with the Lord, he'd pledge eternal loyalty and even give his own life for him without a second thought. Listening super quietly, the MC keeps playing dumb and brings up some rumors that the Duke's youngest son sent people to the upper room at a banquet and put folks to work on a secret project. Unfazed, the merchant quickly catches that the guy means the Edwins and fires back that those crooks deserved every second of their tragic end for the messed up stuff they did in the past. Catching the scent of useful tea, the MC asks if the old guy knew those people well, and the old man replies it was impossible for any Aslan merchant not to know who those creeps were. Actually, while most fools thought their cash came strictly from casino gambling, the reality behind that wealth was infinitely darker. At the exact moment the MC tries to pull more details on the mystery, the merchant freezes up a bit. Showing real fear, the old guy peeks around to make sure there are no spies listening in nearby, even though they're safely locked inside the cabin. Right then he leans in super close and drops a tense whisper that the Edwin family's real moneymaker was actually human trafficking. And just like that, everything changed. This info catches the MC totally off guard, leaving even him, who's seen everything in this messed up world, shocked at the sheer audacity. In the meantime, the young guy's brain starts boiling with rage, thinking the city was already out of workers and these scumbags were still kidnapping locals to sell them off like shelf products. Thinking over the massive issue, the MC realizes he needs to figure out a way to take absolute command of the border guard ASAP, cause if a riot pops off and security fails, neighboring kingdoms will jump in for the kill to exploit the region's weakness. However, his thoughts get cut short by more screaming coming from outside the carriage. Peeking through the crack, he sees Lillian arguing with another cocky guard, yelling that she already paid the fees on her way out of Aslan. Not caring at all about her yelling, the soldier replies with pure nerve that Aslan's taxes stay back there, and the border toll is a whole different story and a whole different fee to settle. Totally in disbelief, Lillian says that's an absolute joke, since everybody knows fees were only ever charged once per trip back in the day. But instead of debating, the jerk just points a spear right at her nose to block the path, telling the girl to hand over the cash now or turn around and go back. Seeing there's no easy way out, Lillian takes a deep breath and asks how bad the hit is. To everyone's shock, the scammer guard simply demands 1 whole gold coin. Because of this, Lillian almost has a heart attack, cause if 5 silver was already a robbery, 1 gold is pure disrespect, making her scream that this is the biggest heist in history. To keep things from blowing up completely, the MC decides to step in from inside the ride, telling Lillian to just follow the checkpoint rules. Hearing that mystery voice, the guard snaps into high alert instantly, demanding to know who else is hiding inside and ordering everyone out to identify themselves. Immediately, a swarm of soldiers pops out of nowhere and surrounds the ride, showing they were fully ready to start a brawl if needed. Keeping his usual cool, the MC pops the door open and steps out calmly. With an ironic tone, he says that since the guard is so desperate to check, he can look all he wants. Staring at the super well-dressed young noble, the guard gets confused trying to figure out where this guy came from. Right behind the MC, the old merchant also steps out, but one of the guards recognizes the veteran on the spot and starts cursing the poor dude for daring to come back. Curious about the reaction, the MC glances back and asks if the old man already knew this familiar face. Taking a deep breath, the old guy reveals these dudes are actually highway bandits who helped the Edwins with slave trafficking, covering it all up before becoming fake soldiers as a reward for their criminal partnership. Upon hearing the truth exposed, the crooked guard steps up full of swagger, complaining the old man passed through last time without paying the full fee, and that it cost him big time, demanding payback right now. Giving zero time for excuses, the tough guy lands a punch dead in the old man's face, threatening to lock him up there forever if he doesn't cough up some cash. Wiping his bruised face, the old man fires back firmly that he followed orders and paid the exact amount required that day. Snapping back with pure arrogance, the soldier says the money wasn't missed back then, but now things have changed, and if the old guy wasn't there ruining the vibe, he would have let the carriage slide. Because of this old friends reuniting moment, he decides to hike the toll up to 5 gold coins, making it crystal clear nobody is leaving without paying that insane price. At this point, the MC hits that trademark smirk of someone who already figured out the whole scam, noting that with such crazy fees, it's a mystery how Iceland's official tax revenue is still sitting at 0. Glaring at the kid with a nasty look, the soldier demands to know where this smartass, who loves giving his 2 cents, came from. Suddenly, something on the other side completely steals the scammer's attention. He simply lays eyes on Leah and forgets how to breathe, getting totally hypnotized by her looks and thinking he'd never seen such a gorgeous girl around these parts. Noticing the vibe was about to go totally sour, the merchant jumps in and agrees to cough up the 5 gold coins, begging them to let the MC, Leah, and Lillian pass peacefully. The catch is that the soldier, showing himself to be an absolute shameless creep, he pockets the cash with a massive grin, praising the merchant's supposed honesty in a super hypocritical way. But the scumbag goes back to creeping on Leah with a really gross look, stepping closer to drop a cheap pickup line while trying to put his hands on her, barely knowing this was going to be the biggest and final mistake of his whole life. In the blink of an eye, the MC moves faster and locks the creep's wrist firmly in midair. Staring deep into the soldier's eyes, the MC coldly warns that he actually thought about sparing him, figuring he might be useful. But now he sees the guy is just complete, useless trash. Foaming with rage at the kid's disrespect, the brute pulls back his spear to send the MC to the lobby. But before he can even move a muscle, his throat was already sliced wide open. Moving with insane speed, Leah jumps into action in a fraction of a second. The maid simply packs the guard up and sends him to the upper room in the blink of an eye, slicing the poor bastard's neck with zero mercy. Because of that, panic takes over the place, and the other soldiers freeze up, totally lost on how their boss got sent back to the lobby so fast, staring in terror at Leah and the MC. Breaking the tension, the MC just gives the direct order for Leah to send any cocky rebels straight back to the start menu, making it clear he's putting his own squad to run this toll booth. Right then, his loyal subordinate drops a respectful bow and confirms the mission will be a total success. Looking around, the warrior sees chaos spreading through the checkpoint as the remaining guards hit full panic mode, dropping their shields and running for their lives while screaming for help, knowing that escaping that fury is pretty much impossible. Giving zero chances for escape, Leah moves through the runners looking like the literal Grim Reaper, acting fast, precise, and absolutely lethal. With elegant moves, her sword traces perfect lines in the air, making sure nobody leaves without a fatal cut. While our warrior cleans house and shows who runs this block, the MC just kicks back watching from the VIP seats, sizing up the weakness of that uniform trash, noticing their stats belong to absolute amateurs, but still feeling like there's something fishy going on that really bothers him. Right then, he remembers his dad's solid advice, warning him that right past the Iceland border is the backyard of a super dangerous rival empire, and any screw-up could kick off a massive war. Snapping back to the current situation, the MC opens his system screen and hits reality. If the enemy empire decides to invade right now, Iceland's current defenses would get crushed easily since they lack actual elite soldiers. Meanwhile, our ruthless fighter kept cornering her prey, leaving the last surviving guards shaking like leaves in front of that sheer terror. Suddenly, a booming shout echoes across the entire battlefield, breaking the soldiers' panic, demanding to know who's acting up on his turf. The voice yells for an explanation about the mess at the checkpoint. In that moment of pure terror, the surviving guards' eyes light up with a tiny spark of hope that they might make it out alive. All because General Kaiser finally showed his face in the area, making his subordinates scream desperately for help while the commander blocks the path and asks who the lunatic is that came to wreck his outpost. Scanning him up and down down with the stats system, the MC starts analyzing the big guy's sheet. By doing so, the Lord realizes that even though Kaiser is a selfish mercenary with zero loyalty, the dude actually has a pretty solid combat level. Then the MC steps up and asks straight out if he's Kaiser from the Hawker family, and if his brother serves under Prisha Edgar. Shocked by the name drop, the general frowns and demands to know who this cocky kid is that knows so much about his bloodline. With a chill tone, the MC drops the bomb, revealing he knows it all simply cause Prisha Edgar is his beloved older sister. At that moment, the guards start looking at each other sweating bullets, because if that kid is really the terrifying ward of Aslan, they just dug themselves a massive hole with the wrong boss. Kaiser himself goes into complete shock and starts digging through his memory for the urgent warning his brother sent a month ago. The message was crystal clear. The region's new lord was on his way, and Kaiser better roll out the red carpet and guarantee his safety no matter what. But unfortunately, the greedy guy had already sold out a long time ago for a bag of gold handed over by the city's corrupt former lord, who promised him the world if he just looked the other way at the border. Back then, hooked by the promise of easy cash, Kaiser fully embraced corruption so he wouldn't spend the rest of his days rotting at that forgotten border post. The problem is that now, staring down the kid who claims to be the Edgar heir himself, the corrupt general finds himself swallowed by a wave of disbelief and suspicion. Quietly, his hand slides down to the hilt of his longsword. Gripping the handle, he decides to call the bluff and orders his men to get into combat stance, cause if that kid is just a fake, he's gonna turn into roadkill right there. Catching the provocation, Leah instantly reads the guy's bad intentions and warns that the general is digging his own grave by trying to step up to her boss so boldly. Hearing that, even the guards take a hesitant step back, shaking just imagining the sheer danger of rebelling against the Empire's most powerful clan. The problem is that greed talks louder, and the promise of getting rich quick ends up screaming in the heads of those mercenaries. Catching the traitor's mind games, Leah realizes the soldiers are falling for Kaiser's smooth talk and convincing themselves that siding with the corrupt general is the best way to hit the jackpot. In that instant, a booming shout echoes across the battlefield, with the soldiers pledging absolute loyalty to the general. Because of that, Kaiser's hype goes through the roof and he flashes that little smirk, feeling like he's got a bulletproof and super loyal army now. Looking down with pure arrogance, he asks if Ren has any last words before going to the upper room. Totally unbothered, Ren fires back that if the general decides to walk the straight line from now on, he might even consider giving him a break. As expected, this cocky offer is met with pure hatred, making Kaiser order his troops to charge immediately. At that moment, the battlefield turns into a massive tornado of dust and blades, with the squad rushing at Ren with blood in their eyes. However, before anyone can even get close to the boss, the fearless Leah steps up to clean house. With a super slick move, she rips off a piece of her own skirt, since all that fabric was just nerfing her agility, and the vibe gets seriously dangerous for the enemies. In a matter of milliseconds, she goes straight on the offensive against the first opponent who crosses her path, landing a surgical hit without a single drop of hesitation. Another warrior tries to rush in and strike back, but she simply dodges it with zero effort, hitting a clean jump to grab the high ground, then pulling off a flawless mid-air spin. Wasting no time, she sends another one to the lobby with a clean cut. Noticing a third joker getting dangerously close to Ren, Leah throws her knife without second-guessing. With freakishly perfect aim, she hits the target dead on, making the poor guy collapse on the ground without even knowing what hit him. Meanwhile, Ren just stands there, totally still and fully confident that nobody's gonna lay a finger on him, staring right at Kaiser to offer that one last shot at salvation. Completely consumed by rage, the general screams that he's done talking and decides to double down. Whoever brings him Ren's head gets to pocket a solid 1,000 gold coins. Right then, the whole army charges full force all at once. Hearing that massive bounty, the fighters go into an absolute frenzy, since nobody wants to miss the chance to get filthy rich, and they march blindly, driven by greed, straight at Ren. One of the eager ones tries to grab Leia to toss her out of the way, but before the guy can even process a thought, she flips her legs up without mercy and buries a boot right into the loser's jaw, sending him flying across the dirt. Keeping the rhythm going, she drops a heavy punch on one and a brutal elbow on the next. Out of nowhere, she hits a spinning kick, wiping out everyone around her, and the savage efficiency from Leah forces Kaiser to call for backup. Desperate, he screams, calling out his ultimate trump card, the on-duty sorcerer. Immediately, the caster starts whispering his mystic words, charging up what looks like some freezing magic. Just like that, a bunch of ice arrows start materializing in the air, locked and loaded to fire. These sharp projectiles fly straight at Leah, who dodges them like a pro and even manages to smash a few spikes midair. But right in the middle of all that chaos, and no one saw that coming, she ends up getting blindsided, realizing her feet got frozen solid to the ground, completely wiping out her mobility. Spotting the golden opportunity, the general orders a full push, knowing that with the girl locked in place, this was the perfect moment to pack her and Ren up once and for all. Without thinking twice, the pawns rush in, thirsty to land the finishing blow on our warrior. At that exact second, Ren yells for Leah to jump as high as she can, and she follows the order instantly without asking questions. Right as Ren hurls the hammer her way, moving fast, she shatters the layer of ice with a precise maneuver, gaining momentum to launch herself super high while channeling a mysterious energy. Everything clicks in perfect harmony, opening the perfect window for Ren to finally trigger his secret weapon, revealing that his little surprise was nothing less than a massive electrical discharge. There were definitely a few thousand volts running wild right there, something I wouldn't want to test even from a mile away. Then this insane electricity spreads across the ground, frying every warrior nearby and sending a good chunk of them straight to the lobby, while the rest twitch from that brutal voltage. Oddly enough, while the crowd turns into barbecue, Ren just stands there totally unharmed, probably thanks to some souls made of insulating material, like ceramic or high-density rubber. Spooked by that crazy scene, the survivors completely freeze up, and panic spreads, making everyone lose the guts to take a single step forward. In the middle of all that chaos, Ren casually drops the most out-of-pocket comment, saying it'd be great to have a camera there to shoot an OSHA safety video, reminding them that electricity requires caution. Can you believe it? The guy is genuinely worrying about labor safety codes and accident prevention in the middle of a bloodbath with swords and magic, proving he's the biggest absolute madman around. While the soldiers try to figure out if it's worth risking their lives, Kaiser gets completely furious and starts screaming for everyone to keep marching non-stop. But one of the warriors backs off, arguing that pushing forward is impossible because the enemy must be using some forbidden protection sorcery. Having zero patience for any kind of mutiny, Kaiser draws his weapon and sends his own allies straight to the lobby to make an example out of him. As expected, this extreme move leaves the rest of the squad in total panic and full of doubts. The tyrant makes it clear, though, that any sign of hesitation or rebellion will end exactly the same way, ordering the troops to launch a full assault once again. A warrior tries to take a step forward and only gets hit with a super weak static shock, standing there completely confused by the reaction. Apparently, that overpowered energy that was electrifying the field just totally ran dry. Catching this instantly, Leah quickly nudges the guy to ask why the enemies didn't drop and if his trick completely fizzled out. Keeping it cool, Ren admits the system battery simply died, explaining that even though he brought a solid charge, that massive flex of power drained way too much energy. Worried about the reveal, she insists they need to fall back immediately now that they're caught empty-handed. The Lord promises her there's no reason to panic though, because today is the day they finally put an end to Kaiser's clown show. Realizing Ren's electricity stash hit zero, Kaiser flashes that victorious grin and orders everyone to march with all the confidence in the world, thinking he had the win in the bag. And that's where it gets crazy. They realized they completely messed up when an actual lightning bolt crashes from the sky and slams the ground with full force, forcing all the fighters to back up in panic and stop their assault. Wide-eyed, Kaiser is totally lost on what caused that phenomenon, but the explanation doesn't take long to show up. Our OP mage Celine steps into the scene with that absolute boss posture, sarcastically dropping that Kaiser has a lot of audacity for someone his size. Right after she side-eyes our protagonist and asks if her response time wasn't just completely flawless. Our protagonist totally agrees, relieved he doesn't have to stress about cooking up another last-minute workaround. Curious, the sorceress takes the chance to ask if that test electric charge actually worked like it was supposed to. Ren promises to break down all the technical details later, as long as she handles the leftover soldiers first and slaps the cuffs on the general. Without skipping a beat, she takes control of the situation and rallies her forces, giving the order for her elite mages to bombard Kaiser's goons with actual high-tier spells. Naturally, the enemies still standing run for the hills in absolute panic, trying to dodge that magic rain. However, Kaiser, blinded by hate and knowing his fate was sealed, decides that if he's going to the lobby, he's taking Ren with him no matter what. With that, he charges wildly straight at the Lord, Raising his sword to deliver an insanely reckless overhead strike, he tries to land the final cut, but before the blade even gets close, Leah jumps in, moving at cracked speeds, blocking the strike without giving the opponent a single opening. Right after, she pulls off a sick spinning move, landing a spectacular flying kick dead in the general's face, sending the scumbag flying back and eating dirt hard, stopping her momentum right after, positioning herself right in front of the defeated military man. Because of that, she declares the fight is over once and for all. But don't worry guys, she didn't send the dude to the upper room. He's just knocked out cold on the ground. After all this epic brawl, the scene shifts drastically to a much calmer and quiet setting, showing Ren sitting in a super laid-back way, casually flipping through a local newspaper. Right across from him, we see the feared Kaiser, now downgraded to just a handcuffed prisoner. Looking up from his reading, the Lord brings up an old embezzlement scheme involving the Border Patrol, proving he already knew way more than expected, and demands to know when his partnership with Lord Eldrick kicked off. Super surprised by how deep the intel went, the military man quickly asks how the kid managed to crack a secret guarded that well. Flashing a mysterious smirk, the protagonist admits he'd been tracking Eldrick's moves for a long time, just waiting for the perfect window to tear the whole scheme down at once. Thanks to Kaiser's own screw-ups, that golden opportunity finally landed right in his lap. Still doubting him, the prisoner lets out a mocking laugh, claiming those weak little proofs wouldn't be enough to even scratch the Lord's massive rep. Ignoring the disrespect, the Lord just hands the paperwork to Leah, mentioning that basic tax records weren't his main weapon, but rather securing control over the trade routes and fees that would rewrite Iceland's future. Laughing his head off, the military guy mocks the idea of changing the city, stating that Eldrick has the noble families deep in his pocket, and nobody there would dare turn their backs on that alliance. Cool as always, the MC claps back, saying that, actually, the local rich folks only have two very simple options. They either choose to follow the general's tragic fate and go straight to the lobby, or they bow their heads and follow every single one of his orders without making a peep. Faced with so much coldness, Kaiser finally feels the weight of the real danger, realizing the young lord wouldn't hesitate to cause absolute destruction to get what he wants. Tossing the general aside, the protagonist shifts his focus to his next strategic moves. Checking the calendar, he realizes autumn is right around the corner, which means the warmongering Grand Duke of Sorin is probably going to kick off his military raid soon. Staring hard at the local walls, he notices the structure is screaming for urgent repairs, since it wouldn't survive a heavy siege looking like that. Rolling out a massive tactical map on the table, he starts planning his defenses super carefully. Mapping the area, he sees the elf lands run by Saint Uria are to the west, where some solid diplomacy should lock in peace. To the east, security is tight thanks to his sister Priscilla's forces, leaving only the terrifying Sorin north as the real critical danger zone. Right then, Leah interrupts his thoughts, bringing in the report on the funds seized from the trader's fort, totaling an insane jackpot of 350,000 gold coins. Without hesitating, the leader orders a squad to move out and reinforce the garrison, handing out a sweet bonus of 100 coins to every fighter, while the rest of the vault goes straight back into the city's treasury. Turning right after to face the OP Celine. Rocking a smile, Ray makes sure to give a massive thank you from the bottom of his heart for the solid backup the Mage Guild provided on the mission. Feeling a little embarrassed by the praise, Celine plays it cool and mentions that pulling that off wasn't rocket science at all. But her curiosity takes over, and she asks the boss to break down step by step how this whole battery discharge thing works, and how someone with zero mana or magic can actually use something like that. Hearing that, Rain promises he'll spill all the secrets of modern physics for her, but swears to do it slowly on their way back home. However, right before they could even pack their bags and hit the road, suddenly, that elderly mage who looks exactly like Gandalf comes sprinting in, completely panicked, rushing straight to Celine to drop the news that everything just went totally south. Losing her patience with the guy's freakout, Celine demands he stop stalling and just spit the truth out straight up. Shaking, the mage drops the bomb that greedy Eldrick had flipped the table, gone full rebel, and seized absolute control over Aslan. While Celine's jaw drops at the traitor's audacity, Rain doesn't even flinch and stays completely chill, cause deep down he already saw this scripted move coming. It crosses our protagonist's mind that the rival finally snapped and couldn't handle the pressure of staying in the shadows anymore. Worried about where things are heading, Celine asks what the game plan is, reminding him that to back up the previous attack, she had deployed every single mage in the guild, leaving the city totally defenseless. It seemed like things got genuinely ugly, except Even after hearing this massive bombshell, Rain keeps that exact same face of a guy who's holding all the cards. With all the calm in the world, he explains that the exact second Eldrick took power by force and kicked off this rebellion, the poor idiot literally signed his own defeat slip. After Iceland got hijacked by the traitors, our protagonist finally rolls up quietly and posts up right outside the main gates. To shock everyone who thought he'd show up defenseless, the guy brought a heavy army right behind him, with soldiers armed to the teeth and ready to brawl. Then, the young lord drops a direct message for Eldrick with that super mocking tone, reminding the villain he only got locked inside those walls out of pure incompetence. Wearing a cynical grin, Eldrick claps back at the taunt, asking what the famous Master Ren and all his noble flex came to do there today. Keeping his swagger, the protagonist casually mentions he's got an itch in his brain and is pretty curious about one little thing. Intrigued by how chill the kid is, the traitor asks what's on his mind. With that, Rain keeps it real and says he just wanted to figure out exactly why Eldrick stabbed his dad in the back. Hearing that, the villain blows up in anger and screams the reason is obvious, since he was dumped to rot in the middle of nowhere, forgotten by God. According to him, back in the day, the two fought side by side and joined forces to build that empire from scratch. The thing is, the second the Grand Duke became the top boss, he just threw him out like worthless trash, ignoring every letter he sent, begging for a transfer to a richer region. With all his messages tossed in the garbage, the hate he bottled up for years finally spills over and completely consumes Eldrick's mind. Then he points his finger right in the protagonist's face, his voice heavy with bitterness, spitting out that if the kid wants to blame someone for this mess, he should blame his own dad, who was always a cold, heartless dude. Right at that moment, other rebel nobles and soldiers start gathering around Eldrick on top of the wall. Gesturing to his allies, Eldrick points out that all those people helped Rain's dad seize power, only to get kicked to the curb right after. Listening to all that whining, Rain lets out a sigh and ironically drops that he genuinely expected a much nobler and classier excuse from him. At the end of the day, it's nothing but childish jealousy and a super dumb ego trip, making the young guy realize he totally overestimated his rival, who turned out to be just a pathetic loser. To wrap up the chat, the Lord offers one last lifeline. If they want to keep their heads attached to their necks, they better pop those gates open and surrender right now. Cause if he has to smash that wall down in 3 days, he's bringing the hammer down with zero mercy. Hearing that kind of nonsense makes Eldrick burst out laughing, suggesting the one shaking in his boots and trying to hide his fear is actually the protagonist himself. Thinking the kid is just all talk, the villain pitches a super bold bet to see who's really got the guts. Then, Ren narrows his eyes and stares down the traitor, giving him that look of someone who doesn't buy a single word of his cheap talk. Basically, the enemy threw down a bet with massive stakes. If Rain fails to knock down the stone barrier in 3 days, he has to hand over his neck on a silver platter and take whatever punishment Eldrick comes up with. On the flip side, if the protagonist actually pulls off the miracle, he gets a free pass to decide the fate of every single rebel. Anxious about the setup, the squad tries to pull Rain back so he doesn't fall for a trap, reminding him a classic siege would be way safer, and there's zero need to rush. Backing up the strategy, another ally mentions he already sent a raven to the Grand Duke, and soon heavy cavalry will roll in to handle things safely. Looking down from the top, Eldrick watches the enemy officers whispering with a victorious smirk, thinking the Lord's silence is just pure panic, and he's already scrambling for a way to back out. Snapping out of his hesitation, Rain decides to hit back twice as hard, and if the traitor wants to embarrass himself publicly, he's gonna give him exactly what he wants. Without hesitating, the MC locks in the deal and tells him he better keep that exact same tough guy energy 3 days from now. Super hyped, thinking the kid just played himself, Eldrick screams for everyone to hear that the blood oath is officially locked in. To nail the coffin shut perfectly, the villain reveals an ace up his sleeve. The Orvis Empire's army already got the memo about the revolt, and will march up there in 10 days to drop some heavy backup. Even with this bombshell completely flipping the game, Rain doesn't flinch, though his brain cells are already running in overdrive to beat this insane race against the clock. Right after the camera cuts to Rain's camp tent set up in the surrounding area. Inside his command tent, the Lord holds a secret meeting with his most loyal officers to map out the battle plan. Leaning over the map, Mage Celine points out that even if that stone barrier looks old and busted, it's still a tough nut to crack, and trying to smash it down with pure brute force is going to be almost impossible. Worried about things going south, one of the generals suggests falling back south to wait for the Grand Duke's reinforcements and launch a coordinated strike. Even with the smart advice pushing against him, Rain puts his foot down and guarantees with absolute certainty that before the 3 days day timer runs out, Island's great wall is hitting the dirt. Deep down, the biggest headache for the guy isn't the wall itself, but the super tight clock ticking down cause Orvis forces are closing in fast. Switching gears, the protagonist turns to the sweet Leia and asks if the crew managed to gather all the firewood and hay bales he ordered. Instantly, his assistant confirms the stash is fully stocked, and, as a bonus, they found a lake super close to the spot, exactly like he wanted. Happy with how things are moving, Rain passes the mic to Celine and orders the mage squad to drop freezing spells to tank the lake's water temp to the absolute limit. Kinda confused by the weird order, Celine pauses for a sec and asks how the heck freezing water is gonna help knock down a solid stone wall. Keeping up that mysterious and cocky vibe, Rain just smirks and repeats that the barrier is going down on schedule. No cap. Shortly after, Celine leads the march to the front lines, while the soldiers lock into strategic spots right outside the enemy fort. With the field all set up, the Lord gives the green light to kick off the assault. Wasting no time, the squad starts marching straight into the danger zone, blocking the storm of arrows with their shields held high. The soldiers push forward carrying heavy hay bales under their arms, a strat that leaves even the narrator scratching his head. Up on the wall, the rebel guards watch that bizarre scene totally confused, since they were bracing for a brutal push with battering rams and catapults on day one of the fight. Instead of weapons, they're staring at soldiers carrying firewood and tossing dry bales right at the base of the stone wall, leaving a massive question mark about what the endgame of this crazy plan is. Annoyed by that totally random behavior, Eldrick nudges one of his guys and demands to know if any veteran around there has ever seen clownery like this in a siege. Stuttering from nerves, the soldier admits he's never seen anything close to it, but takes a wild guess that maybe they're trying to set the fort on fire. Hearing something that stupid gets Eldrick so triggered he smacks the poor guy right in the face, outraged by the sheer idiocy of thinking someone could burn solid rocks. Even dizzy from the hit, the poor soldier tries to explain himself, but fails completely cause he's just as clueless about what's actually happening. Then, the rebel leader gears up to drop another massive rant. However, before he can even open his mouth, a warning shout cuts through the air, drawing his eyes back to the field. To absolutely everyone's shock, black smoke starts rising and fire actually engulfs the wood stacked right up against the stones. Laughing at the whole mess, Eldrick mutters that the young lord actually managed to blow past every single expectation of stupidity. With the hours flying by, the story's focus now jumps inside the city's luxurious mansion. Gathered in the grand hall, Eldrick's allies sit tight waiting for updates until a scout rushes in breathless, reporting the invaders stopped fueling the flames and are just letting the rest burn out on its own. This makes Eldrick laugh even harder, fully convinced the rivals were so dumb they just burned through their entire winter heating stash for nothing. Feeling like the game is already in the bag, he gets up from his chair full of swagger and tells everyone to come watch the grand finale from the VIP seats. Since that was the final deadline for the bet with Ren, the rebel noble's confidence was through the roof, especially since the stone walls were still standing perfectly intact without a single scratch. Standing outside the walls, Island's troops wait in silence, while Eldrick climbs to the top of the stone wall to mock Ren, asking if he's ready to take the L and surrender like a good loser. Not giving an inch to the disrespect, Ren just coldly warns that the traitor's only option is to wave the white flag right now, or get sent to the lobby a little later, treating the whole thing like pure delusion. Eldrick bursts out laughing and asks if the kid's brain glitched so hard he forgot the bet's deadline ends today. According to the rules, if the sun sets and the wall is still standing, the Lord has to accept his own fate, unless he's a coward who goes back on his word. Instantly, the pack of nobles around him starts loudly mocking, celebrating Rain's inevitable failure way too early. Unfazed by all the laughing, the protagonist just casually scratches his head and whispers that, if that's how it is, there's no reason to drag this out any longer. Right then, he drops the final order for Celine to kick off the show. Focusing her mana, the mage channels a cracked amount of magic power into the air. Spotting the flex outside, Eldrick stops laughing instantly and orders his own mages to throw up a defensive barrier ASAP. In the meantime, the spell sphere Celine charged up expands rapidly, glowing with a terrifying intensity. With a determined shout, the girl fires the massive attack. An absolute comet of pure power flies straight toward the fort. With insane reflexes, Eldrick's mystic defense throws up a glowing energy shield just in time, completely dead stopping the destructive impact of the magic right in its tracks. Seeing the useless clash, Eldrick goes back to laughing his head off, thinking the caster just aimed horribly wrong. mocking the outcome. The villain yells to his men asking if the guild's supposed prodigy is just an incompetent rookie, celebrating that his glory day just keeps getting better. Slipping right past the traitor's eyes, a super weird, low-frequency sound starts echoing across the whole battlefield. Suddenly, heavy raindrops start falling from the cloudy sky, leaving everyone completely confused about how Celine's attack ended up changing the weather out of nowhere. Wasting zero time, Ren raises his voice and orders the entire army to push forward full force. Hyped by their leader's battle cry, the infantry charges together to lock down the mission. Meanwhile, Celine stumbles looking totally exhausted from the insane effort it took to hack the weather. Luckily, Ren catches her before she hits the dirt and praises her flawless execution of the plan, joking that she'd be clutch for fixing droughts, while the tired girl just hopes this crazy idea actually works. Then, Leah points to the front lines, showing that the squad is already pulling off the most crucial part of the strat. Using buckets and makeshift pipes, the soldiers dump that freezing cold water straight onto the stones that spent days cooking in the heat of the hay fire. Under the brutal thermal shock triggered by the extreme temperature swap, deep, loud cracks start ripping right across the fort's stone face, leaving all the rebels absolutely jaw-dropped. Iceland's OP defense loses stability and starts splintering from end to end. At that moment, Eldrick feels his stomach drop, hearing that terrifying snap echoing louder and louder across the field. Right behind the rebel boss, the rich conspirators go into full panic mode and start whispering frantically. Right Esther's damage spreads like wildfire, shattering the solid blocks purely through the force of thermal expansion. Unable to handle the pressure, the massive stone wall totally collapses in an epic crash of dust and debris, leaving the battlefield in dead silence for a split second. Moments later, all that's left are thick clouds of dust and absolute despair among the surviving rebels. Giving the enemy zero time to breathe, Ren calls for the final charge, dropping a heavy warning that anyone who tries to fight back is taking a one-way trip straight to the lobby. On the flip side, those who drop their weapons and hold the L will be spared and taken as prisoners. Marching in flawless sync, the Liberation Army rolls forward like an absolute, unstoppable iron bulldozer. Watching the whole thing from the back, Celine tries to wrap her head around how basic physics completely outclassed her most destructive spell, absolutely amazed by Ren's genius brain. Soaked from the storm he helped trigger, the guy offers a hand to the exhausted mage and tells her today's mission is officially cleared, meaning they can head back to the safety of the mansion. Right in the middle of that mountain of dust and shattered rocks piled on the ground, suddenly, shaking fingers covered in soot try to push off the weight of the rubble. Fighting for his life, Eldrick manages to crawl out of the rock pile, totally mind-blown that he underestimated Rain's genius brain. Seeing that things really went south, the scumbag plans to run for the hills and try to survive in hiding until Orvis troops make their grand entrance. The thing is, a super familiar shadow pops up right in front of him, instantly crushing any chance he had of escaping. With that, the other nobles who also got a reality check end up arriving at the scene, completely lost. The guys stand there wondering where the hell Eldrick ran off to, since they're totally clueless about what to do next. Suddenly, the scene cuts off brutally, cutting straight to the city. Rain and his troops roll in like absolute bosses after their landslide victory, getting welcomed with cheering and massive applause while the boss takes a victory lap through the crowd. Way too curious, Celine sticks to the MC, begging him to drop the secret on how he actually pulled that magic trick off. Unable to hold back, the mage practically begs on her knees for an answer, making our hero let out a heavy sigh, getting kind of fed up with all the nagging. Then he breaks it down, explaining the big secret behind the collapse was simply the physical reaction of thermal expansion and contraction. Right after, the young master launches into this massive tech lecture packed with crazy formulas and weird math, which is just that usual nerdy science talk that, honestly, I'm gonna save you guys from hearing, cause if I didn't care about physics in school, I'm definitely not trying to learn it from a Manhwa now, right? Totally not worth it. Just to mess with her head even more. The MC adds that he'll give her a way deeper class on it later, but first, he's gotta go handle some unfinished business with that idiot Eldrick. Right as they arrive, near that completely wrecked wall, they just find two nobles dumped on the ground looking like sacks of potatoes, and Rain steps right up to them, staring them down with pure disgust, asking if this clown show is some kind of trap or a cheap trick. But before either of them could even open their mouths to answer, another noble steps up and spills that they all got played by that scumbag Eldrick, explaining that before this betrayal dropped, they actually planned to grab the villain and snitch on his shady deals to the Lord. But sadly, Sadly, the traitor moved faster and set up an ambush against his own crew. Hearing that, Rain keeps his poker face strong and reminds them he handed out 2 golden chances for them to surrender, but they chose to ghost both of them. And now, tough luck. That's just how it goes. Seeing the Reaper up close, the older noble drops to his knees and starts crying for mercy, offering up lands, jewels, fortunes, and everything his family owns as long as the MC doesn't send them to the upper room. But Rain just hits him with that sarcastic smirk and fires back, saying if he decides to pack them both up to the lobby, all their properties and cash are gonna drop right into his lap anyway. Hitting absolute rock bottom, the elites try one last desperate Hail Mary, swearing eternal loyalty to Rain, and arguing that if he acts this ruthless, no other noble will ever trust him again. Unbothered by the drama, Rain warns them they're dead wrong, cause people don't pledge loyalty to anyone except their own wallets, dropping a reality check on the old guy and telling him he's lived long enough to know exactly how the world works. With that, the MC orders the guards to slap the cuffs on the traitors and toss them in the dungeon to wait for their trial, which kinda leaves me scratching my head, cause I was dead sure there were 3 mastermind nobles in this scheme, and only 2 showed up there. What exactly happened to the third guy, besides Eldrick? Cutting over to Eldrick's mansion now, we find Eldrick gasping for air and totally panicking, turning to the mystery hooded guy and telling him to bounce immediately, confirming that the MC actually pulled off the insane flex of knocking down the giant wall. Hearing this tea, the hooded guy's jaw drops, totally mind-blown how a human could ever pull off something like that. Struggling to find the right words, Eldrick breaks it down his way. Basically, the city wall spent days cooking an absolute hellfire, and right after the soldiers dumped freezing water on it, making the whole structure crumble like it was made of paper. Totally outraged by the story, the masked dude calls absolute BS and says that makes 0 sense. At the end of the day, how could there possibly be a method that ridiculously easy to wipe out an entire city's defenses? To him, there's no physical technique out there capable of causing that kind of damage without dropping some super OP weapon of mass destruction magic. With no time to waste arguing, Eldrick doesn't even bother replying, cause it didn't even matter how the MC pulled it off anymore. Their only goal now was to get the hell out of Dodge ASAP, since if Rain rolled up with his army, things were gonna get genuinely ugly for them. Feeling the pressure, the masked guy decides to pull out what looks like a super ancient magic escape scroll, but right before he could even think about popping the item, a wildly sarcastic voice chimes in right behind the duo. Are you cuties talking about me by any chance? Look who's here, you bastard. How the hell did you breach this place so fast? Cool as a cucumber, Rain replies he's gotta give a shout out to the mansion's guards, since most of them just ditched their posts and ran for it. Because of that, the path was wide open, and there wasn't a single soul around to try and block him from walking in. At that moment, the MC's eyes lock straight onto the hooded guy, asking if he's the real mastermind pulling the strings on Eldrick's schemes, giving him that mocking scan and asking if the dude wears the mask purely cause he's ugly or to hide some nasty battle scar. And hey, I'm not the one being toxic here. The Lord himself dropped that roast. Keeping his cool, the villain warns that the Lord might be laughing now, but his hype is gonna die real quick, since the terrifying troops from the Orvis Empire are already marching this way. According to the masked guy, if Rain hadn't pulled the absolute brain-dead move of knocking down his own Aslan wall, he might have bought himself a few more days, but now his fate is sealed and the Empire's gonna take the territory back, making him pay double for this humiliation. Not wanting to drag the chat out, the invader tries to crack open the teleport scroll, but before the item even triggers, the MC just drops the direct order, Leah, shut his party down. In a fraction of a second, our elite maid hurls a deadly object straight at the masked dude. The throw is so cracked it slices the enemy's mask clean in half, and he only keeps his head attached, cause he managed to dodge at the very last millisecond. Revealing the weapon, we find out it was just a basic kitchen knife, guys. No legendary or magic blade here, making the flex even more humiliating. Suddenly, Leah spawns right behind the guy like she just teleported, all while keeping that completely chill, unbothered expression of someone who just finished washing the dishes. Feeling the massive power gap, the villain instantly realizes that fighting her head-on would be a one-way ticket straight to the lobby. Out of options, the coward quickly pops one of his secret escape arts. Just like that, the fake ninja drops a smoke bomb, throws out that classic cliche threat saying they'll be back, and vanishes into thin air without leaving a single trace. Right after the enemy ghosts them, Leah turns to the MC looking super frustrated, apologizing for letting the target slip away, but the young master chills her out saying it's all good, cause he already figured the masked guy would have some escape route ready to go. However, the biggest headache right now is that the kid still has absolutely no clue what that invader's real identity is. That's when Leah, who was just quietly analyzing everything, drops that she knows exactly who the guy is, making the MC stare at her, surprised, and ask if she really knows the scumbag from way back. The assistant quickly confirms it, explaining the crook's name is Ravenclan Edwin, who used to serve under Grand Duke Ardalion during the war, but ended up switching sides, backstabbing his master, and dipping to join the Grand Duke of Soren in enemy territory. Hearing the last name, the MC feels like it rings a bell, remembering that the Edwin family was the exact same one House Edgar wiped off the map a while ago, and asks Leah if this deserter has any blood ties to that bloodline. Confirming his hunch, the girl says yep, he totally belongs to that exact same Edwin clan the MC remembered. Turns out the traitor wasn't really vibing with his boss's calls back then, deciding to ditch his post and officially link up with the rival army instead. Right then, Celine walks into the room, dropping the news that the dust outside has finally settled and things are under control, at least for now. Looking worried at the MC, she asks what they're gonna do about the wrecked wall and, even worse, the incoming threat from the Orvis forces. By the mage's math, even if the whole guild teamed up to rebuild the structure, they probably wouldn't have enough time, since the young master's thermal expansion strat completely obliterated the foundations. Flexing his usual absolute confidence, the MC tells her to relax, cause everything's under control, and he'll figure out a way to clean up this mess a bit later. Giving Celine zero room to ask how the hell he pulled that off, the scene cuts straight to the main plaza, where the MC steps up on a makeshift stage while the curious crowd starts gathering, whispering and trying to guess what the Lord's big announcement is gonna be. Watching from a distance, Celine figures the boss wants to chill everyone out, but gets super curious, wondering what he could possibly say to stop absolute panic from taking over the city. Going full improv mode, our leader decides to test his high-tech microphone, which is actually just a metal pipe, and after tapping it a few times to check the acoustics, the MC projects his voice and realizes the sound is reaching even the person farthest away. Then he just drops the absolute truth, announcing loud and clear that the Orvis Imperial Army is already marching toward Iceland with pure bloodlust. For a few seconds, dead silence totally takes over the plaza. Right as there's about to Tokas breaks out and the crowd starts screaming in total panic. A bunch of folks start asking why this random invasion is happening, since Orvis's raiding season usually wrapped up when spring ended. Many are already plotting how to pack their junk and bounce, even though they're bummed about having to leave the good fair life they built under Master Rain's rule. Freaking out, Celine goes wide-eyed, not believing the MC actually just dropped a nuke like that right in front of the crowd. Pissed off, she pulls him by the ear, complaining he went totally out of pocket and didn't need to be that blunt. But the MC just smirks and says this is exactly where the game gets fun. Completely disagreeing with this madness, Celine fires back, saying there's absolutely nothing fun about it. After all, when folks find out they're getting attacked, they expect to be protected by an elite squad, but Iceland's forces are just regular workers with zero real military training to handle a massive war. So how does he expect the people not to freak out? Calmly, the MC starts breaking it down for his advisor, explaining there's one massive detail she totally missed. In our hero's eyes, the one who actually needs to stay icy during a war is the general. While frontline soldiers don't need to be calm, they just need a reason strong enough to actually want to fight. Before the mage could even try to argue back, our hero holds up a document way up high, flashing it for the whole crowd to see. With a commanding voice, he announces that the paper is official mail sent by the Orvis commanders, dropping the supposedly humiliating T inside. The invaders called the people of Aslan a bunch of cowards and idiots who don't have the guts to defend their own homes, swearing that, like always, the locals will just run away and hand their lands over on a silver platter. Hearing that disrespect, the crowd starts whispering with their faces red from pure anger, and from the middle of the mob, a pissed-off citizen yells that those scumbags think they can just roll up and steal their crops every year without any payback, but swears this time is gonna be different, and they're fighting to the bitter end. Instantly, an absolute roar of fury spreads across the plaza, starting with just a few angry voices. Until, seconds later, the whole population links up in one massive war cry, screaming that they aren't cowards and they're gonna fight tooth and nail to make sure they don't lose anything else this season. Riding the hype of the moment, the MC throws his arms up and swears in front of everyone that, if the people have the guts to step up and fight, he, Rain Edgar, promises to hunt down and kick every single Orvis soldier right out of their borders. After that promise, the entire plaza completely blows up with screams and applause of pure hype. Jumping ahead in time, the scene shifts to that exact same night, showing the streets of Aslan completely swallowed by a heavy vibe of pure anxiety with the war knocking at the door. Meanwhile, deep inside the mansion, our MC stays locked in, leaning over his office desk and grinding hard through a mountain of tactical reports and paperwork, moving without making a sound. Rhea steps into the office bringing that classic comfort cup of tea and suggests the young lord take a breather to rest his brain. However, the MC warns they have zero time to waste, cause they need to cook up a flawless strat against the invading forces before they reach the border fort, since if the enemy breaks that line, everybody's gonna end up in their hands. With a bit of doubt, Leah asks if that hyped-up speech he dropped in the plaza earlier was actually speaking facts. Flashing a side smirk, the MC admits most of that letter was pure cap, and I bet my life that paper was faker than a $3 bill too. At the end of the day, the main goal was to rally the crowd against a common enemy, since a desperate, panicked population would make defending the territory or pulling off any evac plan a total disaster. Worried about her boss's safety, Leah starts brainstorming a way to get Rain out of there ASAP, cause she refuses to let him risk his life on the front lines. Catching her stress, Rain tells her to chill, saying he's staying locked in the city while Malcolm and Celine organize the strategic evac of the kids, elderly, and women to a safe zone, proving it's nowhere near time to throw in the towel yet. To switch up the vibe, the MC decides to pull an old book off the shelf. Flipping through the pages, he points to a section talking about some mystery substance called divine dark green oil. Curious, the guy asks Leah if she's ever heard of or seen this weird liquid anywhere on the continent. Digging through her memory, the maid says she kinda remembers seeing that stuff in history books, being a super flammable material used centuries ago in witchcraft rituals out in the borderlands. Hearing the details, the MC starts piecing this puzzle together in his head. Scientifically speaking, crude oil's color shifts a watt between red, gold, dark green, or black depending entirely on how much junk and asphaltene is in the mix, which lines up perfectly with the mystic oil that burns like absolute hell. So it's gotta be our good old black gold. Wasting 0 seconds, the guy orders Leah to guide him straight to the castle vaults right now. Cutting to the very next scene, the two show up outside the main warehouse, where the MC orders the guards to unlock the heavy gates. Stepping into the stash, the boss tells the inventory guards to sweep the shelves looking for any container holding that divine green oil. Stressed about safety, the MC warns the workers to be super careful, strictly banning any torches or sparks from coming anywhere near the storage barrels so they don't blow everybody to the moon all at once. Using the search downtime, the MC takes a look around and is totally mind-blown by the insane amount of chests overflowing with jewels and gold bars, realizing instantly that all this cash was Aslan's tax money that the scumbag Eldrick embezzled for his own pockets. Rubbing his hands together with pure joy, the Lord plans to drop every single penny of that seized fortune to supercharge the local industrialization as soon as the war wraps up, focusing heavily on building his dream steam engine, which is going to be the absolute game changer for the territory. After a few minutes of sweeping, the soldiers finally pop back up carrying several heavy wooden barrels. Hyped for the reveal, the MC rushes toward the guys with his eyes lighting up staring at the mystery loot. Finally, the big moment was here. Right then he pops the barrel open with all the hype in the world. Instantly, that super familiar smell hits the air, confirming that, yeah, it was straight up crude oil. With this massive find, the city of Aslan finally gets a legit shot at an epic comeback. Meanwhile, the scene shifts and drops us right into the super tense military camp of the Orvis Kingdom. Under a super heavy vibe, the two crooks stand face to face with Castella, the lord of the Orvis lands, stuttering and apologizing for fumbling the bag and losing control of the city. Then Castella casually drops that he completely expected this level of incompetence. He knew they were going to sell the territory out, but what he didn't expect was for them to lose everything in just 3 days, which is honestly just embarrassing. Trying to save his own skin, Eldrick throws the blame on Rain, saying the kid used some insane forbidden spell to knock down the wall, and if it wasn't for that cracked move, they would have held the line until backup rolled in. Hearing that, Castella starts racking his brain over this supposed forbidden spell, wondering if Aldarian actually assigned some OP mage as a bodyguard for his kid. Then the hooded human chills the boss out, explaining that casters of forbidden spells can't just span that kind of power all the time, meaning the ultimate move was already used, and their mana pool is totally drained. Plus, with Aslan's walls reduced to rubble thanks to Rain, this was the absolute perfect moment to completely steamroll them. Flashing a super creepy smirk, Castella claims he's not a brain-dead leader like those two clowns, but makes it clear the duo's usefulness is officially over, and they can head back to Orvis to sit around waiting for their next orders. Feeling the disrespect, the hooded guy gets pissed and reminds him they cooked up this entire master plan together, demanding to know what kind of garbage move it is to just toss them aside. Without saying a single word, Costella simply tosses a letter, by the way, right in the middle of the table. It's an official decree that pins the entire blame for the conflict squarely on Havelock, the hooded human, framing him as the sole mastermind behind this massive disaster. Seeing that, Havelock's face completely drops and absolute panic sets in. Completely consumed by rage, he starts screaming that Costella is the biggest backstabber on the face of the earth. Ignoring the tantrum with absolute ice in his veins, Costella just signals his guards to drag the guy out of there instantly. Right on cue, the brutes step up and pin Havelock down. He tries to put up a fight but stands absolutely zero chance against their sheer strength. Screaming in pure hatred, the betrayed guy ends up getting dragged out of the camp. Right after, Costella locks eyes with Eldrick and, dripping with pure mockery, asks what he should do with his useless carcass. Feeling the panic kick in hard, Eldrick begs on his knees for his life, dropping that he's holding on to a massive, dark secret that could level Costella up and let him run everything in the Orvis Empire. Hearing this top-tier tea, Costella's expression flips instantly, getting super invested in finding out what this crazy gossip is all about. Cutting the suspense right there, the story decides to leave us hanging and switches scenes, taking us straight to the luxurious main mansion in the city of Thuland. Over there, we run into our protagonist's sister, looking like an absolute boss alongside her loyal assistant. Honestly, this woman is pure danger and commands respect everywhere she goes. For those who forgot, we're talking about Priscilla Edgar, our protagonist's insanely powerful older sister. Walking with serious elegance, her dedicated maid steps up to interrupt her boss's thoughts. Bringing some urgent news, she announces that a letter sent by Leah just arrived, written directly on behalf of young Rain. In that moment, Priscilla gets hit with nostalgia from when he was just a little kid and decides that as soon as her schedule clears up, she's gonna drop by to see how the boy is doing. But the second she breaks the seal and starts reading the contents, her whole vibe instantly does a complete 180. Consumed by absolute fury, she starts raging, cursing out everyone and demanding they drag that scumbag Velis Walker right in front of her this exact second. Shortly after, poor Walker is already on his knees in front of the boss, shaking like a leaf. Completely lost in the sauce, he tries to cool her down by calling her big sister and asking what the hell is going on to make her so pissed off. With a glare sharp enough to cut steel, Priscilla cuts the crap and asks if he's out of his mind to have the absolute audacity to plot a rebellion against her family. Almost having a heart attack, Walker swears on his life that's impossible and the whole thing is just a massive misunderstanding. Having zero patience for his excuses, the boss simply throws the paper right in his face, warning him the proof is crystal clear and he can read it for himself. Hand shaking harder than a jackhammer, Walker picks up the document from the floor. To his absolute horror, his name is stamped right next to the news that Kaiser went rogue and rebelled, sparking the suspicion that his older brother, Velis Walker himself, was in on the plot. Plus, the text warns that the troops are rallying to hold the line against the Orvis invasion and begs for urgent backup. Finishing reading that absolute nuke, Velas goes into total shock. Keeping up her ruthless boss energy, Priscilla coldly presses him, asking if he has any final pathetic excuse to try and clear his name. Almost crying, Walker begs, saying this whole clown show is entirely the fault of that reckless idiot Kaiser, swearing that he personally has absolutely zero to do with this treason. Except, of course, the terrible luck of sharing the traitor's last name. Trying to catch his breath, the poor guy admits he sent a letter to his brother last month, but swears it was just some family advice, telling him to listen closely to Master Rain's orders and not do anything stupid, promising it was just that and nothing else. Watching her subordinate shake, Priscilla realizes his panic is 100% genuine, and the poor guy doesn't seem to be capping, making her wonder if this really was just a solo brain-dead move by Kaiser. Stuck in this mess, the noble keeps begging on his knees for a chance to prove the Walker family is entirely loyal to House Edgar. Honestly, you kinda feel bad for him, since he seems like a good dude who just took the hit for his brother's screw-ups, but at the end of the day, Priscilla is the one calling the shots. With a calculating stare, Priscilla asks if he's actually willing to do whatever it takes for the second chance. Without hesitating, the guy yells that he accepts any condition, even promising to send his one and only precious daughter to lead the backup troops and support Master Rain. Surprised by the pitch, Priscilla asks if he's really dead serious about dragging young Roseline into this, reminding him the girl barely hit adulthood and just graduated from the military academy, meaning if she gets sent to the lobby on the battlefield, the Walker bloodline is officially over. Showing some desperate determination, Velas thumps his chest and says he doesn't care, fully willing to risk his own blood to clear his clan's honor. Honestly, if it wasn't for Priscilla's backing in the past, their family would have vanished off the map a long time ago, making the man beg for mercy one more time. Letting out a long sigh, the boss ends up giving in, but lays down a crystal-clear condition. She won't let the girl act on her own without a short leash. With that, Priscilla orders Green to send one of his elite agents to keep a close eye on Roseline, not to save her from danger, but to watch her every step. If the young girl messes up or shows any signs of treason, the order is straight up. She must be sent straight back to the lobby instantly. Cutting back to the city of Aislinn, the vibe we find there is totally different from that chaos before. High up in the mountain range, in this scene, we find the dangerous Castella analyzing the terrain, already strategically positioned in the area with his forces. Intrigued, the invader asks Eldrick if that place is really the so-called Aislinn city. Full of arrogance, Eldrick confirms it and guarantees that, very soon, that entire region will fall right into their hands. However, one detail really catches the invader's eyes. Clever Ren used his mage guild to give the local defenses a massive upgrade, turning those crumbling walls into shiny new barriers. Noticing this, Castella lets out a sarcastic laugh, thinking his opponent made a ridiculous strategic blunder by draining all his caster's mana just to patch up rocks, leaving Aslan's troops totally exhausted and packing zero firepower. On the flip side, Eldrick is still suspicious, wondering if those reinforced walls won't cause a massive headache when it's time to breach. Rocking his veteran strategist swagger, Castella explains that even if the terrain helps the defenders, actually the real power of that garrison came from magic, not stacked stones. With the local mages completely wiped out from the engineering effort, the invasion would be basically a walk in the park. Riding that wave, Castella's right-hand man pitches a tactical alternative to dodge the bloodbath, suggesting they simply loop around the defenses instead of charging head-on at the wall. It kinda makes you wonder if the fort only guards the main gate or if the whole city is walled in. But we'll find that out together soon enough. The main thing is focusing on what's about to go down right now. As expected, Castella hates the idea and shoots an intimidating glare at his subordinate, asking if he's underestimating his commander's power to tear that fort down. Panic hits the general, who drops to his knees instantly, swearing it's not cowardice or fear of fighting, but a genuine attempt to spare his own soldiers' lives. Flexing a coldness that would make anyone jealous, Castella claps back, saying casualties are inevitable in any armed conflict, arguing that since the army is packed with rookie soldiers, this slaughter will be great for the boys to toughen up. Wasting no time, Castella uses his power to float in the air and summons his top mage to tag along, dead set on delivering a very direct and intimidating message to Aslan's leader. Meanwhile, inside the castle, our protagonist stays completely locked in on his bureaucratic duties. Keeping his eyes on his system screens as usual, he tries to untangle the mess of that massive task that's been dragging on for 2 weeks, showing zero signs of wrapping up anytime soon. But the peace and quiet gets shattered when Leah runs into the meeting room, announcing that the feared Duke Castella and his elite mage are waiting right outside the gates, demanding an audience with him. A few minutes later, the young leader steps up onto the wall's battlements, getting a respectful salute from all his troops standing ready. Down below, Castella yells up at Ren, offering what he calls a golden once-in-a-lifetime chance. If the kid surrenders peacefully right now, he'll spare the city from getting wiped off the map. Without breaking a sweat, the kid flashes that mocking little smirk and asks his guards out loud if that guy screaming down there was really the infamous, imposing Lord Castella. Acting totally chill, Leah confirms that yep, that flashy dude is indeed their duke. Faced with the mockery, Castella almost explodes with rage at the kid's sheer audacity, growling that not even the boy's dad would dare treat him with such disrespect. Even with pure hate going to his head, the general doubles down that the invasion is happening no matter what, but he's still willing to accept a friendly surrender if our hero plays along. Standing solid as a rock, our protagonist decides to return the favor, stating that if the enemy feels entitled to set deadlines, he'll be generous with the invader too. If Castella doesn't want his troops sent to the lobby early, he better turn around with his 100,000 men and march straight back to the hole they crawled out of. With this bold ultimatum, the tension hits the roof and Aslan's fate hangs by a thread. Totally losing his cool, Castella yells that Ren is just a stubborn brat who doesn't know when to back down to save his own skin. Out of patience for more cheap talk, the enemy commander swears he'll personally lead his legion's ruthless charge against the city walls. Repeating the same old empty threat, he warns one last time that if the Lord doesn't want to go offline, his best move is waving the white flag immediately. Sick of hearing the same broken record, the protagonist gives Leah a subtle signal, ordering his assistant to deliver a solid "sut up" to the Duke, so he realizes exactly whose turf he's stepping on, and just like that, the beautiful Leah flashes her deadly blades with a precision that sends chills straight down your spine. Wasting not a single second, the warrior draws one of her throwing daggers with cracked agility. With a quick flick of the wrist, she launches the metal dead center at the Orvis leader's throat. Spotting the projectile closing in, Castella's protector mage acts fast and dives into the path to save the boss, throwing up a heavy magic shield to try and block the physical strike. To their absolute shock, the power behind Leah's throw is so cracked that the blade simply shreds through the mystic barrier like it's paper. Missing the main target by literal millimeters, the knife cuts through the wind and leaves a grazing slice right on Castella's cheek. Feeling the hot blood running down his face, the invading leader completely loses his mind. Glaring up at the wall, the wounded noble shoots our hero a look that could disintegrate anyone purely out of rage. Then, the kid up top drops the warning that if there's a next slip-up, the aim will be adjusted to send him back to the lobby for good. Feeling the weight of the humiliation, Castella decides to bounce, pulling a retreat alongside his escort caster. Jumping back to the defensive planning, the protagonist gives Celine the green light to keep all preparations locked and loaded, cause the real brawl is about to kick off. During all this time, over at the enemy camp, things are also totally chaotic. Worried about his leader's safety, the Vanguard general asks if the boss is okay after the scare. Foaming with hate, the wounded guy yells that he got hurt by that Edgar family worm and orders all troops to mobilize like yesterday, stating his only life goal right now is to capture the kid alive to make him pay heavily for this audacity tonight. Faced with this insane order, the general tries to drag the boss back to reality, warning that the whole squad just wrapped up a forced march for 3 days straight and is dropping from exhaustion, suggesting they push the attack to dawn so the men can at least catch their breath. But Grand Duke Castella refuses to hear advice and tells his subordinate to kick rocks, calling the guy a massive, top-tier incompetent. In his mind, the soldiers of the Grand Orvis Empire had no right to get tired that easily. At this point, the officer tries to explain that, regardless of how wiped out the crew is, they gotta build a bridge to cross the river and prep the siege gear. Actually, other commanders nearby nod along, agreeing with the man's common sense. However, Castella stays stubborn as a mule, and fires back that this commander doesn't know the first thing about military strategy. Flaunting his usual, extreme arrogance, the big shot argues that, since ancient times, speed is what wins the game. Since the enemy thinks they'll only make a move the next day, the plan is to launch the attack right now to catch them with their pants down. With that, the arrogant guy drops the hammer and orders the offensive to start without any more stalling. Meanwhile, back at the camp, reality was totally different. The whole troop was running on absolute fumes after marching 3 days and nights non-stop. Amidst the chatter, one of the soldiers happily mentions he saw a massive, chubby sheep getting prepped for slaughter. With that, the hype was high for a solid dinner tonight. But let's be real, how are they gonna split a single sheep for 1,000 starving men? If there are no more animals in the stash, things are gonna get ugly and the guys will have to fight on empty stomachs. Yeah, poor man's joy doesn't last long and the commander shows up ordering them to march into combat immediately. This news hits the poor guys like a bomb, since they were already completely drained of energy. Then, one of them, fueled by pure hunger-driven audacity, asks if there's no time to at least grab a plate before the brawl. Instantly, the general shuts the joke down and tells everyone to cut the crap. In that area, the rule of the game is simple. He sets the pace, and the grunts obey without whining. With no other viable option, the soldiers swallow hard and accept their fate. Shortly after, the squad finally moves out and the beatdown begins, giving everyone watching a massive scare. Orvis's warriors charge in roaring loudly, promising to send everybody straight to the lobby. But our beloved Ren is chilling with absolute peace of mind, watching the show from the safe VIP seats. Then, one of his right-hand men walks up to ask what the next tactical move is gonna be. Right then, Ren notices something totally bizarre. The invaders are throwing themselves straight into the water. With zero proper gear to cross or build a bridge, the guys are literally swimming raw trying to reach the other side. Intrigued, Ren asks his trusted man if that Orvis crew had ever seen combat before. After all, there's a super weird detail in this story. The invaders look weak and give off every sign they haven't put a spoonful of food in their mouths for days. Quickly, the soldier explains that, as far as he knows, this front line is packed with rookie recruits who genuinely look like they're starving, leaving Ren scratching his head. The question hangs in the air. Were these guys really sent into the clash without eating absolutely anything? Then the warrior throws out two theories. The first being that the enemy army's food stash might be at zero or pretty close to it. However, before he can even finish explaining the second option, Ren loses his patience and tells him to spit the info out already, complaining about all the stalling. With that, the fighter spills the absolute cruelest truth. Grand Duke Castella is probably using this crew as cannon fodder, sending the rookies to go offline on purpose just to drain Aslan's arrows and defense resources. Faced with such coldness, Ren's jaw drops, wondering if the Orvis Emperor would really sign off on this, since we're talking about his own citizens' lives here. To the soldier, the reality is that not every ruler has the good heart of our protagonist or his dad, Grand Duke Ardaleon. The truth is most nobles think exactly like Castella, meaning they couldn't care less about the people. It's sad, but this kind of neglect happens even today, boss. Deep in thought, Ren tries to process the cruelty of this tactic, unable to stomach how someone can throw their own people to the wolves like that. Then the subordinate grabs his attention again, warning that the arrow stash is locked and loaded to rain on the enemy, asking for a final call on what to do. But in a totally shocking move. And just like that, everything changed. Ren decides he won't waste precious ammo on them and bans any shooting. With that order, the soldier falls back, completely stunned by the choice to stand down. Right in the next chapter, the situation stays exactly the same as before, with no major updates. Down on the battlefield, the enemy soldiers keep grinding to cross, but one detail stands out. The pack of grown men is getting completely soaked. Obviously, Ren isn't dumb at all, so he gets ahead of it and orders Celine to unleash that serious icy breeze. I mean a super freezing wind to freeze the invaders straight to their souls. Following Ren's command instantly, the mage starts channeling all her destructive power. Seeing that scene, Castella jumps to conclusions and thinks Ren is a complete idiot. Then the general standing right next to him is completely lost and asks how exactly the opponent would be an idiot. So Castella proudly explains that he sent the recruits just as cannon fodder to force Ren to burn his arrow stash. But, playing like a fool, the opponent is reportedly burning magic mana just to save ammo. This way, as soon as the city's mages run out of energy, Orvis's heavy cavalry and sorcerers will march full force against a totally weakened defense. Immediately, the on-duty kiss-asses start clapping at Castella's genius, thinking the strategy is flawless, but everybody knows our beloved protagonist plays chess in a whole different dimension. Let's be real. In Castella's head, the victory is already locked in, and he can barely wait to capture our boy and hold him hostage one more time. Meanwhile, noticing the rival mages took to the skies to position themselves. Right then, the Orvis squad starts looking at each other, not understanding absolutely anything about what's going down. After all, it's not worth standing there being target practice for those little mages, being way smarter to bail while they still have legs to run. Not to mention that any magic attack from them is usually a one-way ticket straight to the upper room, no crying allowed. But hold up, cause one of the warriors notices something weird and asks if they weren't casting spells, since there aren't any explosions popping off in the air. Quickly, the commander tells everyone to cut the clown show and get back to the front line immediately. With no other choice, the soldiers end up following the superior's order, relieved at least that there aren't any spells dropping straight on their heads. Curious about the strategy, our beautiful and feisty Celine asks the protagonist how such a basic spell could stop the enemy's push. From her point of view, it would be way more efficient to fry everyone with a solid blast of lightning. However, our young leader explains that spamming so much electricity is completely unnecessary right now. Historically, any army's will to fight has always been crushed by two ruthless factors: hunger and extreme cold. And right now, the invaders are feeling the silent effect of that indirect freezing magic on their own skin. In Ren's vision, those fighters can barely stand up from shivering so much, which makes attacking the city practically impossible. If hunger was already punishing their forces before, now, with this cold freezing their bones, the mission turned into an absolute nightmare. Out of nowhere, the pissed-off commander pops up again, yelling and calling everyone useless, while demanding to know why they're standing still. Screaming, he orders the squad to draw their swords and march against the wall, which is super easy to say when you're not freezing to death with a growling stomach, right? Shaking hard, one of the warriors tries to explain to the captain that the cold is so absurd their hands are completely frozen and won't respond to hold the weapons. Faced with the roadblock, the captain dispatches a rider to report the tea to Lord Castella, while forcing the rest to march back into combat, no matter the suffering. Shortly after, the cavalry messenger finally reaches the Orvis army's main camp, dropping to his knees in front of his sovereign. The soldier announces he brings urgent updates from the front line. Deep down, the guy just wanted to keep it real and say the troops are left out in the open, suffering from starvation and freezing temps. Meanwhile, the top brass enjoys a warm, cozy feast inside the tents. But looking out for his own skin, he just reports that the initial push is a complete disaster, cause Ren used wind spells to slow their advance, leaving the soldiers so weakened by cold and hunger they can barely hold their shields. Desperate, the knight begs for a fallback order, but Castella reacts with pure arrogance and calls him a complete idiot. Ranting, the leader claims all the knights turned into cowards and don't even deserve to wear the Orvis Empire's war uniform, even though the messenger tries to argue it's not a lack of courage, but a lack of physical energy to swing swords due to hypothermia. Castella ignores the excuses and orders the guards to toss the poor dude into that dark dungeon where nobody ever comes back from. Sick of excuses, the commander himself decides to take the reins and personally lead the next charge. Worried, his general warns about the risks of the move, saying the lower ranks are there exactly to sacrifice themselves on the front line if needed. Satisfied with all that bootlicking, Castella praises the subordinates' loyalty, but insists he needs to teach the other officers a lesson in leadership, proving he's the Empire's true genius strategist. So good luck to our misunderstood superhero. So the next morning, the arrogant leader shows up, posted on the battlefield alongside his leftover troops. Right at the gate, his first order goes straight to the mage division. His command forces all casters to build solid bridges to let the heavy cavalry cross safely, quickly following the boss's orders. At that moment, the mages start shaping the earth, throwing up massive makeshift bridges over the moat. Honestly, the final result of the builds turned out pretty decent, even if the ramps were a bit crooked and steep, which is still 1,000 times better than swimming in that freezing water. With the path cleared, Castella screams the general attack order, so the entire squad marches without hesitation. To hype the troops up, he promises a fat gold reward to the warrior who manages to capture Ren in one piece and alive. Everybody knows how the world turns. When easy money is involved, nobody wants to be left behind, and greed talks the loudest. From up on the walls, Ren's commander warns that Orvis's forces are launching a direct assault, rolling in with a massive squad this time. Faced with that, Ren orders Leah to immediately dump a mysterious secret component into the moat, keeping the suspense about what that substance actually is. On top of that, the guy orders all side escape routes to be completely locked down. Promptly, our beloved Leah nods, guaranteeing she'll execute every detail of the plan flawlessly. Right after the fort's defenders start dumping a thick, dark substance straight into the water. Based on the material's look, you can take a solid guess that it's a massive amount of flammable oil. Whatever it is, the plan is working perfectly and the moat is quickly getting covered by the dark substance. But the enemy soldiers are already pushing across the bridges, meaning the trap needs to be triggered ASAP so things don't go south. But before we can witness the end of this electrifying clash, the story's focus shifts elsewhere. Now the attention turns to the fearless Roseline, who's leading her military forces at a fast pace. Fully aware of the urgency, the young girl knows she needs to pick up the march's pace to guarantee Ren's safety, no matter what it takes. Remembering her dad's words about her bloodline's fate and honor being on her shoulders, she doubles down on her oath to protect Ren's life with everything she's got. However, one of her subordinates approaches, exhausted, begging for a break, arguing the squad has been marching non-stop for 3 days straight and the horses are about to collapse, even if she has energy to spare. Ignoring the overall exhaustion, the commander stays locked on the goal and asks how long it would take to reach Aslan City, keeping up their current travel pace. Running the numbers, the warrior answers that the trip should still take about 1 full day of travel. With that intel, she asks the team's mage to project a holographic map to thoroughly analyze a shortcut or alternative route to speed up their approach even more. Analyzing the path, she guesses that Aslan's border fort is already under heavy attack, and that Master Ren is surrounded by enemy troops, finding comfort only in the intel that he stocked up enough supplies to hold out for a while. Suddenly, Rai spots something unusual and suspicious blocking the path just up ahead. Without hesitating, she pulls the reins hard, forcing her mount to an abrupt, immediate stop. Staring blankly ahead, she demands a guy named Knox to show himself, making it clear she detected his hidden presence in the shadows and wants to talk. All around, the escort soldiers look at each other, confused by her move, since there's absolutely nothing visible in that direction. But to everyone's shock, a magic portal starts forming right in front of their eyes. Out of the rift steps a mysterious mage figure carrying an imposing scythe-shaped staff. Taking a good look at the guy's face, this Knox dude looks a lot like a potential heir of Yami mixed with that charismatic witch from Black Clover, rocking that exact same badass look. Seeing the incoming danger, Roseline's subordinate yells for everyone to form a defensive wall around their lady. However, she raises her arm, signaling everyone to fall back, stating that defensive setup is completely unnecessary. Keeping her stance solid, she asked a newcomer if he goes by the name Knox World. Not giving much room for personal questions, the guy just coldly warns that if she has relevant beloved business, she better spit it out once and for all. Straight to the point, she lays out the plan to dispatch troops to cut Orvis's supply line and corner the city's invaders, revealing she knows Lady Priscilla assigned him to monitor her, but stresses she'll need his cooperation for the mission to succeed. Coldly, the young guy replies his original orders were just to end her if she showed disloyalty toward Ren, with zero mention of actively cooperating in battles. Knowing this, the young girl claps back saying if something tragic happens to Ren, things will definitely get ugly for both of them. Even without showing much height for the pitch, the young mage realizes there's no other smart way out and asks what task she wants to assign him. Showing pure determination, she plans to lead her divisions through a mountain detour to surprise and strike Orvis's clueless rearguard. It'll be up to the Dark Ally to push ahead to hold back the water flow in the protagonist's moat, releasing the floodgates full force as soon as her support mage gives the set signal. This way, the Imperial invaders will be swallowed by the sudden flood, with absolutely zero chance of escape. Stepping away from this duo and their schemes for a sec, the story shifts straight to Varchala, the imposing capital of the elf territory. In the court there, the elf princess carefully reviews the diplomatic mail sent by the protagonist. Without a shadow of a doubt, that ruler gives off an absolutely terrifying authority and presence. Asking the present advisors about the pitch, the first aide shows total distrust, labeling humans as extremely greedy beings whose word means nothing, suggesting they completely ignore the message. On the flip side, the young sage standing nearby points out that their current internal reserves aren't enough to feed the tribe's entire population. Faced with the harsh reality of needing commercial trades with humans to survive the brutal winter, straight up rejecting the deal would be a highly reckless move. Asking for a more practical perspective, the princess turns to Yuria, suggesting she share her experience with the human lore to help make the call. At first, the young girl replies she considers the new administrator a manipulative and dangerous guy, but quickly corrects herself to highlight that the boy has a brilliant, completely out-of-the-box intellect. Even without understanding the crazy methods he uses, his policies guaranteed plenty of food for the cold season and generated a cracked financial economy for the local community. With a curious tone, the weird-looking mage asks if such unique and intriguing individuals really exist in mortal territory. Quickly, the green-clad scout brushes off the other's intelligence, showing heavy skepticism about the Lord's capabilities. From the looks of it, the tracking patrols already caught wind of the massive military siege going down, making the warrior question this weird human habit of going to war every time the season changes. However, she brings up a surgical point to Yuria, reminding her that for any future partnership to thrive, the ruler needs to make it out of the conflict alive, and Ariel quickly confirms this harsh reality. Faced with this clear scenario, the sovereign ruler announces she'll make her final decision immediately. Validating the arguments brought by Salian, she concludes that the administrator's potential defeat would ruin their mutual plans and, because of that, the elf warriors will march to intervene in the war, guaranteeing the young lord wins the clash. With the political and military boards moving, the scene returns full force to the heat of the combat beneath the walls. Posted firmly on the defensive line, our young leader raises his hand and gives the final order for the archers to unleash a ruthless rain of projectiles. But Celine doesn't just want him to use arrows, thinking it's high time they put that secret plan of theirs into action. On the flip side, the MC warns he's in zero rush and they need to wait for Costella to push a little further. Since this trick can only be used one single time, Costella needs to be dead center in the mess. Otherwise, that scumbag is gonna end up slipping away. You could even see she was about to question the MC. At that moment, she ended up getting cut off by two enemy soldiers who were already scaling the wall. With that, one of the officers runs to tell Costella they finally managed to reach the enemy barrier. Then the commander gets all happy and confident, believing his genius strategy is gonna work out perfectly. Riding that hype, he instantly orders the entire rest of the army to march into the attack, including himself in the charge, since the genius decides to push forward alongside the troops. This way, he falls like a sitting duck exactly into the scenario the MC had planned out. Wasting no time, our leader gives the order for Celine to finally trigger their plan. Now it gets tricky, cause that order took a bit and Orvis's fighters are already getting dangerously close to Ren. But obviously, he's heavily protected by his guards, making it nearly impossible for the enemies to lay a finger on Ren. In the heat of battle, the MC calls for Celine one more time, since she knows the strategy exists, but still has zero clue how it's gonna work. Then the MC tells her to fire a fireball straight into the moat. Catching the MC signal, she focuses and starts casting her spell. Turns out, instead of just launching a single flaming sphere, she decides to conjure like 50 of them at once just to be super safe. After all, it's always better to guarantee the job gets done completely. Naturally, Castella spots that rain of fire heading his way and starts screaming for his mages. Desperate, he demands a protective barrier, swearing the attack is aimed entirely at him. In his head, that was the opponent's desperate strike and their last card to try and win. However, we all know the reality is completely different. Then, the general tries to warn Castella that blowing all the mage's energy there is a massive blunder, because if the enemy has a trap up their sleeve, they'll be left with absolutely zero defense. Then the Orvis Lord just laughs it off, insisting the rival has zero strategic plan whatsoever. To him, all that region's magic reserves had already been drained to cast that freezing wind from before. Because of that, these fireballs were just the leftover energy they had to try and defend themselves. Actually, his mages to block most of the bombardment, but some sparks still managed to slip through the barrier. So guess what the final destination of those magic projectiles was? They were landing right inside the moat. Then Castella notices that trajectory, but he doesn't even care, thinking it was just a bad aim from the rival mages due to extreme exhaustion. With that, he starts claiming the W way too early. At least, that's what was going through his delusional head. Meanwhile, the chain reaction finally pops off and everything blows sky high. With the blast, Castella is completely dazed, understanding absolutely nothing. Since the whole moat around the fort was filled with oil, the invading soldiers ended up completely cornered by the trap. Faced with that, the commander starts panicking, wondering what kind of forbidden spell that could be. After all, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive wall of flames just rose up right in front of them. To make things worse, he had ordered the entire troop to push forward, meaning all his soldiers are now right in the middle of that massive barbecue. And that's where it gets crazy. The meathead finally realized the size of the mess he got himself into. He even mutters that the MC can't be a regular human. In his eyes, that kid could only be an absolute monster in disguise. After all, the guy cooked up a plan to send 100,000 soldiers straight to the lobby all at once. In the middle of all that chaos and hellish heat, the general runs up to Castella begging him to call for an immediate retreat. Hearing his right-hand man's plea, Castella orders his mages to use water spells to put out the fire. The problem is the mages warn him they are completely out of energy since they burned their last drop of mana throwing up that previous shield. Someone else whose jaw dropped at the massive devastation is Celine, swearing that damage was on the level of a forbidden tier spell. The big mystery for her is how the MC managed to pull all that off without burning a drop of mana, using just a few barrels of oil. Looking down from the wall, the scene really looked like a vision of the underworld run by the MC himself. Obviously, he doesn't enjoy doing this kind of extreme stuff, but to make sure his citizens survive this chaotic world, he needs to speed up the Industrial Revolution no matter what. With that thought in mind, he tells Celine he's bouncing, and the rest of the job is in her hands now. Then the mage confirms she got the message and orders her casters to start bombarding the survivors. Picture this: the enemy army is already turning into barbecue down there, and to top it off, spells start raining on their heads. The odds of someone heading back to the lobby right there are massive. Meanwhile, in the middle of all that chaos, that scumbag Castella incredibly managed to walk out of there in one piece. Unfortunately, for our joy, the crook ended up slipping away. To make things even more complicated, he didn't just survive, he also managed to bail and run straight back to his base. The problem is, stepping into the camp, he realizes there isn't a single living soul left to tell the tale, and everybody just vanished into thin air. Right after, a suspicious noise coming from up in the trees catches his attention. Spooked, he hits an agile backstep instantly. By a super narrow margin, a giant blade almost splits the top of his head right down the middle. At that moment, the warrior who swung the hit drops down and starts walking slowly toward him. Then the terrified Castella asks who the hell that woman is. Obviously, it was our fearless Roseline. With a side smirk, she warns him she's been tracking Castella's steps for quite a while now. Shaking with fear, the enemy leader asks what she wants and what she plans to do with him. Drawing her combat weapon, the knight demands to know where his army's main squad went. Plus, she wants to know where Master Rain is at right now. Giving the guy zero room to explain himself, she already starts laying the beat down on him. Tired of being a punching bag, Castella decides to sing, whining that his men got fried because of a forbidden spell spell cast by Rain. Hearing that, Rosaline gets even more furious, thinking the guy is just making up the biggest lame excuse in history. She questions the prisoner if he really thinks she's naive enough to buy a cheap lie like that. So, since he didn't want to cooperate the easy way, things are gonna have to be handled the hard way. She orders her subordinates to drag him off for a very unfriendly interrogation. A few hours after this went down, Rosaline goes to check how things are going with her soldier, who reports the prisoner is as stubborn as a mule and keeps swearing up and down he's Grand Duke Castella, which they think is pure cap. To top it off, the guard mentions the hostage sounds like a broken record, repeating non-stop that his 100,000 troops turned to dust over at the fort. All this persistence ends up making the commander pretty annoyed. With that, she orders them to keep the beatdown going until that crook decides to spit the actual truth once and for all. Meanwhile, she orders the troops to reorganize because their plan is to march toward the fort as soon as possible. According to the prisoner's intel, there's an access bridge that makes crossing easier for the cavalry. However, if she wants to invade the spot, she'll need to force Orvis's remaining troops out of that defensive zone. Then the idea pops up to maybe bypass the fort to march straight toward Iceland, which doesn't seem like a bad strat. Cutting her train of thought short, Rosaline suddenly hears a suspicious noise coming from the trees. Right after, her assistant also catches the same weird sound getting closer. Without hesitating, the young girl yells for the whole battalion to get into combat formation, because it looks like an ambush is about to go down. Then, the guards form a protective wall around their leader and dare the invaders to show their faces, since everybody's locked and loaded for a clash. To everyone's shock, the one who steps out of the bushes is Yuria. Tagging right behind her are the other members of the elf tribe too, including the elf queen herself, who made a point to show up personally with the crew. With that, Rosaline starts cooking up theories in her head, guessing the elf race decided to lock in a cooperation deal with Orvis. Then she completely loses her cool and starts insulting the visitors, calling them backstabbers for teaming up with the enemy empire just to screw over young Rain. At that moment, Salian claps back, saying that accusation is ridiculous, since Rain himself was the one who sent an invite for them to talk. But Rosaline warns she's not buying that excuse no matter what, insisting everybody there is working for the invading army. With tempers flaring, Salian loses her patience and instantly orders her archers to aim at them, but since Rosaline is also a hothead, she straight up dares the elf to throw hands. Like always in these situations, someone with more authority needs to step in to chill everybody out. Right on cue, the elf queen quickly casts a powerful dimensional shield between the two forces. Then she demands everybody calm down and cut the nonsense, explaining she only came out there because she got a message from Rain with a super tempting business pitch. Adding to that, the sovereign states that if the young girl is his partner, there's no reason to fight. But if she's an enemy, they'll turn right around and settle this after the combat wraps up. Still suspicious, Rosaline demands solid proof to verify that story is legit. With that, the queen signals Yuria to present the document. Then the priestess hands over the envelope, confirming that was the exact mail Rain dropped off. Faced with this, Rosaline has to admit she was wrong, since the letter bears the legit stamp of the prestigious Edgar family. After all, that seal carries magic power that is literally impossible to clone or forge. So, the warrior warns that until she finds Master Rain, she'll give the long ears the benefit of the doubt, as long as a heavy escort watches their every single move. With that, the queen agrees without a fuss, since you can never be too careful on either side. Seeing that, Rosaline orders her whole army to chill out and fall back to their original positions to catch their breath at the camp before marching again. Since she isn't dumb at all, she also orders her commanders to assign elite scouts to keep an eye on the elves, making sure any shady move gets reported instantly. Meanwhile, Salian asks her sovereign why she's pushing for this deal, since the humans don't trust them even a tiny bit. To her surprise, the queen replies that if humans trusted them right off the bat, that's when things would actually be weird. The issue is that, deep down, the sovereign is scared to death, hoping our boy Rain doesn't drop the ball, because her race's fate relies entirely on him. A short while later, while Rosaline's troops marched full speed ahead, a soldier yells that the scouts finally came back with updates. Then the scout reveals the banner flying over the fort isn't from the Orvis Empire, but actually the official Edgar family flag. With this tea, the young girl starts thinking that runaway general was actually speaking facts, even though he already took a well-deserved beatdown anyway. In this scenario, there's zero time left for second guessing, and whatever's waiting for them, she needs to find Rain ASAP. Quickly, she orders them to raise the war banner to signal backup has arrived, not caring who's running the walls. With that, she commands everyone to cross the dirt bridge and keep up the fast march straight toward Aslan City. Finally, the scene cuts back to our MC, who decided to take a stroll outside. Cause, well, taking a stroll inside would be kinda impossible, right? The narrator glitched a bit here, but it's the thought that counts. Orvis. Laying eyes on the battlefield, he's faced with the chaotic and devastating aftermath of that clash. As expected, that drastic scene leaves the young guy pretty pissed off. But let's not get his reaction twisted. The issue isn't the loss of lives itself, but the massive waste of manpower. In his head, if he grabbed this army of 100,000 men and put them to grind in a factory, it'd be an industrial paradise. And the worst part was seeing this potential go to the lobby without managing to bag a single worker. Meanwhile, Leia watches everything totally moved, believing her young master is feeling pure compassion for the enemies. To her loyal assistant, he's the literal definition of a kind, fair, and soft-hearted lord. But, in reality, we know this capitalist mind way too well. When she tries to comfort him saying the invaders deserve to go offline, the MC mutters that his real reason for being sad is something else. But before he can even explain himself, something unexpected kills the vibe. Suddenly, a scout rushes in, dropping the news that a cavalry is pushing forward straight from where the Orvis camp was. But the crazy detail is they're flying his sister's banner. This twist completely fries the MC's brain. Then, the scene shifts to show a good chunk of time has passed since that scare. With time jumping forward, the MC is shown having a chat with the Elf Queen, explaining in detail that the city of Aslan is about to become the biggest gold mine in the Empire and the entire continent. If she decides to back this project now, in the future she won't be remembered just as a spectator, but as one of the grand founders of this legendary metropolis. Hearing the pitch, the Queen admits this business plan actually has a pretty appealing concept. The catch is this capitalist lifestyle makes zero sense to her people, since elves are used to living in sync with nature and do just fine without these MC inventions. Unwilling to accept that, the MC claps back saying she's completely wrong and focusing only on that will end up nerfing their growth potential. After all, in the free market, demand never just pops out of nowhere. It's always built from the ground up, straight up. The Queen clips the guy's wings by stressing that certain human desires are shallow and mean absolutely nothing to the elf mindset. Apologizing for being blunt, she points out that countless human empires went to the lobby exactly because they couldn't keep their own ambition in check. At this point, the MC agrees that greed can definitely be a downfall, but argues that it's exactly this burning desire that drives the world's evolution and progress. With that, when humanity got tired of walking on the ground and wanted to fly, they ended up inventing airplanes. Then, when they wanted to explore the deep ocean, they went and built submarines. The moment they looked up at the starry sky, they invented spaceships, which is hilarious, since the MC says all this like a fantasy elf would have any clue what space tech is. Anyway, he predicts that, in the future, she'll be standing at the top of a giant skyscraper looking down at the city, feeling one of the most incredible sensations in life. But, obviously, the Queen is totally lost, understanding nothing, since she has no idea what a giant building, a submarine, airplanes, or even a spaceship is. Even thinking the MC's self-confidence is a rare trait among humans, she makes sure to remind him that elves are built different and have never let greed enslave them, asking if just this commercial district would be enough to flip that script. Rocking a smile, the MC guarantees it's a sure shot. So, if she's down to open her wallet and invest right now, her people's fate could be completely rewritten. This talk about tomorrow hits the Queen deep since she's already caught some pretty nasty glimpses of what's waiting for her race. Meanwhile, remembering the predictions were terrible, she starts thinking that if there's even the slightest chance for change, maybe it's worth betting on this crazy idea. Finally, she admits the MC's audacity is jaw-dropping, but warns she'll need some time to debate this bold pitch with her tribe's council. In no rush, the MC replies it's all good and he'll be waiting patiently to see the color of that investment gold. Before wrapping the chat up though, he calls Leah and asks her to bring a special item he had stashed away. After grabbing the envelope from his assistant, he hands a classy letter straight to the Queen. Getting the document, the elf opens it out of curiosity, asking what this paper is all about. With that, the Lord explains it's an official VIP invite for Aslan's Grand Dam opening ceremony, making it absolutely clear he expects to see her there. Leaving the business meeting behind, the story focuses back on Roseline, who gets cut off yet again by her soldiers screaming. Then, the scout reveals the young lord is safe and sound, and his troops are already in the cleanup phase of the battlefield. The issue is the warrior has a hard time buying that, wondering how he made it out without a scratch against a colossal horde of 100,000 soldiers sent by Orvis. With that, she realizes that prisoner general wasn't tripping, and starts suspecting the lord has the backing of some apocalyptic tier mage. Wasting not a single second, she pushes her horse to gallop non-stop until reaching the city's imposing walls. Spotting ranged sentinels posted up on duty, MC. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying the situation is fully under control. Without saying a single word, she quickly jumps off her mount. Then, she walks through the fort's gates with solid steps. After a good walk through the streets, the warrior finally reaches the main hall of the MC's palace. Right then, she confirms with her own eyes that the guy is standing firm, strong, and doesn't have a single scratch on him. Approaching the throne, she kneels formally and introduces herself as Rosaline Walker, sent by Lady Priscilla, declaring she failed her rescue mission and is ready to take whatever punishment fits. Curious about all this formality, the MC asks if it was really his sister who sent that backup unit. Then, Rosaline confirms the call, making the MC ask why she marched in straight from Orvis's enemy territory. With that, the young girl explains she got the rescue order just 3 days ago. On the way, figuring the MC had already retreated, she decided to flank Orvis's forces to launch a surprise attack right at the invaders' backs. Hearing this, Rain admits he's blown away by the troop pulling off hundreds of miles in 3 days, wondering how they managed that insane speed without a railroad system built. As expected, the warrior is left with a blank stare, having zero clue what a railroad is. But the MC plays it off with a smile and tells her to stand up, giving props to her flawless effort. With that, the young girl states the exhaustion is nothing compared to the duty of clearing the Walker family name, since her Uncle Kaiser pulled that massive stunt against the Lord. Finally connecting the dots with the Walker last name, the MC realizes it and asks if she happens to be related to the infamous Kaiser. Confirming the relation and hating her uncle's unforgivable moves, she doubles down that she came there to beg for a second chance to redeem her bloodline. Then, she makes herself totally available to accept any kind of punishment he sees fit, promising not to make a single peep of complaint. The problem is, faced with a pitch like that, the MC ends up deep in thought. After all, it's not every day someone hands themselves over like that for someone else's judgment. To her shock, the Lord doesn't make a move right away and just leaves her standing there waiting the entire day. She already knew earning that trust back was gonna be a grind, but standing there all day without even getting a direct audience with him was a massive reality check. With that, she starts panicking, dreading the depressing fate waiting for her once proud family. To ease the girl's stress, our beloved MC finally shows his face in the room. Instantly, she stands up in full panic mode while he, with all the chill in the world, apologizes for making her wait so long. Flashing a friendly smile, the Lord tells her to relax, cause now they'll finally have that serious business talk. Feeling hopeful, the warrior thinks she'll finally get her sentence or her long-awaited redemption. The catch is, instead of chewing her out, he surprises her by asking if she's interested in becoming his direct ally. This direct approach completely blindsides the girl, leaving her cheeks glowing red and totally speechless. It leaves you wondering if the MC is suggesting a professional partnership or if he wants her to switch sides, dropping Priscilla's leadership to serve only him. In the end, the guy explains he was extremely impressed by her tactical skills and quick judgment shown on the battlefield. But actually, this lick guy had already used the system's features to scan the young girl's stat sheet, finding out her attributes are insanely cracked and she's a total rare gem. With that, he hypes her up, praising her guts for leading soldiers under pressure, even though in practice, he's just drooling over the monster numbers the tech sheet revealed. Flattered, Rosaline says thanks for the heavy praise but humbly argues that it was nothing more than her duty as a military knight. Then, the MC, flexing his absolute lack of shame, drops the point-blank question asking if she wouldn't want to become his property. Let's be real, throwing out a double-meaning line like that and not expecting the young girl to get totally flustered is asking way too much, right, Master Rain? With that, the warrior takes a super dedicated stance, stating that if the Lord wants to use her services and loyalty however he wants to pay off her family's debt, she'll gladly accept. At that moment, our favorite slowpoke finally realizes his choice of words was a disaster, and the girl took the pitch with a way spicier double meaning. After all, throwing an invite like that without clarifying it's a professional work contract makes life way too complicated for the narrator and the poor warrior. He better start talking soon, cause Rosaline is already kneeling and waiting for the verdict. Then, she declares that, even though she dreamed of being a brave warrior by his side, she's ready to give herself body and soul to serve him without any objections, leaving the narrator feeling terrible about this misunderstanding and begging the MC to fix it. Quickly, the guy steps in to cool things down and clears up that she got it all wrong, cause his interest is strictly professional, just looking for an elite subordinate. Faced with this sudden correction, the girl looks a bit confused, trying to adjust her expectations after all that mental drama. Right after the MC clarifies his only goal is to officially add her to his system's champion squad. By doing so, he guarantees he'll bury the past and clear both her and the rest of the Walker clan from any punishment. The problem comes down to one simple question. Does she accept officially becoming his brave elite knight or not? From the instant sparkle in the warrior's eyes, we don't even need an answer to know her choice. After all, 5 minutes ago she thought she was just going to be used as a sacrifice pawn, never guessing she'd get the golden ticket to make her biggest life dream come true. So she bows her head feeling emotional, declaring the greatest honor of her entire life will be serving as the young master's loyal knight. After that, a good chunk of time passes in the story and our beloved MC is already back in his office. In that office, he's locked in writing a detailed letter to his sister Priscilla, thinking deeply about the current situation and the new knight's strategic role. With the letter done, the young guy asks Leah to send it out first thing in the morning, throwing in a special invite for the dam's grand opening ceremony in the same envelope. Left alone staring at his system's glowing screen, the MC hits reality that he urgently needs to recruit new talent for his land. So far, our guy only managed to bag one prodigy, which completely stalled that main quest that's been hanging there since the beginning. Yeah guys, the recruitment scene is drier than water in the desert, and whoever thought you just had to trip over someone to find a genius was dead wrong. But hold on a second, because it looked like the MC was completely alone, but actually Leah is still standing strong right by his side. She takes the chance to ask what's gonna happen to that loudmouth Costella, who got caught by the fearless Roseline, making the Lord admit he actually totally forgot that scumbag even existed. Promptly, the dedicated servant reports the prisoner is locked up on bread and water right down in Aslan City's dungeon. Shortly after, our charismatic MC makes a point to walk down personally into the depths of that dark prison. Arriving at the spot, he walks in already dropping that classic mockery. Well, look what a beautiful surprise I found here. Even behind bars, Costella stays super cocky and throws it in the guy's face that he's a pathetic being, declaring with absolute certainty that our hero is completely screwed. Faced with that, the sarcastic Rain asks what he means by that. After all, who's the one rotting in the cold cell? Oh right, the prisoner is exactly the former Orvish general. Pissed off, Costella fishes for intel and asks if the guy's dad didn't happen to warn him about the dangers of the political world. According to the continent's ancient rules, mages who cast forbidden spells can never interfere in normal nations' military conflicts. However, during yesterday's clash, the MC just completely ignored this sacred law, meaning very soon every forbidden spellcaster on the continent is gonna march down to hunt for the Edgar family's heads. Without understanding absolutely anything about this forbidden spell nonsense, our hero even asks innocently if the prisoner is talking about Mage Celine. Shaking his head, Castile explains that Celine is just her average elite mage and nothing more, revealing his true fear is that mystery wizard who cast a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield and sent his entire army straight to the lobby. Instantly, the MC finally catches on to the mix-up and realizes the prisoner is talking about the exploding oil barrels. Flashing a smile, our boy explains the whole thing was just a massive misunderstanding, since he can repeat that beautiful kaboom show whenever he feels like it, without needing a single drop of magic. Jumping up in pure outrage, the Duke screams that's impossible, cause a devastation like that could only be the work of a legendary archmage, not some scrawny little lizard like the MC. Man, the villain really crossed the line with that insult, huh? Calling him a toothpick we can ignore, but a lizard is just pure disrespect. Keeping his cool, Ren calmly replies that it doesn't matter if it was considered a forbidden spell or not, since the milk is already spilled and the damage is left in the past. Actually, the only reason for his grand visit to this dungeon is to clear up a super simple question poking at his brain. His goal is to find out who the mastermind behind this disgusting attack is, or what kind of dirty plan they were trying to pull off. Just from the villain's scared face you can tell he totally gave himself away. But even so, the proud prisoner swears up and down he doesn't answer to anyone higher up, claiming the Orvis Knights don't need complex reasons to march on a bloody crusade against the Caledoriel Empire. All this nonsense sounds like a terrible joke to the MC. After all, he thoroughly analyzed Iceland's historical records from all past springs, finding out the enemy army always crosses the border to stir up chaos and burns rivers of cash trying to capture neighboring lands. However, the weirdest part is that this invading army never actually occupies those lands, not leaving a single guard behind. On top of that, as soon as autumn knocks on the door, the Orvis troops fall back in a hurry, acting like they have a strict deadline to leave. Faced with that, either that empire's ruler has completely lost his marbles, or there's an extremely valuable hidden purpose behind all these pointless crusades. Consumed by rage, the Duke claps back, saying they only retreat because it makes zero sense to keep control over a barren, cursed land that's absolutely useless. To him, his nation's only real ambition is rubbing its colossal military power right in the entire continent's face. Showing he wasn't born yesterday, the slick MC questions if their real goal is actually showing off their army, or if they're actually running secret tests with something completely unknown around Aslan. Hearing this spot-on deduction, Castile jumps in shock behind bars and starts stuttering, swearing up and down he has no clue what the kid is talking about. Yeah, right. Pretend I actually believe he doesn't know anything. Seeing the villain won't spill the beans anytime soon, the MC says that's perfectly fine, since he'll have plenty of free time to refresh his memory while rotting in that damp cell. Stepping out of the dungeon, the guy stays deep in thought, pondering how these annual invasions look like a poorly rehearsed play, hinting there's a colossal behind-the-scenes conspiracy he needs to unmask ASAP. At the same time, the young lord knows he needs to step on the gas for his industrial development right away, because that annoying feeling of being a manipulated pawn on someone else's chessboard is really bugging him. Taking a 10-day time jump in the story, the scene focuses on our hero's gorgeous older sister Priscilla, opening the mail she just got from Islan. Reading her little brother's words carefully, she finds out Roseline's backup was clutch for the win, and now the guy wants to add her permanently to his squad of direct subordinates, hoping to get his sister's blessing for it. Because of that, Priscilla summons her loyal intelligence advisor Gwen, ordering her to send a message to the noble Velas Walker, letting him know the youngest Edgar heavily approved of his daughter's services, giving the dad a free pass to finally chill without fearing punishment. Meanwhile, she notices the attached invite calls them to the grand opening of some dam, deciding to ask if her assistant has any clue what that modern word means. Promptly, Gwen admits she doesn't have the slightest idea what that is, praising young Master Rain for his otherworldly intelligence, which is way beyond the intellect of average folks. Making her choice with pure hype, Priscilla announces that, out of sheer curiosity, they're gonna pack their bags and head out for a quick trip to Rain's turf. All this just to see up close and figure out what the heck this revolutionary invention called a dam actually is. However, the demanding big sister still drops one last order before hitting the road. Her command for Gwen is to select some talented girls around Roseline's age, cause she wants to figure out her little brother's personal taste once and for all. Let's be real, what a caring big sister, right guys? The MC didn't even have to put in the work to flirt, and his own family is already setting up his harem. Wish I had one of those in my life. Switching scenes, we're taken straight to the lavish imperial palace of Orvis, where the advisors are frantically debating how General Castile's capture is going to be a devastating hit to the border soldiers' morale. Worried about the political fallout, one of the nobles warns that if the prisoner ends up running his mouth and spilling the kingdom's secrets, their situation is going to get terribly complicated. Cutting the chatter short, the Orvis emperor slams the table and demands immediate silence from his subordinates. At this critical point in the game, the top boss makes it clear he couldn't care less about finding who's guilty or innocent in that meeting room. What he actually demands, like yesterday, is a practical fix for the military disaster, not some useless debate among panicked nobles. Thinking fast, Advisor Craven, who our narrator affectionately nicknamed Rapunzel thanks to his long locks, suggests His Majesty send a trusted diplomat straight to Aislinn to kick off peace talks. The advisor barely finishes his pitch, and the rest of the nobility already throws a collective fit, screaming that cutting a deal with the enemy kingdom would be an unforgivable disgrace, and calling the MC's vassals a bunch of massive, uneducated barbarians. Amidst the yelling, the slick Rapunzel tries to defend himself, coldly arguing that if Castile's confessions leak to the world, every top-secret plan they've built for years will just go straight down the drain. Because of this, the monarch needs to carefully measure every single step to make the right call and dodge an even bigger political disaster. Partially agreeing, the Orvis Emperor accepts that a peace mission can actually work, but notes the job is going to require the absolute perfect candidate to handle the situation. Such a rep won't just need a respectable noble title to carry the Orvis name, but also nerves of steel and plenty of wisdom. Catching the king's tone, the smart Craven instantly sniffs out that something is super sketchy here. After all, a basic diplomatic mission shouldn't be wrapped in so much mystery by the ruler. With absolute certainty, that old tyrant is cooking up a dirty scheme right under the table. Seeing that creepy smile on the monarch's face, Rapunzel gets visual confirmation that this game is highly dangerous. Breaking the silence, the Emperor locks eyes on Craven, mocking his suspicious look and betting the long-haired Marquis already has the perfect sacrificial lamb in mind. Not missing a beat, Craven firmly replies that he actually has the absolute perfect candidate to recommend to the throne. We're talking about young Violvina, the smart and fearless daughter of the legendary Duke Richard. Once again, the guy just drops the name and the other ministers lose their minds in pure outrage, which makes total sense, since the girl's dad is rotting in the imperial prison exactly for plotting and personally disrespecting the Orvis monarch. Having fun with the mess, the Orvis emperor quietly thinks about how slick the hairy advisor is, always managing to catch his real intentions perfectly. Hiding his malice, the monarch asks out loud what the brilliant logic would be behind sending a convicted traitor's daughter on such a vital mission. To back it up, Craven lists 3 heavy strategic reasons, starting with the fact that Violvina carries the prestige and blue blood of House Richard, proving to the enemy exactly how serious the court is about dealing. For the second point, the Marquis notes that even though she's super young and just hit adulthood, the girl makes up for her age with a fearless vibe and cracked decision-making skills. However, the third point is the real ace in the hole, because the noble girl will see this mission as a golden ticket to clear her family's name and redeem her dad's supposed sins for the crown. Faced with these flawless arguments, even the biggest skeptics in the room end up nodding along, agreeing that the plan to send the girl is actually brilliant. Satisfied with how things are turning out, the Orvis Emperor greenlights the girl's draft and throws the responsibility of running the whole trip right onto Craven's shoulders. However, the ruler makes sure to emphasize with a cryptic look that the only heir of the Kale family needs to travel in absolute safety and, more importantly, guarantee her safe return. Faking total obedience, the advisor nods with his head down, claiming he got the memo, but the loyal audience already knows there's some massive drama coming up. A short while later, twilight fades, and the dead of night covers the silent walls of the Orvis Empire. Far from the court's eyes, the creepy monarch meets in secret with one of his shadow agents, who gives off that classic dark vibe of an elite assassin. Straight to the point, the crowned villain asks if the masked executioner already knows exactly how to handle the squad's trip back, targeting both the heir Violvina and the prisoner Castile as the main hits. With a tone of professional mockery, the killer tells His Majesty to relax on his throne, guaranteeing the whole fatal ambush is already mapped out down to the smallest detail. Laughing to himself, the Emperor can already picture the headline saying the Orvis squad got wiped out in enemy territory, serving as the perfect excuse to kick off a full-scale invasion. Leaving the conspiracies of that crazy kingdom behind, our camera focuses back on the bustling public market and our protagonist's turf. Showing off the results of solid management, the place is now pulsing with life, packed with merchants and an insane variety of new goods at the stalls. The locals just have to spot the young MC walking the streets to start whispering full of gratitude, remembering the sad days when they lived in absolute poverty like stray dogs. Luckily, under Master Edgar's new rule, the families finally earned the right to a life with a shred of dignity and plenty of food. Every humble citizen that crosses paths with the young lord makes sure to bow respectfully and greet him warmly with a huge smile on their face. Actually, our hero didn't just go for a stroll to enjoy the sunny day or flex his popularity with the crowd. With his brain buzzing with industrial plans, he's scouting every alley of the market looking for folks with natural talents through the system. But the honest truth is that the vast majority of the local peasants don't show a single cracked stat that catches his eye. A 27-year-old merchant named Marina White, for instance, turns out to be a totally mid-worker on the scan, lacking any useful skill, leaving us just laughing at the fact he's rocking a super girly name. The weird characters that pop up in this crazy world, I swear. Following that same vibe, a 38-year-old candidate named Thomas shows up just as basic, cause even with a tanky build and some latent mana, his leadership stat stuck at 28 stops him from standing out. With these back-to-back letdowns, the MC starts realizing how insanely hard it is to pluck a genius mind out of such a simple rural crowd. Over the past few days, the guy practically wore out the soles of his boots walking non-stop through every square inch of that fortified city. Roaming the packed plazas, he walked through the crowds and even hunted for candidates in the church pews. He scouted the central market from end to end, but to his massive frustration, he couldn't find a single prodigy to fill his leadership roles. By far, the only rare gem and top-tier warrior he successfully recruited on his journey so far was the fearless Rosalind. Stuck in this dead end, the MC even thinks about swallowing his pride and borrowing some brilliant minds from his older brothers back in the capital. However, he quickly tosses that idea out, knowing it'd be super unfair to burden Lucius or Priscilla with his own personal feudal drama. To top it off, his big sister already pulled a massive favor by letting the talented Rosalind defend him, so begging for more help would just be shameless. Noticing her beloved master slumping his shoulders with a tired look. The caring Leah steps in to comfort the boy. With pure affection, she pulls the guy's head onto her cozy lap, which is infinitely softer than any luxury pillow out there. Gently, the maid mentions she scattered recruitment flyers all over the territory, announcing the local lord is hunting for brilliant minds, and anyone with special skills should report to the castle right away. Thinking about it, the MC reflects that the folks who applied actually have their perks, but sadly they only work as solid factory floor grunts, not the visionary strategists he desperately needs. But looking on the bright side, having dedicated labor is already half the battle. Unfortunately, his massive high-tech industrial plant still can't open its doors because it relies entirely on those precious gold coins and the elf tribe's green light, not to mention the big dam project is still going to take around 15 long days to be fully finished. Our hero even tried talking the city mages into dropping rooms to study basic chemistry, but that crazy pitch was almost branded an unforgivable crime against medieval magic laws, ruining his mood even more. That rigged system dropped a quest on his shoulders with an insanely tight deadline and near impossible difficulty. Come on, game, couldn't you toss an easier task just to give the hero some starter hype? Suddenly, his chill moment resting on his assistant's lap gets rudely interrupted by a suspicious noise coming from outside. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched scream of someone yelling in panic echoes through the gardens, putting the duo on high alert instantly. At that moment, the kid tries to convince the vendor that he can trust him blindly, promising that this time there's no way things will go south. Since he's already hanging around, the MC decides to take a quick peek at the kid's stat panel, and no one saw that coming. He finally spots someone built different. He might not be a Roseline in raw power, but the kid rocks a cracked 95 in strategy and 89 in magic. Like it or not, the kid's potential is way above your average Joe. Pushing his smooth talk, the kid tries swearing to the merchant that his new potion is absolutely foolproof. Just dropping a single bead on the food will keep any fruit fresh for up to a whole year. Because of that, the seller gets totally pissed and tells him to stop talking trash, reminding him that last time, the bug repellent the kid sold made him lose an entire crate of apples. Defending himself, the kid swears up and down it was just a tiny bump in the road, since that specific repellent wasn't meant for soft-skinned fruits like apples. Completely out of patience, the merchant cuts him off instantly, telling him he better bounce right now and stop being a pain. Meanwhile, the MC watches the whole thing from the VIP seats, getting super invested in the kid since he never guessed he'd find top-tier talent just chilling there. Catching the vibe, Leah also watches from a distance, already suspecting if this alchemist just managed to win over Master Rain. If that actually happened, she knows she's got to keep her eyes wide open to back her boss up the best way possible. Especially since, usually, these alchemist folks love pulling fast ones on people with their cheap talk. To the kid's massive luck, who already thought he was going to bed on an empty stomach today, the MC steps up, reaching out his hand. Right then, he mentions he's pretty interested in taking a look and buying a few of the potions the kid is pushing. That pitch makes the kid jump with pure joy, realizing he finally locked in lunch for today. Wasting no time, the kid starts kissing up, saying you can tell from a mile away that the MC is a total expert on the subject. Acting super friendly, he asks what kind of goods the client wants to bag, swearing his stash has a little bit of everything. Instead of closing the deal right away, Rain decides to make small talk and asks why he's never seen the kid's face around town before. Introducing himself, the young guy reveals his name is Armando, explaining he makes a living as an alchemist and barely ever hangs around these parts. If the MC needs anything custom-made, he just has to ask, cause he promises to brew a formula that'll leave the client totally satisfied. Hearing that, Leah pulls Rain aside by the arm, warning him to watch his back since most of these alchemists are pure scams and finding a real one is insanely rare. Chilling his partner out, the MC tells her to relax, cause it's still up in the air who's actually gonna hustle who here. From the looks of it, our protagonist is pretty slick and loves a deeply crafted mind game. Curious, Rain starts asking about the effects of those potions sitting on the table. Playing the expert, the kid praises the MC's eye and explains that specific flask makes any object glow in the dark. Meanwhile, the green juice promises to give you that boost and make anyone sprint at the speed of light. Finally, the little red bottle is meant to spice things up between him and the maid. Hearing all that, the MC dumps a bucket of cold water on him and keeps it real, saying there's absolutely nothing useful there. As expected, the kid absolutely loses it over the insult, warning that taking a joke is one thing, but trashing his life's work crosses the line and he won't let it slide. Hearing the kid's nerve, Leah instantly glares at him and asks in a threatening tone what he just dared to say. Feeling the heat, Armando whispers to Rain that his maid is giving him a death stare that's seriously giving him the chills. Ignoring the heavy vibe, the MC decides to drop a free chemistry lesson, explaining the glow potion actually uses zinc silicate phosphate, which glows poorly and is super toxic, when the ideal play is using calcium halophosphate, which is safe, shines way brighter, and costs practically nothing. Completely shell-shocked, the kid's eyes go wide as he asks how the heck the MC managed to crack his secret recipe. After all, that secret was supposed to be locked up tight. But our hero just lets out a sarcastic laugh and claims that stuff is actually a breeze. Rubbing salt in the wound, he explains it's nothing but basic chemistry, questioning how the kid has the guts to call this actual alchemy. Feeling personally attacked, the alchemist gets mad again, swearing it's far from simple, and the MC only knows this stuff because he's been snooping through ancient manuscripts. Between us, the kid's totally right, because that's not simple at all. But if our genius says it's basic, who am I to argue? Poking the bear a bit more, Ren casually remarks there's probably nothing useful to read in the notes of an alchemist who's almost heading to the lobby from starvation and can't even sell his potions. This time, the MC went too far with the roast and hit the kid's weak spot, leaving the poor guy visibly shaken by the humiliation of being called a starving beggar. Despite the heavy insults, the MC decides to cut him some slack and hands Armando a golden ticket if he swears loyalty. He'll finally figure out what real alchemy is. Not understanding a single word of that pitch, the kid gets confused and demands to know who the heck the MC thinks he is to ask for loyalty. Tilting her chin up with pride, Leah announces he's standing in front of none other than the supreme ruler of that region, Lord Rain Edgar. To everyone's shock, the kid flashes a sarcastic smile and drops an ironic comment about how he just caught himself a really big fish. Right after, Armando fires back with pure arrogance, saying he'd rather go offline from starvation 1,000 times than stoop to being some noble's pet dog. Looks like the tables turn, and the one who took the bait personally was our MC, who asks if the kid holds some special grudge just cause he's noble. Mocking the whole situation, the guy fakes surprise and claims he'd never dare hold anything against them, since he's just a humble peasant after all. Annoyed by the sheer nerve, Leah totally loses her cool and demands an immediate apology, warning that if he doesn't take it back, she's gonna start throwing hands. Showing zero fear, the kid dares the threat and asks if they're gonna send him to the lobby right then and there, noting that violent method is pretty typical for nobles settling scores. Hearing all that trash talk, the MC raises his hand and orders Leah to drop her guard immediately. Turning to Armando, he points out he doesn't care about whatever trauma or abuse the kid suffered at the hands of other aristocrats in the past. Actually, all the kid has in front of him right now is one seriously decisive choice. If he takes the deal, the MC can hand him all the advanced physics and chemistry knowledge of the modern world right on a silver platter. Armed with that knowledge, he'll finally get the epic chance to completely revolutionize human history. On the flip side, if he decides to turn his back on this shot, he's totally free to keep living his little life tossed in some random Aslan gutter. After all, the MC isn't gonna lose any sleep over it, much less care about what happens to his future. Suspicious of everything, Armando doesn't bite the bait and accuses the Lord of being just another massive liar, just like the rest of his kind. In his head, these rich folks only care about lining their own pockets with gold, and he'll never stoop so low to work under those terms. Meanwhile, the MC realizes things just got super messy, since Armando's loyalty dropped from 50 to a measly 32 points after he acted so harsh with the kid. Putting his foot down, the guy states loud and clear that he won't swallow a single empty promise coming from an aristocrat's mouth. Suddenly, a kid's voice cuts through the heavy vibe, screaming for Big Brother Armando. Taking a good look at the little girl who just showed up, it leaves you wondering if she's actually related to the alchemist. Immediately, the guy runs over to hug her, worriedly asking what Yelena is doing around there. Panicking, he tells the little girl to turn around and run away ASAP, but the kid doesn't get why he's freaking out so much. Pointing discreetly, Armando warns her that the mystery man right behind them is super dangerous and might actually hurt her. To the guy's surprise, Yelena shakes her head and says that's just sweet, Big Brother Ren. Curious about the scene, the MC crouches down to her level and, unable to remember where he's seen her, asks how she knows who he is. With maximum cuteness, she nods and explains her mom keeps saying their family finally has a decent life thanks to Big Brother Ren. Wearing a smile, Ren asks if her dad happened to work on the new dam's construction, getting a nod from the girl who says her mom is constantly proud of her hubby. Still completely lost over the scene, Armando steps in front of the kid and accuses the MC of being a filthy exploiter slaving away Iceland's working class. Outraged by the sheer nerve, the MC asks where this crazy dude pulled such a wild conclusion from. Pointing at the little girl, Armando argues you just gotta look at her humble clothes to see the exploitation, claiming noble greed never changes. Instantly, Leah claps back saying that's absolute slander, since the MC is the only one actually grinding for the people's well-being. Taking the Lord's side, Yelena jumps right into the argument and starts chewing the alchemist out, declaring he's just spitting nonsense. Defending her hero, she explains that Big Brother Ren is the absolute best ruler the city's ever had, giving everyone a solid job, plus hooking them up with shelter and warm food so nobody freezes. Wrapping up the lecture, she warns that if he doesn't know what he's talking about, he better shut his trap before he catches a nasty kick to the shin. Trying to cool things down, Ren explains to Armando that folks' clothes are still basic because the local textile industry is still in the planning phase. As soon as that factory goes live, everyone in town will get access to comfy, stylish, and mostly importantly, insanely cheap gear. Even without fully grasping these modern economics concepts, Armando stays stubborn as a mule, stating all nobles are corrupt and only look out for themselves. With that, Yelena cuts the alchemist off again and tells him to stop the whining immediately, threatening that his shin is gonna pay the price if he keeps talking trash. Turning his back to the crew, Armando just mutters that time will reveal the truth, and all this fake kindness is nothing but a cheap act. Watching the guy walk away, the MC realizes it'd be a massive waste to just let a genius like that slip through his fingers. Dead set on bringing him over to his side, he takes a few quick steps to catch up before the kid vanishes into the crowd. The thing is, right in that rushed moment, a terrifying and mysterious sharp pain hits the young lord's chest. Losing all strength to stay on his feet, he completely collapses and faceplants right into the street dirt. Right after the fainting scare, the guards move fast and carry the MC back to the safety of his room in the mansion. After resting for a while, he finally starts opening his eyes and getting his consciousness back. Relieved by the sight, little Yelena mentions he gave her the biggest scare of her life, but she's just glad he finally woke up. Trying to calm her down, the MC says he's already feeling way better and she doesn't need to stress over it anymore. Clapping back at the master, she says he's totally wrong, since he crossed the line grinding non-stop and, in the tiny bit of free time he had, decided to hunt for talent instead of resting, making his body completely shut down. Feeling a bit awkward, the MC apologizes for causing so much worry, promising that from now on, he'll take way better care of himself. Changing the subject real quick, he asks where that stubborn Armando ran off to. Answering the question, the girl reports that the second he passed out in the street, she made sure to get him transported straight to the mansion. As for the young alchemist Armando, things took a pretty curious turn. Even though the guy was already heading far away, he actually turned right back around the second he saw the Lord hit the floor. Hearing about Armando's unexpected reaction actually leaves the MC with a tiny spark of hope and satisfaction. Spilling more details, Yelena reveals the kid even left a bottle of medicine, promising to cure him, but vanished off the map right after without a trace. Curious about the effects, MC asks if that exact elixir left by the alchemist was the thing that actually stabilized his temperature. Obviously, the girl denies it instantly, explaining she'd never let her precious lord drink some shady mystery potion. Actually, the meds he recommended are still sitting untouched on the table, cause the one who actually fixed the young master up was the local doctor. Even knowing that, the MC asks them to hand over the flask so he can closely examine the mystery formula the alchemist brewed up. Scanning the stuff right there, the guy notes that, just looking at the color and texture, the thing looks totally professional grade. Because of that, he plans to hit up a doctor tomorrow to put it to the real test and find out if this medicine is really all that. Hearing that, Leah asks if he really wants to recruit the kid, reminding him the guy is nothing but attitude, always talking trash, and having him around wouldn't be a smart move. On the flip side, the MC guarantees that, without a shadow of a doubt, the kid doesn't just have talent, he's one of those rare geniuses that are insanely hard to find. Thinking over the situation, the MC figures the only roadblock is this massive random grudge the kid holds against the nobility. It'd be awesome to find out the reason for all that hate, but for now, he's still totally in the dark. Right after, the scene cuts to a super humble little cabin, lost in the middle of nowhere. From the looks of it, that little shack is the home of our young alchemist, Armando. At this moment, we see the kid affectionately holding an old picture frame. Taking a good look at the pic, it shows him still super tiny standing next to a woman that, at first glance, anyone would assume is his mom. But reality is way different, cause he reveals that was actually his beloved mentor. Talking to the portrait, the kid mentions he just bumped into an insanely weird noble. Funny enough, this rich dude managed to crack his alchemy formula with just one look and even spouted a bunch of crazy theories. To make it worse, Yelena actually seems to vibe pretty hard with with the guy, but the kid guarantees his late mentor doesn't need to stress over it. According to his thoughts, none of these blue-blooded snobs will ever manage to play him again. His master plan is to finish that epic research so he can immediately collect the blood debt from the ones who screwed his master over. Whatever it takes, he's gonna make that disgusting nobility pay back every single penny for everything they did. Adding context to the drama, we find out this teacher was named Liesl Grant, a genius alchemist way ahead of her time in Iceland, about 15 years ago. Besides mastering alchemy like an absolute pro, Liesl was an idealistic soul who argued science should be used to level up the poor folks' lives, not just inflate the egos of the filthy rich. Around that same time, the kind-hearted woman decided to adopt an orphan boy, who we now know as Armando. On top of giving him a home and affection, she made sure to pass down all her massive alchemy knowledge to the little guy. Because of that, the bond between the two went way beyond a simple master and apprentice dynamic, since she acted like a real mom to him. Together, they spent hours cracking complex potions and gadgets, but the most valuable lessons were always about empathy, character, and the true value of humanity. The thing is, since good things never last, Liesl's breakthroughs ended up bothering a powerful aristocrat who didn't think twice before ordering a raid on her home. Completely ruthless, the scumbag stole all her blueprints and even spread a rumor that she practiced forbidden magic. With all this set up, the official story they spun was that the poor lady decided to go offline in a super sketchy way, with 17 arrows in the back, if you catch my drift. In that chaotic time, young Armando was just a 15-year-old kid trying to process that absolute tragedy. Picking up the leftover pieces, he gathered every sketch his mentor left behind and swore up and down he'd finish her life's work. The one who ends up spilling all this historical tea is Yuria, highlighting that the guy carries this colossal weight on his shoulders even though he's practically just a kid. Flexing the emotional range of a brick wall, the MC remarks the story is sad and all, but it does absolutely nothing to fix his current problems. What a cold dude, man. Cutting the gloomy vibe short, he gets straight to the point and asks if the elf has any clue where the kid might be hiding right now. Disgusted by that coldness, she snaps back, asking if the guy doesn't have a single drop of compassion in his heart. Unbothered, he fires back, saying empathy doesn't fill empty stomachs, much less fix administrative crises. Next, the MC starts on that motivational speech about how the kid needs to leave the past behind and grind hard to win in life. Sick of the preaching, Yuria reveals his most obvious hideout is Liesl's old lab, the spot where he spends most of his time guarding his master's notes and old gear. Jumping up, the MC celebrates that the answer was staring them in the face this whole time, telling the squad to pick up the pace and head over there right now. However, right as he's about to walk out the door, he stops and asks what exactly the late alchemist's research focus was. Racking her brain, Yuria admits her memories are a bit foggy thanks to all the time that's passed, but she does recall the experiments involved some bizarre steam-powered tech. Hearing that, the MC's eyes literally shine with hype as he asks her to repeat exactly what she just said. Curious, he demands more details about this steam stuff, leaving the elf confused about why he's freaking out so much over some basic steam. With that, Ren explains that if his gut is right, this breakthrough has the revolutionary potential to rewrite history and change humanity's entire existence. Surprised by his reaction, the girl mentions she never imagined that project was such a big deal, since she always thought it was just some metal junk or a useless toy. Shutting the elf down, the MC warns that this is dead serious and highly important, ordering everyone to hustle so they don't waste another second. While running, the MC starts connecting the dots and figures it has to be the legendary steam engine. If that scientist actually mastered this tech, the missing pieces for his industrial empire gotta be stashed right there. Thinking back to his past life on Earth, this kind of machinery was already considered a museum relic, so he only remembered the basic theory and some tiny details from history class. Since he's a mechanical engineer by trade, he easily grasps pretty much any industrial schematic that crosses his path. The bump in the road is that, to build the perfect steam engine, he still needed a few fine-tunings and some key technical tricks he couldn't remember off the top of his head. If the guy manages to get his hands on Liesl's research diaries, he'll finally fill those blanks and bring the legendary steam engine to life once and for all. With that, the kickoff for the grand industrial era would be closer than ever. Meanwhile, the squad finally reaches the old lab where Armando usually hides out, and no one saw that coming. The kid was actually grinding away on a legit steam engine prototype. Hearing the MC's yelling echoing from afar, the alchemist gets a massive jump scare. Panicking, he rushes immediately to throw a tarp over the gadget to hide his top-secret project. Staring Rain dead in the eye, the kid demands to know what the heck this rich dude is doing on his turf, telling him right off the bat he can turn around cause he's not welcome here. Brushing off the kid's attitude, the MC just walks right in without asking and drops the heavy heavy question, "Where are the late Liesel's notebooks?" Completely mind-blown, the guy says he has no clue how the noble found out about the files, but warns him not to get his hopes up. Stubborn as always, he swears up and down he'd rather go straight to the lobby before handing his master's legacy to some stuck-up noble. Trying to cool tempers, Yuria steps in and explains nobody's here to loot, and Lord Rain just wants to peek at the research to try and save the people from absolute poverty. Totally ignoring the elf's words, Armando steps forward and blocks the MC's path with a deadly glare. Making things worse, the punk pulls out a sharp blade and demands Aslan's leader get off his property right now. According to the kid, that sanctuary wasn't meant to be stepped on by filthy, hypocritical aristocrats. Meanwhile, Lillian watches it all from a distance with blood in her eyes, making it crystal clear she won't let a nobody like that lay a finger on her boss. With that, the loyal guard gets ready to chuck something heavy and shut that clown show down in the blink of an eye. Knowing his staff's short fuse, the MC makes a subtle hand signal telling her to drop her guard and chill. After all, he insists on handling this beef personally and doing it his own way. Taking a few steps forward, he stares his opponent down and calls the kid totally clueless. According to the MC, the kid doesn't have the slightest idea of that steam engine's real potential, much less the revolution this machine can trigger in the world. Right after, Rain throws it in his face, asking if he actually believes that acting like a spoiled brat is gonna honor his mentor's dying wish and legacy. Pissed by the sheer nerve, Armando fires back, asking who this preppy snob thinks he is to lecture him, since, in theory, no noble understands a single thing about alchemy or her research. Because of that, the MC flashes that confident smile of someone who already secured the win and hits the hothead with an epic challenge and a bet he can't refuse. With that, the stubborn Armando puffs his chest and questions this whole bet nonsense. Meanwhile, the MC keeps it real. If he manages to get this alchemical gadget running smooth, the kid is gonna have to work for him with his mouth zipped shut. But if by some chance our hero fails the mission, he'll just pack his bags, bounce from Iceland, and never step foot in those parts again. Hearing that, Armando bursts out laughing and asks if the boss is messing with him. How can a spoiled young master, who can barely tell a potion flask from a glass of water, dare to swear he understands his late teacher's legacy? Faced with all that attitude, the MC figures from the guy's talk that the deal is already locked and the terms are accepted. Right after, the kid confirms he's down for the challenge, but warns that just that won't be enough to satisfy his ego. If the young lord loses, besides bailing from Aislinn like they agreed, he'll have to drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness right in front of the late teacher's grave, something the MC accepts on the spot. Quickly, Yuria steps in and tells Armando he's crossing the line, cause young Master Rain didn't come there with hidden agendas or bad vibes. But Armando just shrugs off the lecture and pressures the MC to know if he's really gonna face the challenge head-on or not. Without blinking, the MC guarantees he's totally in, letting him know that if things go south, he'll personally go apologize and consider the case closed. With the deal sealed, the big moment comes to take a deep, thorough look at that so-called steam engine. Actually, this slick Rain is already plotting to fix the toy and then teach the kid a lesson, making him spend days feeding the boiler fire to cure his stupidity. Finally, they reveal the mystery machine that was hiding away. Super protective, Armando warns that this beauty is the greatest legacy his mentor left on Earth, demanding max care so nothing gets broken. Both Yuria and Leah drop their jaws seeing the MC so hyped over alchemy, having zero clue what that weird pile of iron is even good for. Meanwhile, our MC is practically ready to kiss the metal, absolutely amazed to confirm it's actually a legit, high-tier steam engine. Yelling for anyone to hear, he starts screaming from the rooftops that the late teacher was a brilliant mind, a true, unmatched genius. To him, that creation is fantastic, just purely magnificent. Curious, Leah asks if that thing the late woman designed is actually that revolutionary. Promptly, the MC claims that no matter what dimension you're in, building a mechanism like this from scratch is undisputed proof of pure genius. Seeing the praise, Armando puffs his chest with pride, agreeing his mentor operated on another level and was an absolute legend. Right after, the MC asks if the kid came to the hideout just to try and keep the engine running, getting a nod from the alchemist. The fact is, his master ended up passing away without leaving the instruction manual on how to start the engine, and that secret wasn't recorded in any of the scrolls. Faced with that, the MC suggests popping the hood right away to check the internal gears and hunt for flaws, leaving Armando panicking that the noble will take it apart and fail to put it back together. Because if the parts get damaged in any way, years of the late master's growing and research will go straight down the drain. With a confident smile, the MC asks who the kid thinks he's dealing with, guaranteeing there's no tech in the world he can't fix. Moving on, he tells the guy to grab a screwdriver, leaving the assistant looking dumbfounded with absolutely no idea what that tool is. Disbelieving, the MC asks if this is a prank, wondering how the kid managed to build such a complex thing without knowing basic hand tools. Losing patience, Armando replies he obviously used magic for the job, finding it funny the boss didn't figure out something so basic. Because of that, he explains the metal was forged by a highly skilled dwarf blacksmith ordered by Liesel, demanding a crazy grind a privileged heir would never understand. Unbothered, the MC brushes off the lack of industrial tools and decides to improvise on the spot. Instantly, he holds out his hand and asks Leah to hand over her trusty, razor-sharp dagger. Like the old saying goes, if you don't have a dog, you make do and hunt with a cat. With no other option in sight, dismantling the engine is going to have to happen right at the tip of the blade. After a few minutes of pure focus and manual labor, we see young Rain admiring the engine's guts, praising the delicate build and calling the machinery a true work of art. However, zooming in on the deeper details, he feels something is off and gets super intrigued. Now the question is, why there's a completely empty gap right where the crucial part should be. Wasting no time, he confronts Armando once and for all to find out where the inner gears went. At that moment, the alchemist realizes his cover is blown and the noble figured out the scam. Trying to throw him off, the guy dodges the topic and calls it nonsense, claiming the machine was always like that and it's high time the MC holds the L. Pissed off, the MC lets loose and warns him not to try pulling a fast one, cause he knows full well it's missing the engine's core, the part that runs the whole system. Because of that, he demands the kid spill it immediately and tell him where the main piece ended up. With nowhere left to hide thanks to the proof, the guy realizes he's cornered and lying just won't cut it anymore. Then, he confesses the most valuable piece of the machine was confiscated by a greedy aristocrat from the region. Pretty confused, the MC questions what on earth a rich dude would want with basic gear teeth. Right then, Armando explains those parts were molded from an insanely rare and valuable ore, the legendary dragon crystal. The second the greedy noble found out about the gem sitting there, he ordered it all ripped out to melt the stuff down and turn it into some useless luxury statue. Faced with such absolute madness, Rain gets completely furious at the massive waste of tech, thinking that the dude trashed the core components of a historic innovation just to sculpt a monument of his own face, leaves the Lord absolutely disgusted. Furious, he demands to know immediately who the scumbag responsible for this joke is. Feeling the heavy vibe, the young alchemist hesitates to spill the beans, terrified of the fallout. With a warning tone, the kid says the guilty guy is a massive fish in the high court, someone untouchable they definitely shouldn't pick a fight with. Totally in disbelief, the MC questions what kind of clown story this is that he can't get his payback. Out of patience for the runaround, the Lord demands the name of the bold idiot who dared to stall his industrial revolution plans. With no other choice, the kid reveals the mastermind behind this joke was the feared Duke Oscar. From the looks of it, the dude is actually a heavy hitter, so much so that even Yuria's eyes go wide as she asks if it was really that man. Noticing the shock on the priestess's face, the MC instantly figures she knows the scumbag's origins and asks for more tea. Quickly, she confirms it and explains that, back in the day, Duke Oscar was nothing more than a low-tier aristocrat right there in Iceland. However, since he was also a brilliant alchemist racking up massive wins in his youth, he ended up winning a famous imperial tournament, catching the emperor's eye himself. Blown away by the kid's talent, the ruler stuffed his pockets with funds, named him a duke, and handed him a whole turf to run. Curious about the map layout, our MC wants to know right away where this turf is located. Without skipping a beat, the priestess points out the lands sit in the Granzel region, right up north of Iceland's borders. Worried about the situation, Yuria warns the kid that zone belongs to the powerful Teleris Euro-Eyes domain, sitting entirely outside House Edgar's reach and control. Deep in thought, Rain racks his brain upon hearing the name Teleris Euro. He remembered his old man talking about this Grand Duke, making it clear the bond between the two families had gotten pretty rocky. Backing up the hunch, Yuria details that the two leaders are always clashing and trading shots over political beef in the Imperial Council. Flexing pure ice, the MC decides to shelf this rivalry for a bit to focus on what actually matters. For now, he just needs to lock Duke Oscar's name in his head, cause sooner or later, he'll make sure to drop a surprise visit on the guy. Whatever it takes, that scumbag is gonna settle the score for the parts he trashed, even if the Lord has to make him sweat bullets to pay up. Almost dying of shock, Yuria tries to cool the young lord down, asking if he's really gonna kick such a dangerous hornet's nest. Sarcastic as always, the MC fires fires back saying the real danger is him when someone messes with his plans, and the scumbag who destroyed those gears is gonna face the music no matter what. Stunned by the sheer audacity, Armando also goes wide-eyed, realizing the Lord is ready to clash with a powerful Duke without a second thought. To chill the kid out, the MC guarantees he won't just get the steam gadget running at full speed. He'll also make this supposed Duke swallow every drop of his audacity for sabotaging the project. However, one massive question remained. Was there any blueprint or schematic of the trashed parts saved in Liesel's old notes? Bummed out, Armando reveals his mentor sadly didn't draw a single visual diagram in her alchemical notebooks. But, on the flip side, he remembers the late master spent hours debating the manufacturing details face-to-face with a dwarf master blacksmith. Hearing that, the MC instantly figures the dwarf blacksmith must have the assembly secrets locked in his brain. Nodding along, Armando points out the real headache is the dwarf's stubbornness, as he flat-out refuses to let him in whenever he tries to drop by. Giving the alchemist a friendly pat on the back, the MC tells him to chill, shrugging off the fact that the craftsman is a tough guy. Dead set, the Lord announces he's gonna settle this beef personally face-to-face, and Armando agrees but warns him not to get his hopes up, cause the dwarf has a crazy short fuse. Walking into the workshop, things get heated instantly, with the blacksmith going off and telling the MC to turn right back around. Stepping into the argument, Yuria recognizes the old man as Uncle Bram, pointing out that young Lord Rain has been working miracles for the locals and deserves some respect. Treating the MC like a brat, the stubborn Bram claps back, saying he's well aware of all the moves the up-and-coming kid has been pulling around the Aslan area. Bram admits the young lord packed up some shady big shots and fixed the crowd's hunger, but he doesn't get easily hyped by nobility. Full of enthusiasm, Yuria nods, emphasizing it's extremely rare to find a ruler who looks after his people with so much care and dedication. However, Bram scoffs and claims the kid is doing nothing more than his basic duty as a ruler, comparing the situation to his own blacksmithing job, where his only duty is shaping iron for others. Not letting Yuria say another word, the MC takes the floor and completely agrees, stating his role as Lord is exactly looking out for everyone's well-being, providing food and shelter, and that's the real reason he's visiting. Intrigued by the noble's attitude, the dwarf asks if the kid came to his forge just to order some special job. Skipping the small talk, the MC confirms the request, explaining he needs the blueprints of the gears Liesel made for the thermal engine. Obviously, the absolute best-case scenario would be if the master blacksmith himself agreed to remake those custom parts for his project. He barely finishes hearing the pitch and the dwarf is already foaming with rage, ordering the Lord to get out of his sight, putting his foot down that he won't hand over a single blueprint. Surprised by the massive outrage, the MC tries to figure out the reason behind all this sudden hostility. With bitterness in his voice, Bram reveals those cursed gears were Liesel's downfall, because if he hadn't suggested using the dangerous dragon crystal, the alchemist never would have gotten into trouble and gone offline. Faced with that past trauma, he swears he'll never lay his hands on anything close to that device again. Pissed by the rejection, Armando jumps into the chat and calls out the veteran's logic, reminding him a blacksmith's job is to meet the people's needs without making excuses. Out of patience for speeches, the dwarf tells the kid to shut his mouth right then, firmly declaring his call is final and that's it. Shutting the argument down, he warns that even if the Lord manages to score the legendary ore somewhere, he won't lift a single finger to help whatsoever. Hearing that, Rain asks Uncle Bram to hold up a sec, continuing to push on this dragon crystal stuff and asking if, to keep the engine running, the gears absolutely have to be forged from that exact material, or if they could slide by using some other metal. Annoyed by the audacity, Bram demands to know what exactly the brat is trying to imply with this talk. With zero filter, Rain throws it in his face that maybe the master's famous forging skills aren't that reliable after all, since it makes zero sense that they can't use standard iron ore to mold the gears for Liesel's machine, when regular iron should easily get the job done without needing any dragon crystal. Feeling the direct hit to his professional pride, the stubborn dwarf gets completely consumed by rage. Right then, the old man tells Rain to shut up and stop talking nonsense once and for all. According to the master, to actually melt regular iron into liquid, there's only one single race on the whole continent, with the thermal power for that, the legendary dragon race. At that moment, Rain figures things are exactly as he suspected, even though he keeps whatever actually crossed his mind about these so-called dragons completely to himself. Switching topics, the kid asks Uncle Bram straight up if his forge can't hit extreme temps, like enough to melt actual iron. Scoffing, Bram explains there isn't a single forge on the whole continent capable of liquefying iron ore, since you can kinda smelt the metal, but getting it entirely liquid is a whole different story, asking if the young noble even grasps that basic difference. difference. Smirking, Rain fires back asking if the blacksmith would believe it if he personally designed a furnace perfectly capable of melting this stubborn ore. Laughing in his face, the old man tells the kid to stop flexing and bring his ego down a notch. After all, if someone could actually invent something that revolutionary, the Empire's entire level of forging and metallurgy would be flipped completely upside down. With that, Brahm mutters the kid is nothing but a spoiled brat from a noble family, amazed by the sheer audacity coming out of the boy's mouth. Ignoring the insults, Rain asks to drop the mockery for a second, pitching a deal. If he actually manages to build this super forge, would the veteran dwarf agree to help him mold the engine parts? Surprisingly, the tough guy takes the bet, promising he'll lend a hand, making the parts if the kid actually pulls off building this legendary forge. With that, Rain tastes a tiny victory, since that stubborn old man finally caved to one of his ideas. Satisfied with the deal, the Lord announces the agreement is officially locked in between them. The catch is, as he turns to leave, the blacksmith drops one last warning in the air, making it crystal clear that if the kid's idea crashes and burns and he fails the project miserably, the young noble is gonna have to pack his stuff and get the hell out of there, never to return. Staring at the stone structure in front of him, Rain mentally calculates that iron ore's melting point is 1538 degrees Celsius, while that standard forge's current temp is nowhere near hitting that mark. The issue is the forge's size door have a secondary oxygen intake system, stopping the fire's thermal power from being maxed out completely. However, to fix this mess easily, the guy knows modern engineering makes it a total breeze. Without second guessing, Rain pulls a modestly sized hammer from his gear. Moving on, he just lands a flawless swing right into the side of the dwarf's sacred structure. Instantly, Armando and the elf Yuria hit absolute panic mode seeing the kid's destructive move. In pure shock, the holy priestess screams, asking what the heck that lunatic is trying to do. Joining the freakout, Armando also loses his mind, asking if the boss went totally insane breaking Master Bram's beloved forge, wrecking any shot they had at molding the cursed gears. With all the chill in the world, Rain tells the duo to hold their horses, promising he isn't just vandalizing the place without a smart purpose behind it. According to his breakdown, those two new cracks in the stone will work as intake vents for the secondary oxygen he personally mapped out. Thanks to this basic tweak, the burn's efficiency will practically double in output, making the temperature skyrocket to the exact level needed to melt standard iron. Suspicious Yuria questions if a trick that simple could actually pull off a thermal miracle of that scale. Smiling, Rain tells the elf to never underestimate the power of basic science, saying they just need to load the forge with coal and start testing to watch the ore turn into liquid iron soup. Walking back into the room, old man Bram lets out an annoyed grunt, reminding the kid that the ore is rock solid to be handled so lightly. The thing is, the second he lays eyes on the current state of his precious forge covered in holes, the vibe turns totally sour. Chucking the iron rock up in the air out of rage, the dwarf calls Rain an absolute idiot for having the nerve to smash his masterpiece. Ranting, he asks if the kid has any idea how much sweat it took to build that structure, swearing that today this cocky noble is gonna learn a lesson the hard way. Keeping his swagger, Rain says he completely gets his rage, but doubles down promising the new design will get the job done and melt the iron. Right then, Bram starts screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if the kid thinks metallurgy is child's play, claiming it's impossible for some rich boy to know more about the subject than him. Explaining the obvious, the dwarf highlights how tough raw iron is and how a normal forge's temp comes nowhere close to melting it, pointing out that with those two cursed holes, the heat would just tank and ruin everything for good. In response, the Lord points out the materials are right there, and there's plenty of firewood, suggesting that if the blacksmith thinks it's gonna fail, he should just light the fire and see the real results. Taking the bait, the dwarf accepts the challenge, dying to see what this kid's bogus trick is, making it crystal clear that if the ore doesn't turn liquid, the boy is catching a serious beatdown to stop acting so arrogant. After a few moments prepping for the historic test, the blacksmith finally lights up the modded structure, right after he tosses the raw iron ore rocks in there to see what happens. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes start going wide, completely lost on how the heck this is happening right in front of him. And that's where it gets crazy. Against all his expectations, the kid's experiment works absolutely flawlessly. Even the elf Yuria, who is already used to Rain's insane stunts, is left jaw-dropped, refusing to believe what she's witnessing. Meanwhile, Armando, who was was also super skeptical, stutters asking what in the world is actually going on with that magic forge, acting super sarcastic. Rain completely ignores everything else and zeroes in on Mr. Bram's shell-shocked reaction. Poking the dwarf, the young guy asks if that glowing stuff pouring right in front of his eyes is fully melted iron or not. Completely mind-blown, the master blacksmith questions how just 2 measly holes in the stone managed to generate such surreal heat to liquefy the metal. Flexing his superiority, Rain explains that it's purely the practical application of pneumatic and thermodynamic principles, promising to give the old man a detailed breakdown later. Holding the L, Bram throws in the towel and admits the kid actually broke the game this time. With the new forge running at full speed, the dwarf steps up to the plate and starts grinding hard to forge the gears they need. However, he decides to keep it real and warns about the danger if that other corrupt noble decides to show up and cause trouble in the workshops. Chilling the worker out, Rain guarantees the dwarf doesn't need to stress over that scumbag, cause soon enough the protagonist himself will go hunting for him to settle the score. Meanwhile, the squad heads back to the late teacher Liesel's old house. Wasting no time, the trio walks straight over to where the steam engine prototype is set up. With that, in theory, all their problems seem solved, since they finally have the right gears in their hands. Thanks to the installation of this core component, the engine finally has everything it needs to come back to life and run like it's supposed to. And just like that, the highly anticipated industrial era kicks off, which, let's be real, took almost 40 chapters of pure filler to actually show up. Playing it safe, Leah shares her worry about whether that new standard iron piece will actually hold up against the insane pressure the steam engine generates without completely shattering. After all, if the gear blows up mid-process, some shrapnel could fly out at high speed and hit the boss straight in the face. On the same note, the elf Yuria shares the same doubt, terrified of a catastrophic accident right on the first test. However, Rain chills them both out, explaining that the late teacher Liesel only used dragon crystal ore because she lacked the technical know-how to realize regular iron would work flawlessly. Feeling the sting against his mentor's memory, Armando warns the guy to watch his mouth when talking about his beloved teacher. Smirking with pure mockery, Rain fires back saying the assistant should be way more worried about his own future, since, just like they bet, the second that engine runs, he officially becomes his new full-time employee. Stubborn as always, the kid claps back saying the Lord can only claim the win after the engine actually runs perfectly without glitching. Taking the challenge head-on, Rain just smiles, completely confident in his build. The young noble knows full well there's absolutely zero reason to panic right now. With that, he guarantees the assistant is about to witness a legit tech miracle right before his eyes. Wasting not a single second, Rain pulls the starter lever with pure determination. Moments later, the gears start spinning hard and the steam engine starts blowing a thick cloud of smoke out the pipe. Surprised by the mechanical noise, the elf Yuria is the first to yell out that the gadget actually started working like magic. Meanwhile, what do you think young Armando's reaction was seeing the experiment succeed? The kid stays completely silent, frozen staring at the scene with his eyes locked on the smoke. The reason for the shock isn't losing the bet, but the fact that in his mind, he can actually feel the warm presence of his late teacher standing right there next to the machine. In his fondest memories, his mentor would always call him over with that same sweet vibe to help her run the tests. Then, he pictures himself running to back her up, carrying heavy tools with a proud smile on his face. The young guy fondly remembers the time she would patiently explain the most complex theories about thermal energy, also remembering, with a bit of humor, the scoldings and head smacks he'd catch whenever he messed up the alchemy formulas. However, her life's biggest dream was always locked on that steam engine, cause she truly believed this tech would bring ease and happiness to the lives of all the struggling folks. The problem is, after that tragic night when she ended up heading to the lobby thanks to the corrupt noble's greed, her last words were a genuine plea for him to guard and protect that legacy. And then thanks to Rain Edgar's relentless grind and big brain, the young assistant finally sees his beloved master's biggest dream turn into something totally real. Worried about the kid's emotional state, Yuria asks Rain to step in, but the Lord prefers to let him cry it out and vent all his pain. After all, those genuine tears represented all the emotions and frustrations he had bottled up in his chest through so many years of loneliness. In that nostalgic vibe, time flies, and 3 long hours pass in the blink of an eye while they watch the engine run. With his arms crossed, Uncle Brom watches the engine running and admits he never imagined the kid could actually pull off a mechanical flex like that. However, he questions, with a hint of irony, if all that monumental grind was just to build a smoke machine. Echoing the dwarf's doubt, Yuria asks Rain what else that noisy junk can actually do besides polluting the local air. Joking around, the blacksmith concludes that, from the looks of it, the clunker is only good for scaring people and filling the room with soot. Laughing at their reactions, Rain asks the crowd to chill, guaranteeing a steam engine is infinitely superior to some basic smoke generator. Actually, this tech is the fundamental building block for the birth of a massive industrial society. Getting completely lost in the modern buzzwords, the elf and the dwarf try to process the real meaning behind that heavy statement. Hyped up, Rain breaks down that the power generated can spin massive gears, giving life and automated movement to countless other complex machines, from automated mills and textile looms all the way to fast new transport vehicles or colossal defensive weapons for the territory. Before long, this engine will take on an absolutely irreplaceable role in the restructuring and development of the empire. Because of that, he wraps up saying humanity's greatest and most powerful invention, for now, boils down to the simple and genius act of boiling water. With her eyes shining, Yuria says all of that is simply incredible, young master. But everyone can tell she's totally lost and didn't get a word of the explanation. On that same vibe, the old man agrees the thing looks impressive, but still has that lingering doubt if this invention is actually as miraculous as the MC swears it is. Faced with the skepticism, the MC promises it's just a matter of time, cause pretty soon everyone will understand the steam engine's true revolutionary value. From here on out, the old man is gonna watch him closely to finally witness the true crushing power of the industry. However, out of absolutely nowhere, a girl comes galloping full speed, screaming as she rides through the territory. As the figure gets closer, the crowd finally realizes it's the fearless Roseline. Out of breath, she warns the young master that Lady Priscilla just stepped foot on his turf. Immediately, the boy decides to drop everything and run to welcome his second sister. Behind the scenes, the slick guy already starts plotting that the timing was absolutely flawless, since the dam is almost done, and if his sister lays eyes on it, she'll definitely want to drop heavy cash into the project. Dropping more details, Roseline adds that his sister sent word she prepared a super special gift for him. Hearing that, the MC gets totally hyped and immediately asks if she managed to see what it was, already picturing his sister bringing chests of gold so he won't even have to beg for funding. To his absolute shock, Roseline reveals the so-called gift is actually a group of young girls who just hit adulthood. Completely mind-blown, the MC blurts out aloud, "What the heck are you talking about?" Not understanding a single thing. Cutting straight to the Lord's mansion in the city of Aetherland. In this spot, we find the MC finally welcoming his beloved sister. Wasting zero time, the girl crushes him in a tight hug, saying she was dying of missing him. Feeling a bit awkward, the MC says he missed her too, but the vibe gets a little uncomfortable right there, making him change the subject to ask a crucial question. Straight to the point, he asks the real reason she brought that whole crowd of girls with her. Curious, his sister plays dumb and asks what the problem with that is. With a little smirk, she asks if by any chance none of those candidates are his type. Promptly, the MC claps back, saying the issue has absolutely nothing to do with his personal taste. Faced with that setup, the folks in the territory are already jumping to conclusions and giving him super weird looks. Outraged, his sister asks if the commoners really have the nerve to disrespect their own lord like that. At that moment, the MC realizes his rep is in serious danger, since even his loyal Leah is looking at him like he's a massive creep. Desperate, the MC begs his sister to check out Leah's reaction, who has always been a total sweetheart, but is now glaring at the poor guy with pure disgust. Laughing at the mess, his sister argues that if Leah has such a strong opinion about his behavior, it means she actually cares, which deep down should be awesome news. Out of patience, the MC starts pulling his hair out, complaining that his sister's logic is extremely worrying. Dead set on ending the clown show, he demands she reveal once and for all the real reason she brought that female squad. Seeing her little brothers panic, his sister caves and promises to spill the beans, revealing this whole thing started because of a certain letter he sent. Totally confused, the MC racks his brain trying to remember what this mystery letter he supposedly sent was all about. Confirming the story, she explains the message mentioned his interest in Roseline and, thinking about her bro's well-being, she decided to bring backup so he'd have a wider range of options to pick from. Quickly, the MC tells her to chill and tries to explain she completely misinterpreted what he meant about being interested in Roseline. With a sarcastic smirk, his sister admits there might have been a tiny misunderstanding, but insists that, since Roseline is total eye candy, he might as well give the idea a shot. Poking the bear even more, she turns to Leah and asks if there'd be any problem if the MC decided to build a harem, making the guy tell his sister to stop talking nonsense immediately. Keeping her posture, Leah asks if Lady Priscilla is joking around, reminding her that as just young Master Rain's servant she has no voice or right to give her 2 cents on his love life. With a serious tone, she emphasizes Rain is totally free to marry as many candidates as he wants, cause that call strictly belongs to the territory's leader. Embarrassed, the MC asks Leah to just ignore this this totally baseless chatter. Looking closely at the details on Leah's face, Priscilla realizes the young girl is actually starting to shake with internal nerves. Knowing that, she decides it's best to dial back the teasing so the poor girl doesn't have a total meltdown right in front of them. Putting a stop to the mess, the noble decides to drop the jokes and orders Gwen to guide the group of girls to the guest quarters. Hours later, we find the MC locked into his duties inside his temporary office. During the chat, he reveals that in a few days, Etherland's massive dam will be finished, promising to not only control the water flow and irrigate the crops, but also open the doors for a brand new hydroelectric power project. Completely lost on the tech terms, his sister asks what dam and power generation even mean, guessing if all that is some kind of witchcraft or magic circle. Looking for a simple analogy, the MC explains the plan is to use the raw power of the water to spin a mechanism and produce electricity for the turf. Intrigued, she asks Rain if this crazy gear is what's going to put an absolute end to the local food shortage. Nodding his head, the boy admits the concept sounds a bit abstract, but clarifies it doesn't involve magic or standard gadgets, being actually pure industrial tech. Suspicious of all this industrial systems talk, she demands to know where exactly he picked up such massive practical knowledge. After all, she perfectly remembers that, back in the day, the youngest sibling would rather swing a sword 1,000 times than flip through a book. Faced with that, the huge question pops up about his real identity and what happened to the old brother she used to know. At that moment, the MC gets chills down his spine, realizing he totally forgot about this little detail from his new life. Digging up memories from when he woke up in this world, he remembers his original body was completely wrecked thanks to some supposedly intense fencing training that went horribly wrong. Feeling the heat rising, he realizes he needs to cook up a little white lie to throw his sister off before things get genuinely ugly. Cornered, he fakes being offended and claims that, after recovering from the painful accident, he was stuck in bed with absolutely nothing to do, which led him to binge-read several ancient books he stumbled upon. Thinking over the excuse, Priscilla remembers a report Leah sent actually mentioned this sudden change, where the kid turned into a total bookworm. Still skeptical, she asks if those books belong to the family stash, pointing out she spent her whole childhood there and never saw a single volume covering that kind of topic. Showing off Liesl's old notes he kept with him, the MC points to the manuscripts to back up his sources. Curious, Priscilla grabs the papers and starts examining the pages super closely. As expected, she can't catch a single thing from that content packed with weird scribbles, even though the notebook itself looks pretty unique. Convinced by the mystery of the notes, she praises his genius for bringing that complex theory to life, stating it's a flex truly worthy of an Edgar. Flashing a relieved smile, the MC uses this excuse as the perfect cover for leaving the swords behind. Standing up from her chair, Priscilla shows some empathy and says she recognizes all the grind and struggles her little brother faced lately. Understanding, she assumes he dropped the physical training to focus on his mind and protect his own health, but asks him not to wear himself out too much. Explaining the interrogation, she clarifies all the questions were purely out of worry for his safety, promising that, from here on out, she'll never doubt his skills again. Chilling his sister out, the MC guarantees everything is under control and she can see with her own eyes that he's actually handling business perfectly. With a protective tone, she reinforces that, no matter what roadblocks pop up, he can always count on her unbreakable backup. Whatever crisis hits the city's management, she makes herself fully available to send all the necessary help. Hearing this promise, the MC smiles from ear to ear, cause this was the exact opening he was waiting for. Jumping on the chance, he mentions that, by pure twist of fate, there is one crucial area where her backup would be perfectly clutch. Promptly, she shows she's down to help and asks him to lay out exactly what he needs. Stepping closer with an ambitious look, the MC reveals he needs heavy investments to kickstart Etherland's restructuring plan. Intrigued, she asks if the fortune he confiscated from the local aristocrats wouldn't already be more than enough to fund the whole thing. Shaking his head, the MC clears up that the focus here isn't the cash itself, but actually the human capital. Thanks to the painful history of non-stop wars and climate disasters, Everland's population ended up massively reduced. Right now, skilled labor and specialized technicians are extremely rare and valuable resources on the market. Connecting the dots, Priscilla figures his real request is for workers to come to his turf. Confirming with pure hype, the kid validates his sister's guess. With that, he asks her to send over experienced craftsmen, peasants, and competent managers, promising to treat them super well and offer training in cutting-edge tech. Even though she finds the pitch interesting, Priscilla points out these professionals are the backbone of her own lands, asking if he actually thinks she'd just hand them over that easily. Calling in the promise, the MC insists she gave her word to fully back him up, also reminding her that Etherland's economic boom will bring massive commercial perks for her in the long run. Smiling at his rush, Priscilla agrees to give up some of the staff but lays down a few rules. For this to happen, the kid will have to show solid proof that his subjects will actually get a good quality of life and won't just be wasting their time. Taking the challenge with style, the MC guarantees she's going to be blown away by the true power of industrialization. Even though, between us, he talks a big game about industry but still hasn't built a single standard factory to prove it. Shortly after, during a private moment alone with her loyal maid, relieved, Priscilla confesses to Green that her biggest fear didn't come true since Rain is still that same beloved brother and didn't turn into a puppet for the imperial court. Totally agreeing, Green praises the young master's brilliance and endless grind, predicting Etherland is going to thrive like never before. With a dead serious look, Priscilla swears she won't let the Emperor's cowardly move of poisoning the kid in the past slide, dropping a massive bombshell that catches everyone off guard. The way she sees it, if the tyrant sabotaged Rain's body to steal his chance to fight, it's only fair to give him a taste of his own medicine or send one of the princes straight to the heavenly lobby. Proving she's an insanely protective sister, she decides to step up to the ruler himself and orders Gwen to track down the crown princes to pick the easiest target and land the hit. Dead set, she promises to make the Emperor pay heavily for having the audacity to touch her family. Mealing an absolute loyalty, Gwen guarantees the stealth hit job will be pulled off with total secrecy and tells her boss not to worry. Thirsty for revenge, Priscilla concludes that since that scumbag messed with her most precious treasure, now he's gonna have to take the payback without crying about it. Switching scenes, the camera focuses on a sketchy caravan moving quietly down the roads. The messed up part is that, instead of regular goods, the convoy seems to be carrying hidden human prisoners. Satisfied with how the plan is rolling, one of the goons tells the boss the current batch is top tier and is going to bring in insane profits when they sell. With a super cartoonish duo running things, the big guy starts complaining that a massive slice of the cash goes straight into Eldrick's pocket without the guy lifting a finger, while the skinny one agrees they're taking all the risk for nothing. Annoyed by the whining, the boss tells both of them to shut up, reminding them that despite Eldrick's greed, he's still the crew's main political godfather. After all, they'd be totally delusional to think they could smuggle slaves into Etherland for this long without heavy backup behind the scenes. Right in the middle of the boss's lecture, an accomplice runs up screaming in panic, warning that things just went totally sour. It's an out-of-breath scout, dropping the terrible news that Etherland's management just fell into the hands of a brand new lord. Stressed by the news, the boss demands he spit it out and give the full play-by-play of what's going down in the area. Breaking it down, the scout reveals he hit up the port in Island City, but when he got there, he ran straight into totally unknown soldiers running the guard. Right off the bat, he tried to bribe the local guards, but to his shock, the guys rejected the cash and even started interrogating him, asking what he was doing there so late at night. Trying to dodge the questions, the scout made up a story about visiting relatives, but ended up finding out from the guard itself that the crook Eldrick wasn't calling the shots in Iceland anymore. Hearing that, another gang member suggests to the boss that the smartest play would be to turn around and bail, but the leader claps back instantly. Turn back to where exactly? After all, that valuable cargo was already ordered by Duke Oscar himself and the slave trader from the Orvis Empire, and if they didn't deliver, they'd lose out on the 3,000 gold coins and still have to face the noble's rage. Worried about the future, the lackey asks what's going to happen if the city's new ruler decides to kick the gang out of there. Showing curious, the bald boss tells the subordinate to chill, cause nobody in their right mind turns down a fat bribe, and the worst that'll happen is they make a little less profit this round, figuring it's better to use the night to rest up. As soon as the sun comes up, the plan is to disguise themselves as a merchant caravan and take only a few of the prisoners to test the security. If the cover works, they'll come back for the rest in other trips. Jumping on the chance, the chubby goon asks the boss if, thanks to this forced break, he and his partner couldn't take a little time to enjoy the night with the prisoners. Riding the wave, the skinny accomplice laughs and agrees, reminding them tomorrow is a mystery and they might end up going to the lobby, so a little treat today wouldn't hurt anyone. Completely ruthless, the leader gives the green light for the cruelty, just warning them not to touch the redhead, leaving the rest totally at the goon's mercy. Yeah, guys, the situation is looking incredibly messed up. From the looks of it, the night promised to be an absolute nightmare for those poor girls. Leaving the two cowards alone with one of the girls, the boss rushes the rest of the crew to take shelter deep inside the cave. Sensing the incoming danger, the young girl panics and starts crying, begging the brutes not to touch her. The thing is, the scumbag is already drooling with malice and tells her to relax, promising his partner is gonna be super nice. But we all know full well that their definition of affection is just pure savagery. Consumed by panic, the hostage screams for help at the top of her lungs. Terrified her fate is already sealed. But hold up, justice might be delayed, but it never fails. Out of nowhere, an imposing voice drops from beyond, ordering both of them to freeze immediately. At times like this, your heart even beats faster seeing who decided to show up. To the criminal's ultimate bad luck, the one who popped in to crash the party was none other than our fearless Roseline. Surprised by the interruption, the chubby goon looks back completely clueless as to where that warrior spawned from in the middle of nowhere. Keeping her stance solid, Roseline demands to know who these thugs are and exactly what they plan to do with the poor hostage. But that brute's head was only filled with the absolute dumbest thoughts. Mocking the knight, the skinny guy replies, "They're just killing time," and actually has the nerve to invite her to join the fun. Faced with the duo's disgusting giggles, our warrior's patience completely evaporates in the blink of an eye. Without giving another warning, she charges at the two like an absolute lightning bolt. Shocked by the rush, the scumbags can barely process the girl's speed. The reality is their reaction was way too slow to stop the worst from happening. With a brutal move, the skinny guy catches a hit to the head so violently that the bone-cracking snap echoed through the whole cave. Not even his protective helmet could save the poor idiot, who ended up getting sent back to the lobby with zero chance to respawn. Locking onto the next target, Roseline coldly announces the chubby guy is up next. Without hesitating, she lands a flawless strike, bearing her spear straight into the thug's gut. And just like that, the other crook went offline before he even realized what hit him, pushing deeper into the cave to pack up the rest of the crew. Curious about the commotion, the goons chilling inside start getting suspicious of all that noise coming from the entrance. But before they can even put two and two together, the redhead spawns in, sweeping everything in her path. Seeing the warrior's fury, the survivors turn around in absolute panic, screaming for backup from the rest of the gang, way in the back of the hideout. Annoyed by the yelling, the bald boss asks what kind of mess is going down. Looking back, he discovers his trusted guys have already been completely wiped off the map by the invader. Faced with that level of lethality, the bald guy freezes in fear and tries to stutter out a plea for the girl to lower her weapon. The catch is our beloved Roseline was in absolutely zero mood to negotiate with thugs, playing dumb. The boss argues he doesn't even know what they did that was so bad to piss the warrior off. Out of patience for the nonsense, Roseline cuts the cheap talk and points at the hostage, asking if they seriously thought they'd slide after kidnapping that young girl. Trying to wriggle out using political pull, the crook claims the whole thing is just a misunderstanding and reveals they work under Duke Oscar's orders. Pulling an official paper from his pocket, he flashes the noble's permit like it somehow justifies the human trafficking they were pulling off. Hearing that name, the knight instantly remembers the orders she got from the young lord about this Oscar guy's shady schemes. Back then, Rain specifically commanded her to double down on the patrols to catch any infiltrator sent by the rival duke. She accepted the mission right away, asking if there were any specific details or signs she should look out for during the sweeps. With his classic practical vibe, the protagonist just replied she only needed to sniff out and hunt down any kind of trouble in the area. Snapping back to reality, the arrogant bald guy still tries to hustle the girl by offering a bribe to sweep the case under the rug. Completely shameless, the criminal suggests that, since the whole thing was just a business mix-up, they could totally forget it happened in exchange for a fat reward. The thing is, even without fully grasping young Master Rain's sarcastic intentions, Roseline knew exactly what her duty was right then. Rejecting any bribe with absolute disgust, she's outraged by the audacity of those criminals who dared to disrespect her lord's lands under Duke Oscar's orders. With an intimidating glare, she orders everyone to surrender and drop to their knees immediately. Otherwise, her spear would send a few more bodies straight to the lobby. Realizing the bribe failed miserably, the bald guy loses his cool and starts cursing the warrior, telling her to back off before things got genuinely ugly for her. Ordering his men to surround the warrior, the boss mocks her courage, asking if she really thought she'd walk out of that dark cave in one piece. The thing is, we all know exactly what this woman is capable of. Without a doubt, those amateurs were about to catch the absolute worst beatdown of their lives. Flexing pure authority, our fearless commander repeats the ultimatum: surrender now or get ready for the worst. Completely blinded by ego, the leader draws his weapon and gets ready to brawl. Mocking her, he asks if the girl is really in that much of a rush to go to the upper room. Tired of the cheap talk, Roseline gives zero chances and charges full force at the enemy. Using her overpowering strength, she strikes the opponent so hard it launches him straight into the air. On the way down, she combos it with a devastating knee strike dead center in his chest, throwing the scumbag right against the cave rocks. After the criminal's body slams into the ground and rolls through the dust in pure humiliation, Rosaline walks calmly over to him and rests the sharp tip of her spear right against the defeated guy's throat. Staring coldly at the rest of the gang, she repeats the warning that if they don't want to go back to the lobby today, they better surrender without making a peep. Right at that moment, the rest of Aslan's squad arrives for backup, showing the patrol was fully surrounded. Relieved to find their leader safe and sound in the hideout, the soldiers rush in to support and ask if she needs any medical help. Taking control, Rosaline orders them to arrest all the traffickers without exception and lock them in the dungeon until young Master Rain decides their fate. Without missing a beat, the Imperial troops follow orders and start slapping cuffs on the criminals. Right after, the scene cuts to the Island Administration headquarters. Outside the young lord's office, Rosaline knocks on the door and announces she's bringing an urgent report about the region's security. From inside, Rain gives her the green light to enter and asks her to drop the news without beating around the bush. Bowing respectfully, the commander reveals she intercepted a smuggler caravan coming straight from Duke Oscar's turf. Hearing the report, the protagonist flashes a satisfied smile, joking that she managed to find trouble way faster than he expected. Curious about the tea, Rain asks what kind of shady cargo the caravan was moving illegally. With a serious tone, she reports the gang was smuggling kidnapped women, carrying official safe conduct stamped by the rival Duke himself. Noticing the young master's face instantly drop, the warrior gets a bit confused by the sudden vibe shift. Completely outraged, the boy slams the table and rants against the scumbag's audacity to kidnap and sell his land's valuable workforce, concluding the enemy noble must have a death wish. Moments later, the action shifts to the depths of the damp dungeon. With calm steps and an intimidating glare, Rain walks up to the cell where the bandit leader is chained up. Confronting the criminal, the young lord points out they were way too bold trying to smuggle human lives right under his nose. Flexing totally unearned arrogance, the prisoner mocks the lord, clapping back that real audacity is a spoiled brat daring to challenge the powerful Duke Oscar. Even without understanding how the protagonist took charge, the criminal says it'd be safer to cooperate immediately to dodge a miserable end. Ignoring the cheap threats, Rain focuses on what actually matters and asks how long the city's former lord, Eldrick, was in bed with this corrupt scheme. Proud of his dark hustle, the leader confirms they trafficked hundreds of women to the Orvis Empire for years on end, and that cargo was just the tip of the iceberg. Frowning, the young lord demands to know the location of the rest of the prisoners, realizing there was a much bigger stash hidden in the area. Laughing hysterically, the bald guy refuses to drop any intel, mocking that even if the young master dropped to his knees and begged, he'd never spilled a secret. Keeping his ice, Rain warns the game has changed since that worm's life now belongs to him, and his stubbornness will only lead to extreme suffering. Blindly trusting his high-level contacts, the prisoner insists the Duke's influence will keep him safe, and any attack on him would result in the Lord's death. Giving absolutely zero care to the threat, Rain makes it crystal clear that Duke Oscar's political immunity turns to garbage the second it crosses Aslan's borders. Trying to keep up his tough guy act, the mobster tells the kid to stop barking and claims that cheap speech won't shake his confidence. Sick of wasting time with this arrogant clown, Rain just shrugs and calls in the ruthless Leah to take over the interrogation practically. Without hesitating for a single second, the elite assistant steps up coldly against the target. With a surgical and lightning-fast move, she hurls a sharp blade straight at the stubborn bald guy. Taking almost zero time, the bandit leader changes his mind real quick and starts screaming that he's gonna spill everything once and for all. Revealing a hideout, he says there's an old abandoned hunter's cabin in the South Forest where the rest of the girls are stashed. Knowing this, the MC decides to step out, but before leaving he tells Leah to notify Rosaline to prep the cavalry immediately. Definitely, those poor girls need to be rescued ASAP. But right before crossing the door, he drops a crystal clear warning to Baldy that this better not be a lie, cause if it is, the scumbag is gonna wish he was never born. Everything points to this crook actually setting up a trap to send the MC straight to the lobby. Right there in that hunter's cabin, the Duke's dangerous assassination squad was posted up and waiting. Shortly after, our squad finally pulls up to the given location. The one who steps up to scout the area is the fearless Rosaline. With that, after sweeping the terrain, the warrior confirms to the MC that Baldy wasn't capping, since the shack shows fresh signs of activity. Right after hopping off his mount, the MC already orders everyone to stay on max alert in case of an ambush. From the looks of it, our young master was already predicting this was going to be a massive trap. Just before Ren makes any move to go inside, Roseline steps up and says she'll handle opening the door herself. All this just to guarantee everybody's safety. The moment she pushes the door open, Roseline gets a massive surprise. Seeing someone approach, one of the prisoners begs desperately not to be hit again, which is exactly what shocks the warrior. Making things worse, it wasn't just 3 or 4 victims, but dozens of them crammed together. Faced with this scene, the MC immediately orders the rescue to begin and get everybody out of there. Protective as always, Roseline takes a step forward to calm the prisoners down. Suddenly, danger pops out of nowhere with a projectile fired straight at her. Since we're talking about Roseline, she just deflects the attack with a quick swipe and alerts everyone about the enemy strike. Worried about the leader's safety, the warrior screams for all the guards to protect Master Rain. Quickly, the knights form an unbreakable wall around the young master. Right after a few mysterious figures start stepping out of the shadows at the end of the hall, taking the floor, the mercenary boss asks if this squad belongs to the powerful Grand Duke Ardalion. With that, he claims he'd rather dodge unnecessary conflict, suggesting everyone lower their weapons for a friendly chat. Cutting the small talk short, Roseline claps back saying there's zero chance of them talking things out. Then, the MC signals for her to chill out and wait a second. Showing some curiosity, he asks the criminal what exactly he wants to negotiate. Spilling the scheme, the assassin explains they've been supplying this human cargo to Duke Oscar for a long time. According to him, a top-tier piece goes for over 1,000 gold coins, while the basic ones sell for at least 100 gold pieces. If Rain locks in a partnership with the gang, they promise to hand over a fat annual cut of that revenue. On top of that, they offer to hook up some exclusive orders tailored to the MC's taste completely free of charge. Feeling disgusted by the pitch, Roseline gets furious and can only think about how much of a human piece of trash that gang leader is. With his classic greedy vibe, the MC decides to play along and asks how big his slice of the pie would be. Hearing that, Roseline almost drops dead, wondering if she actually heard that right. Eager to close the deal, the criminal offers a solid 10,000 gold coins a year to lock it in. Feeling insulted, the MC sarcastically asks if the gang went broke to offer such a pathetic 10,000 coin handout. Keep in mind the allowance he gets from his older sister is way bigger than that pocket change. Surprised by the nerve, the villain decides to ask what the ideal number would be to close the deal. Flexing all his ambition, the kid casually drops the humble request of 100,000 gold coins a month. Shell-shocked, the leader asks if he's lost his mind, since there's no way they can generate that kind of cash to meet his demands. Faced with the rejection, Rain makes it clear that if they don't have the funds to pay up, the chat is officially over right there. Without blinking, he orders Roseline to use her spear and turn all the bandits into shish kebabs. Promptly, Roseline accepts the order and has her knights, who were holding swords before, draw their bows and arrows in the blink of an eye, showing the squad is truly multi-purpose. Desperate, the mercenary begs for time and asks him to chill, arguing there's no rush to decide and that, even though he doesn't have the power to lock in that amount, reporting the case to Duke Oscar could settle everything perfectly. Obviously, all this whining was just a cheap excuse to run away and come back later with a whole backup army. Trying to sweet-talk the MC to prove his supposed good faith, he offers to drop 10,000 coins right there as a down payment. Rejecting the offer instantly, the MC warns there's no deal and tells Roseline to kick off the fight. Realizing he's cornered and things went south, the villain boss screams for his gang to run for the exit. With that, everybody bails in absolute panic. Yelling at the top of his lungs, the commander tells the survivors to look for cover in the mountains. Unfortunately for the runners, Roseline is already fully mounted on her warhorse and ready to counterattack. Wasting zero time, the commander signals the strike. With that, all the archers unleash a rain of deadly accurate arrows on the targets. Spotting the aerial threat, the mercenary boss reacts fast so he doesn't get hit. Focusing his power, he casts a magic barrier using the water element. However, too focused on his front defense, he completely misses Roseline's high-speed approach from above. She barely misses landing a devastating direct hit on him. Landing like an absolute boss, she announces that the enemy forces have already been completely wiped out. by her troops. Faced with the inevitable end, she suggests he just give up and accept that he's going offline once and for all. Taking a look back, the scumbag realizes almost his entire squad has already gone to the lobby. Aware of the disaster, he figures that if he sticks around in this direct brawl, everybody's gonna go to the upper room real quick. But at that exact moment, his eyes lock onto the MC, who looks completely vulnerable with 0 guards nearby. With absolute certainty, that setup looked like the flawless chance to secure his escape. Without hesitating for a single second, the crook decides to make his move. Screaming desperate orders, he tells the surviving goons to act as meat shields to cover his push. Catching the cowardly rush, Rosaline screams desperately to warn her lord. Since she's locked in combat, she yells for the soldiers to protect the young master immediately. However, it seemed like it was going to be too late for the armored soldiers to react. Lunging at the target, the villain warns the MC he dug his own grave with all that stubbornness. But before he can even land a single hit, an unexpected roadblock pops up right in his path. With insane agility, Leah steps in the way and blocks the assassin before he can lay a finger on the MC. Honestly, who actually thought she'd leave her favorite boss unprotected? To the crook's shock, the brutal punch thrown by the maid sends him flying straight backward. Pretty dizzy from the impact, the invader struggles hard to get back on his feet. It becomes crystal clear to him that the girl in the maid outfit is far from just some average housekeeper. Getting his stance back, he decides to risk one more savage attack, but this time his target totally shifts and he focuses all his energy on taking Leah down. Trying to catch her off guard, he launches an extremely dangerous kick. Flexing her ridiculous strength, our beloved servant tosses him away like he's nothing. With the hit, the poor guy goes spinning through the air like an out-of-control top, only stopping when he crashes straight into the Imperial Guard's defense line, giving 0 room to breathe. Leah rushes the invader again, furiously asking how he has the audacity to try and hurt the young master. Looking from the outside, it seems the bandit boss is already doing pretty bad after taking so many heavy hits. But to our surprise, the scumbag still had one last trick up his sleeve. Taking advantage of a split second of distraction, he throws a hidden blade straight at the unprotected MC. Getting caught totally off guard by the dirty move, Leah goes into instant panic mode. Actually, even our hero gets a little shaken, since he wasn't expecting such a fast reaction. Seeing the immediate danger, Rosaline screams desperately for her lord. Meanwhile, Leah almost has a heart attack from pure stress seeing her master in danger. Trying to keep control, the MC orders everyone not to panic and to hold the defensive formation. However, the two totally ignore the command and sprint toward him to protect him with their own bodies. Watching the chaos, the villain realizes this is the exact perfect window he needed to bail. Reaching the leader, Rosaline asks if he made it out unharmed from that backstabbing attack. Instantly, she commands the troops to drop the search for the runners, stressing that the absolute priority is getting young Master Rain back safely. Right after she turns to give orders for the maid to help the boy out. Safe to say, the moment she looks for the girl, she realizes Leah has already vanished off the map. Changing scenes, our story takes us straight deep into the thick forest. Right there in the middle of the trees, the treacherous mercenary is still running like his life depends on it to save his own skin. With his heart in his throat, the guy knows he has to run like there's no tomorrow, cause this is his only shot to survive and deliver the full tea to Duke Oscar. But, right in the middle of his sprint, the crook ends up running into a mystery woman on the path. It felt like the terrifying Leah was about to spawn there, but the one who actually shows up is Priscilla. To make things even more tense, she appears totally chill, dropping a "good evening," which instantly flashes the red alert that things are gonna go south. Right then the goon freezes and wonders what kind of crazy lady is taking a walk in the woods at this hour, thinking she probably isn't much of a threat. With pure elegance, the noble asks for a second to introduce herself properly, revealing she's none other than Grand Duke Ardalion's oldest daughter, Priscilla Edgar herself, ruler of Thulan's lands. Faced with that reveal, the criminal almost falls backward in shock and asks what a top-tier authority like her is doing lost out there. A whole movie even plays in the guy's head that Duke Oscar's dirty deeds were finally exposed and the whole scheme just crashed and burned. However, with a cryptic smile, Miss Priscilla drops the truth and lets him know that the squad he was fighting earlier is part of her brother's crew. Specifically, it was the elite troops of Grand Duke Ardalion's third heir, young Rain Edgar. That's when the scumbag realizes the massive hole he dug himself into, cause if he knew the kid was the real main character of the story, he never would have dared to poke the bear. Smirking, Priscilla notes that that tonight's fishing trip was pretty successful, and seeing Rain's glow up today was an awesome surprise. Totally lost in the conversation, the bandit just stutters and asks what she means by surprise. Taking her time, the girl explains that her little brother Rain blew past all expectations and didn't disappoint her at all. With that, she praises how her brother is still that insanely smart and grounded guy, able to keep his cool even when dealing with a worthless worm. But even though she's taking a few steps toward him, the crook doesn't need to wet himself in fear, cause she doesn't plan on doing anything tonight. Suspicious of getting off so easy, the invader asks if she's really just gonna stand there watching without doing anything. Nodding, the noble promises she is, stating her only intention there is to watch the show from the VIP seats, especially since the mess the guy got himself into is so colossal that she won't even have to lift a finger to get involved. Suddenly, a bizarre chill and an extremely dark presence start creeping up right behind the poor dude's back. In that instant, an unexplainable panic hits, and the guy just doesn't understand why his entire body started shaking like a leaf. But one quick peek over his shoulder is all it takes for the unlucky guy to come face to face with the furious Leah, who pulled up ready to collect the debt. With a deadly glare, the assistant asks if the bold idiot really thought he could hurt the young master and just walk away freely. Desperate to try and save his own neck, the invader starts begging for mercy, swearing up and down the whole thing was a misunderstanding and he didn't do it on purpose. The catch is, at this point in the game, his time for throwing out cheap excuses expired a long time ago. Without a second thought, Leah simply channels some mystery energy from beyond and makes the guy float in midair. At that moment, the assassin has absolutely no clue what's happening, much less why his lungs just totally locked up. After all, what kind of overpowered mate is this who, besides wiping the floor with people in a fistfight, is also cracked at magic? From what I remember, Leah had never flexed her mystic side before, which makes the whole thing even crazier. But from the looks of it, this girl knows way more about combat than she lets on. Right as she casts that mystery emblem, the scumbag's body starts shaking at max speed. Then, the guy simply turns to dust and goes offline instantly. Keeping it classy as always, the cutie just throws up a quick shield after all. Nobody wants to ruin their work uniform with villain trash. To wrap it up perfectly, she drops that classic shade saying, the poor guy practically begged to go straight to the lobby. Reaching out to Priscilla, she lets her know little boss Rain got hurt and she needs to head home right away. Hearing that, Priscilla gives her the green light to bounce as soon as the elite maid vanishes from sight. With that, Priscilla turns to Gwen and asks if it wouldn't be a good idea to give Rain a heads up so he never, under any circumstances, pisses Leah off. Right at that moment, mystery smoke starts popping up right in front of her, revealing a portal where Gwen herself spawns looking flawless. Quickly, the loyal right hand chills her boss out, saying that no matter what kind of crazy stuff young Master Rain pulls, Leah would never hurt him. Laughing at the situation, Priscilla jokes that sounding like that makes the MC look like a total player, but Gwen instantly defends herself, swearing she'd never cross the line since she's just an employee. Enjoying the chat, the boss wonders if maybe she should just hook the two of them up, getting a flustered plea from Gwen to stop with those kinds of teasing jokes. Getting back to a serious vibe, Priscilla orders a very direct message sent to Duke Oscar, asking if he lost his mind since he clearly has too much free time, making it crystal clear that messing with the Edgar dynasty comes with an extremely heavy price tag. Promptly, Gwen confirms she'll handle every single detail perfectly. With the plans locked in, the smartest move now is to sprint back to the mansion before Rain realizes his protective sister is missing. Switching scenes, our camera focuses back on the main rooms of the mansion, where we find Leah being super caring and patching Rain up, all worried asking if the wound is bothering him. Playing tough, the MC swears up and down it's nothing but a tiny little scratch. But, being a slick guy, he starts acting dramatic and pretending he's in pain just in case he can score some extra sympathy from her. Putting her foot down, Leah declares he needs to stay put in his corner and is strictly banned from stepping outside until he's 100% healed, while the handsome guy insists she's overreacting over nothing. Glaring at him dead serious, the girl warns she doesn't want to hear any excuses, and as soon as she's done wrapping the bandages, his destination is straight to bed, no crying allowed. Suddenly the bedroom door gets thrown open, completely killing the vibe between the two. Spawning and looking super worried, Priscilla arrives saying she heard the youngest of the family ended up taking a hit in the last fight, and if you like it, drop a like for the next part.